Well, hey there. Welcome to the pre-show. Welcome to the pre-show. While I try and get my sheet together, please stand by. Ah, yes, of course. Whoa. Nope. You come down here. Whoa. Small. There we go. Yeah. Right, how does this work? We want to... How do we do that thing? Stand by. Can I copy this? I can. Oh my god. That means we can remove that. Yeah, yeah. Paste. Uh-huh. Where are we? Where are we? Oh really, where are we? Where did we go? Why is that not? Want to do? I don't think we can do what we want to do. That's okay. Okay. Whoa, there I am. Holy moly. How does this work again? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll do it live. Yes. Yes. Good. Right. Do I need to move this? I think I need to move this. Right. Whoa. I'll go over here? No, I'll go over here. Yeah, that'll work. We want to lock that in place so that we can flip around with the... Whoa. Whoa, hold on, I'm up here now. Hey. I want to be like that. No. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Look. Look, I'm floating. Alright. Cool. I can be here. That'll work. Turns out that freaks that thing. That'll work. Beautiful. Beautiful, mate. Can we muck around with this? Oh. Ooh, no, we don't want to do that. There we go. there we go. Okay. Lock that in place. I need to figure out why. Guys, I am mucking about, that is true. You're absolutely right, Sergeant Explosion. Welcome. I hate that the mute symbol's up there. Hardcore, look, the only kind of mucking we do around here is hardcore. I want that to go away, but it only goes away when I, hold on, I have an idea. We have the technology. There we go. Whoa, no, that's not what I wanted to do at all. That's fine. We're just going to be in the bay window, and we're going to be down the bottom. There we go. Hold on. No, we are going to, yes. And we're just going to be looking outside. Hello! Oh, it's Reptile, my god. Who let you in here? I thought the bouncer was coming off holiday. Alright. There are some people in the Silly Goose Jail. I left the back door again, dang it. Classic blunder. Yeah, that's just, look, call me Mr. Blunderer because I have a gun. The sculptor has arrived, my god. Whatever will we do? Would you like to be sculpted? Not by this guy, you don't. We have a couple of folks in the Silly Goose Jail. I would greatly appreciate it if someone can hop in there, because the interviews are going to be taking place over private call, because I have no way to mute everybody in the Silly Goose Jail. I'd like to, but I can't. Like a second channel? Yeah, and then give... Are you able to give me the power to, like, allow people in or drag people in? Otherwise, I'm just going to do it via private call, and someone in the Silly Goose Jail can just stream this stream. I'm animating with my hands, even though you can't see what my hands are doing. The stage channels are a fucking disaster? Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. Very well. Well, we'll do it live. I want the music to be quieter for me, but still be a reasonable volume for you folks, and so you can see my pretty waveform that I have. It doesn't really matter that much. But we'll figure it out. I'm not a pro streamer by any stretch of the imagination, good god. I do it very much casually because I sadly have a full-time job that I have to do. I'd love to do this full-time. Maybe I should go and talk to some of the radios locally. Maybe I can go and jump back into that industry. I say industry. I think that's fairly inaccurate. I'm getting a message request. Who's this? Uwu, who's this? Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah. First caller in 4 minutes. It's going to be... That's kind of cool. We're kicking off with the staff. Neat. So how is everybody doing? Everybody doing well? I hope so. You better. You better, or I'm going to be very neutral about it.
A new follower.
A new follower. My god. from the depths of the abyss. Thank you very much. A certain sage of the cyborg variety. There are two things you need to know about cyborg sage. It was quite loud. All right, hold on. How do I lower it? How do I lower it? That's a good question. I haven't touched my alerts for months. Dashboard. Oh, it'll be because my desktop audio is quite loud. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. What are the two things? Well, you're a sage, and you know. It's very clear. Everyone knows. Everyone knows these things. Can I change it? No, I can. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, I can change it to. Let's go 60%. 60% sounds fine to me. It's as good as we're gonna get, folks. This is as good as it gets, folks. This is as entertaining as it's gonna be, because the rest of whatever the hell we're doing here, I don't know. I know. We'll figure it out. Do that. Stand by. Stand by for launch. 1 minute. Oh, no. Oh, deadlines. No. Of all things. Why do we have to have deadlines? The two things about deadlines are the worst things about deadlines. Where are we? Debrief. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, anyone can join. First person up, however. Are you ready?
A new follower.
My god, another follower. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. I hope you are ready to rumble, not necessarily in the jungle. First caller, first interviewer. I'm the interviewer, you're the interviewee.
Live.
It's Withers, my god. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
So,
How's my sound? Good?
You sound great to me. How are we doing on the stream, folks? Let's see what chat has to say. Something important, I bet. Sounds good? Awesome. So, welcome, Withers. Who the hell are you and how did you get in here? Who the hell are you, first of all? First of all, disclaimer to everybody watching. This event is not sanctioned by VRP. I'm not a representative of the VRP community. Everything that is said by me or any of the people who I talk to, their own opinions, my own opinions. It's not representative of the VRP staff or the mods or whatever. They were just very kind enough to say, yeah, okay, we'll make a server event.
It's true. We did do that.
You did do that, allegedly.
I don't take responsibility for my opinions either.
Yeah, fair enough. So in VRP, well, even personally, who are you? Hi, hello.
They call me Withers. My name's Morgan. I am an admin and Florida story writer for VRP since 2023, I think.
Okay.
3 years? Yeah, it feels right. I think it's 2023. Maybe late 2022. I can't remember.
So here's a question, because I still consider myself a newbie because I came in at the arse end of season 12. How long has VRP been going for?
Since the launch of the game, I can give you the exact date.
Wow, okay, since the launch of the game, really?
Yeah, so if you want... Give me 1 second. We started in March of 2021.
March
I
2021.
joined in October 2021.
Wow. So it kicked off right at the very beginning of Valheim.
There was a fella. We don't have to get into the whole thing, but it was basically a guy who ran some Red M stuff, wanted to make Red M for Valheim, and we popped up really quick after that.
What's Red M?
A new follower.
Sorry, the GTA RP stuff.
Oh, I see. Right. I'd heard about that it sort of kicked off from there and you folks formed a community out of it.
Correct.
That's very cool.
Very early.
Hello, Bacon. We have Bacon in.
Right after Game Launch.
That's very cool. I love that. I didn't realize that it had started so early on because I saw that there have been 13 core seasons, which go on for, in this case, what, 4 months?
It kind of depends. I mean, the first 3 seasons were about a month each. So
wow, okay.
Really, because the game was still very young. The game was still very broken in a modding sense, and they didn't really understand how to run it at this scale yet.
Yeah, no,
it's still very much in active development.
No one really knew what they were doing.
It still is. Yeah, and no one still does.
Of course.
We're better, slightly.
Well, that's the benefit of having seasons pass and the community grows, that you learn stuff every single season.
Correct.
Speaking of, what have you learned? Season 13. Okay, so where did the idea for Mad Scientist Season 13 come from?
This is a really complicated question, surprisingly. Okay, I'll give you I need to give you some background of how we usually develop the stories for this first.
Okay.
Because this one's a little more complicated than the others. It doesn't seem like it would be, but it is. Typically, what'll happen is we end a season. We just ended 12, which you were a part of.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take a little bit of time off of that unless we already have an idea or a concept or something. Like, for example, the concept for season 12 we came up with while we were ending 11. Basically, the idea was that we wanted to have, I think it was Becky, she wanted to have like this war in heaven kind of thing. It was like 2 factions of gods fighting with each other. That was the basic idea. And from there, we sort of ended up building out this idea that maybe we were witnessing the start of Ragnarok, and we came up with the tribes concept, and we had like this war with the gods happening off screen that was sort of affecting the story as you were experiencing it. A sort of different way to do like the god stuff that always ends up happening.
Okay.
So coming out of 12, we had a really strong idea that we wanted to do, and we went pretty far down the road on developing it, and then we couldn't do it for reasons.
We hate reasons.
And so, yeah, for reasons. There was one of the staff members wanted to do like a basic, like just a season where there's nothing like really tremendously difficult to pull off. We were putting in some new admins at the time. They wanted to do like a training season, I guess you'd call it. And so the idea was sort of to do like a baseline. What does a baseline season of VRP look like? What does a normal quote season of this server look like after all this time?
A control group, one might say.
A control group, you might say. And we, for the last season 10 was a big giant epic opus of incredible. The story was like 7 months long. We went into 11 and it was a big dramatic thing, and 12 was enormous and did a lot of things that we'd never ever done before. We'd never done a comedy season or a season that was more lighthearted.
Okay, like slice of life stuff.
Yeah, and we came up with like 4 or 5 different base sort of concepts that ranged from like, you're a guy on a beach, there's the game, go crazy.
Right. Oh yeah, the beach episode.
Yeah, of course. Swimsuit season. We almost had swimsuits in season 10. By the
No
way.
way.
Oh yeah, it was up there with the coconut juice. It just didn't come out in time. So it was sort of a lot of factors contributed to it. Ski wrote the concept, and then we filled in the gaps.
Okay.
It was a very different method to produce a season than we usually do, and it was way less. I don't know. It was a different process. Normally, Ski isn't involved in the story production. That's usually like me and Ozzy, or like someone will have an idea and then we build on it. It was different. It's complicated, and it ended up. We landed on the idea that each chapter would be its own thing based on the lessons we learned from 10. So, for example, the nitwit coming, he shows up at the beginning, you do his bit, it's over, he's gone. The next guy comes in. Sort of trying to split it into episodes rather than one large overarching. Yeah. A different take.
Interesting. Okay.
That's more or less how it came about.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's more complicated than that, and it took a long time. Like, normally, this is a very streamlined, straightforward process. This one, we would pitch an idea, it would get shot down, it would get. It just went on and on and on for weeks. It was a rough one.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question: is how long, typically, I guess, do seasons kind of in the pipe? Like, do you go finish season 12 and then, okay, let's figure out what season 13 is going to be? Or do you have like a big Google Doc that's full of all the different ideas?
It depends. Like, for example, coming out of 11 into 12, we had a really strong idea of the basic concept we wanted to do. We know we wanted to do a Viking season because we hadn't done that in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And that sort of section of the server had been kind of ignored for a minute. We'd been doing way too much fantasy in general. We knew that it would have something to do with like a war with gods, or like gods in conflict that would sort of affect us but wouldn't involve us necessarily. We knew those things. And then the story built around that. Coming into 10, like, the basic idea was we wanted the bosses, like the Forsaken bosses, to sort of be played, like they would be player driven.
Okay.
They would be characters, and that sort of evolved into this whole other thing. But the typical process, we'll have a concept and we'll start building on it pretty quickly after that. We typically have nothing lined up until the end of the season, because trying to plot out a new thing while you're still in the middle of trying to finish something else is really complicated. And it's the same reason we don't tell people when the season is going to end here. As soon as you start thinking about the new thing, you're thinking about new characters and new stories, and then you're like, well, you know what, I can put this other stuff off. I don't want to play this guy anymore. I want to think about the guy next month.
All the juice runs
that I
out.
want to play. Yeah, so you have to actively suppress that instinct to work ahead, or it will come at the cost of the current season. That's happened before. Another lesson learned. So you try to keep that. If you get an idea, write it down, and then we do like a general pitch session. And we do take player ideas into account too. A lot of times people will send us like a ticket that'll have like, okay, here's what we're gonna do, and it'll have some ideas. And we try to steal from that whenever we can.
Does that happen very often?
Not as much anymore. It used to. But the way we develop seasons, since staff has changed a lot since 10, is way different. It used to be like, the stories were a lot simpler, I guess you would say. Since 6, that's really been different. And especially since 10, it's been different. We don't get as many like pitches as we used to.
I see.
Feel free to send them.
But there you go. Hey everyone, quick! Every single person in here right now, make a ticket. Mora says we love withers. Cough, Primus cough.
I would love to talk to you for like 2.5 hours about the story process.
Look, I love that stuff.
It's a whole thing, but I don't want to take up all of your time with just like details and non-specific things, especially since I can't be like really open about all of it.
Yeah, well, we can organise, because I was looking at doing a sort of part 2 for this later on today, because there are a few players who I've spoken to who they're like, hey, this time doesn't work for me. So I'm like, well, there's nothing stopping us from doing a part 2. So at any time, if you fancy hopping on, we can fire this up again, and folks can ask questions. Man. Like, I reckon, look, any of y'all in chat, any of you in VRP Discord, if you have questions for me that you want me to ask people, or you want to ask the people I'm talking to, throw them out there. That's fine. I don't mind. It'll be up to folks like Wither is here right now to decide whether or not they want to answer, or hey, I've got to go.
I'm good to keep going. I just don't, I don't want to take up all your time with.
We've got
esoteric stuff.
We've got great comments like Primus was a very well-developed character, so that can lead us into who the hell was Primus, because I never met the guy.
Ah, that's a shame. I'm really sorry to hear that, actually.
So let's talk about where he came from, what he was, what he is, without the veneer of, we've had the trailers, we've got the written fiction. This is all about who were they straight up.
Okay, well, this is a great opportunity to tell you how stories change as we get into the live game. Okay, because the Primus was supposed to be an old, useless, boring idiot who was like kind of a military guy, and that didn't work at all. So every one of the characters was supposed to be sort of a facet of this mad scientist's revenge plan or whatever. And the Primus, along with all the others, was supposed to be a jokey joke guy. But when we got into the live game, I'm sure you remember this, we had a lot of stability issues.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
The start of it.
I built the same public shelter on the beach 3 times.
Trust me, man. That was a unique problem for this season. It was a lot to do with file sizes and mod packs and how mods were talking to each other, and we put in, let's put in new mobs because that'll really sell the thing, and it was a terrible idea, and we will never do that again. But we also had a really, really, really active start.
Oh yes, I remember the amount of really map markers. Active. I've never seen so many map markers on the screen at once.
Yeah, it's a real shame that we couldn't fix that quicker, but it is what it is. Regardless. I ended up switching the Primus up to be like this Terminator thing. And initially on the map, there were 15 of these masks that I had placed pre-season. Some players had them throughout.
I have one in the hall, the Bloodroot mask. I don't know where the hell Kalec got it, but I found it in the treasury, and I'm like, where the hell did you get this?
Did you go to the compliance dungeon?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the idea was initially that if you put this on, you were going to be... Okay, so let me back up a little on this too, because I gotta explain these things, give them context. In 12, there was no curse we had for the planes, and this was a season with curses. Okay. And so I built up this thing called the Inn, that was the curse for the planes.
I heard about this.
It was a cursed thing. You would sign into it, and once you did, you sort of got not mind controlled, but influenced, I guess is what you would call it. You were compelled to rent more rooms. You couldn't leave the property, and you were always so very, very happy. And the idea was just to bring in as many people as I could to sort of put them in this affliction state. And so for coming into 13, the idea I had was sort of a similar expansion on that, where you put on this mask and it would be this latent long-term, because they were available as soon as the map opened in Bronze Age and Stone Age even. You would get this gradual long-term sort of... Actually, the Aberrants were good. I don't really think that Lahale was a bad guy. And you were going to be in the Primus's army, and his raid was going to be a literal PvP war, where it was the people who put on the masks and me versus the rest of the players. So it's going to be 15 versus whatever. The idea was, of course, we would lose, the people would be freed from the masks and they would go on with their lives, do whatever.
Mhm.
But the consequences of that action and that choice to put the thing on, and their characters being compelled to fight for this grotesque bug man, they would lead on for the rest of the season, and people would have to deal with the outcomes of that.
Hashtag
But
fight for
because-
grotesque man.
The instability meant that doing a large-scale war like that was, number one, impossible just on its face. You couldn't do it. Two, it's not necessarily... You have to be aware of time zones. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Like, for example, you know,
hi.
we try to make events right in that 1 hour frame when everyone on Earth is awake, but it doesn't always work. And the idea that someone would go through this whole arc with their mind being turned and then just not being able to be in the war, plus that not being a repeatable event, meant that it just didn't work. So I ended up sort of taking it a different direction. There was this, you put on the mask, and it was like accepting an invitation is what the Primus called it. You would go to this other dungeon where you would be asked to do asinine nonsense tasks like
Do a backflip.
eat only this food, but don't touch this. Go through the left door, but not the right. Just nonsense stuff because he was testing your pliability.
Like GLaDOS testing, basically.
Yeah, exactly. There was one part where you had to sit down and talk to a mannequin about your darkest secrets.
Oh, okay.
And some players would be like, "What the fuck is this? I don't get it." And they would walk past. There was a big box of treasure that they weren't supposed to take. There was a point at the end where they had to put every single thing in their pockets in an obliterator and pull the trigger on it.
Ooh.
Get in a cage and then ask to be killed. It was a big process that escalated from "don't eat this food" to "kill yourself."
Good lord.
And at the end of it, if you did enough of those things and you followed the orders well enough, the Primus saw you as pliable enough to be part of his group that was gonna go try and find LaHale and whatever happened after that.
So I've got a
his
question
thing
here.
was-
Sorry,
ahead, sorry.
because it's probably related. Nightbot deleted it because it got angry at Mora for saying this in all caps. The books with the names, spill the tea who got named. What's that all about?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what it... Okay, that'll be for someone else to answer, Mora.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard of this.
Uh-huh, interesting. Alright, do please continue.
Well, you asked who the Primus was.
Yeah.
He was a Frankenstein's monster created to lead the invasion army. He got betrayed by LaHale, just like all the other aberrants. Or he didn't. It's hard to say. Eichthyr blew him up, and then he turned into spiders, and then he turned back into the Primus.
Turning into spiders is probably one of my least favorite things.
It's he was a pile of spiders at the end of the day,
Oh,
and that's
spider.
the most important thing.
That's super cool. I've got a couple of people, one person, Ask the Nerd, presumably you, were you satisfied with the season?
Complicated question too.
Complicated question. Alright, let's have a complicated answer.
I think it succeeded at what it set out to do, which was... Actually, I don't know. It was an interesting diversion from what we typically do. I think
Andy
a
asking,
lot
by
of
the way.
players had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah?
I didn't expect so many people to side with the genocide guys so much. You always get that's something that we weren't prepared for. Like there was ether stuff laying around, and the idea was that like, oh, it's this awful thing that but because the season I was so like scattered and each chapter was its own thing, that idea that you would turn into one of these freaks wasn't really something that we had in mind or we expected to happen.
That's something I wanted to explore, because I heard from Vile that originally becoming aberrant was not on the table at all.
Correct. That was not intended. That sort of happened to the side when no one saw it happening, and then it was done and it happened, and we looked at how to walk it back, and it didn't really seem like it's something that could happen. And then we're like, well, is this just something organic that we can just roll with? It was unexpected. I don't think the story was really built out for it to happen the way it did.
Right.
I don't think the narrative could really support it. Something similar happened in 11, where the story just like it broke its bounds in a way that was organic and interesting, but not really a way that the game had been set up to run. And this is the trouble with running a live game that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, that doesn't have a strict dungeon master standing ahead of you and saying you can't do that, or you can do that, but let's do it a different way. By the time we really caught it, it was way too late to stop. And it seemed like the best thing to do was just to roll with it. I do think it kind of broke the game in a weird way. It didn't ruin the season, by all means. Like, it happened. It is what it is. It's a live game. Shit happens.
Created plenty of drama. Holy moly. Poor Haven Home.
Yeah. I mean, I would rather have that than, like, just players hating each other. You know what I mean? In real life. But it was an interesting thing that happened, and it was surprising because we kind of set these guys up to be just, genocidal freaks. They were literally brainless monsters. And then people were like, well, I would like to be a brainless monster. Please, thank you. And we were like, well, okay. What do we do with the story then?
Yeah, I'm a GM. When I heard, because this is a time for honesty, when I heard from Vile, oh yeah, it was never meant to happen, my immediate reaction was, why would you not think that would happen? Because I'm a GM, and the first thing I would expect...
That's a great question. That's a great question. And a very valid one. So, I genuinely don't have a great answer for that. A lot of times we build this out so that there's guardrails, right? Like, you can't do these things. You can't go there. If you do go there, we'll know and we can stop it immediately. But this season, we thought the temptation of magic would lead people to using it, and the conflicts would arise from that. So that's why the ether was everywhere. It was like, hey, don't you wanna use that fire staff? Yeah. Don't you wanna shoot that thing? Come on, baby, it'll be fun. The temptation, we thought, was people getting invested in using magic because it's strong. What we didn't expect was people to be like, I want to turn to Frankenstein right now.
Right.
So that was the disconnect, was that we thought that the temptation would be that.
I see.
Not like, I want to grow eyeballs on my ass.
Not taking it a step further.
Yeah. So a person who is familiar with running games like you might look at that and say, you fool, you absolute moron. That's exactly what would happen. And I would say in retrospect, exactly, yes. Why didn't we plan for that? Why didn't we think that would occur? And part of it was also, I would say, largely my fault because I was using ether to bribe people to do what I wanted. I was like Vile's a great example. Sorry, Vile, but he wanted pain relief, and that was the same thing that Primus was using ether for, because his body was in constant agony because he was made of spiders. And so to make him do what I wanted, or what the Primus wanted him to do, which could be anything from I want you to go here and lie to this person, or I want you to go stab this man, whatever. I would give him a special trip to my rejuvenation chamber, because I had this Darth Vader room where the door would open and it was full of steam and shit. And I would let him go in there and get quote unquote ether treatment for his body pain or whatever. And he was like, "Can this have adverse effects on me?" And I was like, "It definitely should." Absolutely. And I want that to happen. Yeah. But what I thought would happen and what he ended up doing were two different things, and I just didn't notice it in time. And then, from there, it kind of spread out to the whole universe. So is it my fault? Yeah, kind of. I also definitely gave someone else some stuff and had other stuff happen. Because I was using it like the carrot at the end of the stick, right? So those manipulations backfired, I think, tremendously on the story. But I think really it didn't kill it. It didn't annihilate the story. It just took a turn that we didn't expect, and it made the ending weird. And so I don't know. It was I'm all for organic stuff in storytelling like that, especially in these games. I think it's really important to go with the directions the players want to go. It's just that we were so unprepared for it and caught so off guard. We didn't have a real plan for it. And I think you could probably feel that in the narrative unfolding.
Perhaps not myself, but others probably felt that the other aberrants, as it were, even though technically Shaw counted as one by the end, but it was so far at the end that I didn't see a lot of that stuff. But talking about the ending, we've got a question from Andy. Why was Lahail killed off screen? What led to that decision that you decided, you know what, Lahail's been dead this whole time? Did that come from the beginning of the season, or did you decide that later on in the season? That was from the beginning.
That was from the beginning. So it's hard to really remember what the idea for this was. I think it was generally like, well, we want these guys to be leaderless. They're sort of on their own. They don't have a big evil man going, you must kill the humans. Like, they had their orders, and then from there it was just kind of like, we wanted the bad guys to be almost in the same position as the heroes, where they didn't have a real concise understanding of what exactly occurred. They didn't have a real concise understanding of what they were supposed to be doing, and they were sort of just building up their own fiefdoms in the interim, waiting for Lahail to come back, which he never would.
Right, okay.
So having him killed off screen, okay, I do know this. So the final thing where you run through the Ashlands and you took the bases and you ran off and killed some of the chief aberrants.
A new
so cool, by the way. I love that.
I'm really glad you enjoyed it. It was sort of like something that was sort of something we've been trying to do for a long time, especially 10.
The feedback that I had for it basically amounted to, this felt like an MMO 40-man raid. But more people, obviously. It was crazy. And I never really got to do in-game content in MMOs. I'm just not that competitive. But being part of that, man, it was amazing. Like, everyone doing different roles, everyone, on the fly, coming up with their own tactics. It was insane. Totally insane.
So, I'll talk to that just a little bit. So, the boss fights in VRP are always bad. We hate them. We hate the Forsaken. We hate that shit. It sucks. It's never fun. It's the same thing every season. So we're always trying to recontextualize it and do something different. We usually have optional dungeons, which is like you go here and it's a 5-person mini raid, like you'd find in MMO or something, or like a strike or something like that.
Okay.
Well, the idea we had for this season was to take those little 5-person events and somehow turn those into big mechanical MMO type raids. And we have to do this analog style, right? Like in the Primuses fight, there were these plates you had to stand on to trigger an event.
Yeah.
So we literally have an invisible guy standing under your plate cueing a sound effect when you step on it. Okay? Like if you could see how goofy it is on the backside, it's bananas. Like when you come up to this gate at Glace Empire Civil War and it crumbles down, that's like 2 admins behind it with a cheat sledge knocking stuff over. From your perspective, it's like magic. It's like, how did they come up with these mechanics? How do they do this stuff? And it's literally a guy with a hoe.
Yep.
Another great example, when the Primus's pyramid would show up at your raid or whatever, and the doors would open, that was a blueprint that we were dropping down on top of you. And then when it would vanish, it was lots of visual effects, and then us undoing the placement with a Control-Z command so that it just vanishes into the air.
Okay.
It's so the infight was like, okay, well, how do we take all these mechanics we've taught them all throughout the whole season and apply it to like a Normandy and styled like beach invasion or something? I mean, we got to use Tay's ship and a bunch of other little things that we'd wanted to do for a long time, to sort of just funnel people into where we wanted them and to do the things we wanted them to do.
Using Tay's ship was very, very cool.
That was supposed to be in 12.
Oh, I see.
You were going to get on the ship, and you would go through the portal like you did, and then you were going to be in the middle of the ocean, and there was going to be like a sea battle that would happen out there, and then the portal would open again, and you'd be closer to fighting Cert, and it was a whole thing. So we got to use that mechanic, and a few other things. The problem, and this may not have been apparent to you, was that we were supposed to be building to this Eikthyr fight all season long.
Mm-hmm.
And it got so lost in everything else that happened that it became like nothing. and it, like, for example, if you ever went towards the swamp, there's a giant Eikthyr statue there. And there was like a test facility there. Yeah. And there was supposed to be this constant building towards what the fuck is this deer thing, in character. Like, obviously, OOC, it's Eikthyr.
That was one of the first things that I came across when I was doing a runaround in the first day of playing Season 13. I saw that and I thought, oh boy, this is gonna be something. I don't know what, but it's gonna be something.
The big joke for it was supposed to be like, well, the end boss is always, it's a super pumped up Fader with, and because he's the last guy we have now. But we were like, what if it was just Eikthyr, and he had 10,000 stars and could one shot the world? That'd be funny.
Hell yeah, I'm totally down with that.
And so a lot of these choices was just due to the fact that the season was put together weird. It was supposed to be a lighter take on the typical very dark stuff we do. It was supposed to have a lighter tone, and it was supposed to be like a nice time, not a real stressful save the world situation, but like a compounding set of mysteries that were funny. Now that's a subjective thing and hard to pull off. But I would say that a lot of the issue there was that the Eikthyr thing kind of just fell apart, but we still stuck with it anyway. I don't really know. But the Hale thing, he was supposed to have been killed by Eikthyr during the raid, and his reasoning for loosing this monster was like, he wanted to get rid of the aberrants at the same time too.
Oh,
so
I
he was
see.
going to be free from. But then, like, Eikthyr blew him up because he was too strong. And it led to this whole fracturing thing. But then we never really followed up on that little bit. So I agree that it kind of... It didn't really pay off in a way that it was supposed to.
Okay, a question
and
from...
That's why Lahale's gone.
Question from chat related to this is that... I don't know what that is in this context. But it was
yes.
A couple of minutes ago. Why we got deer statues leading us towards the secret tunnel, in regards to rebuilding the Primus.
No, that was because they point really, really well. They were supposed to just be there in the swamp. I mean, lore-wise, yeah, I guess like they could have been built for something, but they point clearly. I thought I used the dog statue. Did I use deer?
I don't remember.
I used the dog.
I was because I was in.
Well, that was for his like goons, his like 5 guys, whatever.
I don't think I was there for rebuilding the Primus, but I was there for the Primus turning into the Void Lord.
Yeah, that was he got too much ether pumped into him. Blaze was an asshole.
I think that moment where Lyle, quote unquote, hello Silas, welcome.
Hey Silas.
Where You had Pyre, you had, was Glace there? I can't remember, but
Yeah. He's the reason that all fucked up.
yeah, and the I think you referred to it as like a Lahale consciousness, where it was like a contingency bit was screaming at Primus, and there was the banter back and forth. That's when I really realized, I was like, holy moly, I have not seen this before. I wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, you guys are really pulling out all the stops. Like, there's voice acting in this. That's so cool.
The cutscenes, the FMVs that you would get, that is something that we started doing in 10, and we didn't do for a long time. And we're like, well, this story really kind of merits it, so let's try it again. That thing happened because the people that passed the dungeon, the compliance trials, were doing a sacrifice of this player to invoke Lahale. They wanted to find where he was, because I was going to take them and we were going to get some answers from Lahale. But in doing the ceremony where I killed this person, or they killed this person, it accidentally activated this piece of Lahale that he had stored in him as a backup measure. And then Lahale was like, well, I'm just going to take this body over and I'll be back, and da-da-da-da-da. But it was like a really complicated situation that was happening in a lot of different places. I always hope that people can piece this stuff together, where they'll talk to each other and be like, how did this happen? You know, where did this come from? It happens to mixed results sometimes, but that was the idea. I always want to give every person 1% of the information, so that they can't figure it out until they talk to everyone.
Yeah, related to that, because I love, again, behind the scenes stuff, peeking behind the curtain. I love, one of the things that I do at the end of an adventure that I run for tabletop games, I always have a debrief with my players, and I say, what stuff do you guys want to know? And I'll just tell you, and so I want to know, what are, if any, things that you had set up that you're fairly sure players just didn't find, or didn't find out, or didn't get, or didn't piece together?
That's a hard one to answer, because I didn't have a player character down there this time to pick up what they weren't picking up. That was on purpose. But I think the Eichther thing was more our fault than the players not putting it together, and it also didn't have any payoff, and it didn't make any sense. That was a huge blunder on our side. There was supposed to be, the pipeline was really important too.
The pipes, yes, pipe chat.
This is where time always wins. Okay. The idea for the pipes. So we redid the map about 3 days before you guys got on it. Completely. Just absolutely redid the whole entire thing. Because we fucked it up. Didn't do it right. And not in the terrain. Actually, I do have many things to say about the terrain, but we didn't build out the map correctly. There was no science stuff. It was just a typical VRP. You go, there's a building, and we were looking at it and we were like, this does not tell the story that we're telling at all. So literally 3 days before opening, we went through, we gutted everything. Every building, all the roads, every single thing. And I think me and Steve and Ozzy and Becky and Essa, we stayed up about 3 straight days. I had this idea of the pipes being like this ether thing, and me and Steve built out a concept for that, and we built a really light version of it. The original was huge. It was like aqueducts kind of thing. But we built out the pipes and we connected it to all these different science stations and to all these different experiments, and it was like flowing in and out of the ground and going, it would lead to all the biomes, and you could follow it like a map. And it would lead to like the camps, and early on you could find information on the expedition that led to Gildemir to blow it up. There was the military stuff where Iron Reach was first stationed. We did all that in 72 hours. Frantically,
believable.
Just because we just realized we didn't do it right at all, and we just agreed. We were like, okay, we're taking a day off work. Let's get in here and just build it right. And then the pipeline thing was supposed to be a bigger deal. And early on, you may have noticed whenever you broke stuff, shit would fly out of it. Analog style again, obviously.
Guck.
You have these big
Guck everywhere.
Goop and stuff. Yes. And we were anticipating players blowing up more of the pipe than they did. And initially they did, but when we started giving them the feedback that it was maybe negative, they stopped and actually fixed it, which was cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea behind all of that was that, but during the Mistlands phase, because that's where the pipeline was supposed to have started, that was going to have the chief pumping station, was that there was going to be like that mid-arc event, like we had a couple of times, like Glace Empire's dress party or whatever, where they were going to reactivate the pipeline to do something. We never really quite figured out what before we threw it out of the plane. But you would reactivate the pipeline, and we were going to literally fly down the pipes as they were at that moment. And every time there was a hole in the pipes or someone had broken something, horrible things were going to happen. Just complete decay, spread of gross monsters, bosses, and depending on how much structure there was left, it was either going to help you accomplish what was there or make it impossible to do it. And it was going to give you some kind of advantage in the end fight. But, as happens a lot, you're actually confronted with the reality of time, which is that it moves always in a linear fashion forwards, and you don't always have the space you need to do what you have to do. There was decisions made to make this one really strict on scheduling to finish before Christmas. And so we ended up having to throw out that pipe situation and all of the relevant material with it. So it didn't end up playing as much of a part as we wanted to initially, and it didn't quite pull off what we wanted. But I think in the end, that whole concept really did help carry this environmentally and make it more unique. I do wish very much we had gotten to do that, but we all kind of agreed there's just no time for it, and there's no space. We can't fit Echo and this whole pipe situation in here, and it didn't work.
I really liked that the pipes were an ever-present presence. They weren't necessarily a threat. I know that because I saw a few areas where it had been broken and there was gunk everywhere. We had Ollie and Dovriel doing like a project when swamps opened, when we got access to longships to raise the pipes along the used river waterways. I loved that. That was so cool. That was one of the coolest pieces of like.
I love that stuff.
I love that emergent roleplay where no one told them to do that. They just decided, you know what we're gonna do.
There's no quest. It was just an organic choice they made, and we went along with it. We let them do it.
Yep. Super cool way of doing things.
That's the kind of organic stuff that helps.
Yes. That if you take anything away from this, folks in the community, do stuff. Do stuff. Yep. Don't wait for the admins to come to you and hand you the story. Go looking for it.
Yes.
Go do stuff.
Or make it yourself.
Yeah.
We'll go along with most of it, regardless.
Raven Queen would come and bully us sometimes, Ollie says.
I believe she would.
That's funny.
They were very fond of that.
Here's a question from Silas, who says, I never found the source of the pipes. Where did they come from? Is there an answer to that?
There was a very big pump station in the northeast corner of the Mistlands. That was where all this stuff was supposed to happen.
I think I saw that. I might have.
If you go to it when we have the map download, I don't believe there's anything special there because by the time it was Mistlands, we didn't develop that idea any further.
I see. Okay. But yeah, I loved that the pipes, everywhere you looked, everywhere you traveled, walked, sailed, there they were.
Yeah,
And it
that
was it's a great reminder
that-
of what you were dealing with.
yes, and the sort of group that had been here. They were very engineering minded. They were science minded. They were dedicated very much to their cause. And what they left behind was environmental devastation. Like, I don't know if you ever saw Stump Hell up there on that hill.
I saw
where they
Stump
had,
Hell, yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of different places like that where you were supposed to feel like you were seeing the environmental devastation that these people had left behind.
Mm-hmm.
There was in the far western part of Nitwit's Forest, there was like a weapons testing facility, and there was these giant craters. Someone came along and blew up the weapons later, which it makes sense that they did that.
Yeah.
It left a lot of questions if you came by later and like, what in the fuck is all this fire and shit here?
I saw that. Yeah, now that you talk about it, I found that later on.
There was the weapons that Glace used against like Silas's people early on in the mountains plains area.
Oh,
were
yes.
developed there, and they were like the weapons manufacturing places and all this stuff.
Okay then. So here's a question from the one mod that I have, a very good friend of mine. They haven't played. They are in the server, but they just weren't able to get into. They didn't have the time to be able to join this season. Speaking of the map, it's handmade for each season, right?
Yeah.
Like from the ground up, or do you guys use a seed and then muck around with it from then?
We build it from the ground up.
Yeah.
It's better continents typically. So it's literally hand painted. The terrain is, and then after that, we populate it with caves and ruins and structures and story and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's a very lengthy process.
Do you guys have
Do
you have a dedicated team to doing it, like 1 or 2 people? Or do all of you have the capacity to do stuff?
We all have different strengths right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ski usually does the map, the actual painting of the map. That's why he took over from Binary after 10. That's why they feel kind of like that you might be able to determine the authorship there if you look at all of them together.
Right.
Me and Ozzy. We had Friday last season too. Like I usually do natural stuff, like if you see rocks or something. That sort of thing. I don't typically build the structures. Ozzy does that with Steve now. I'll do like the natural stuff. Becky can do whatever. Essa can do whatever, but she usually does. She's really good at decorating, Essa.
Okay.
She's really good at building out a space and making it look like it's supposed to on the inside. Becky's really good at that too.
Echo's lab is wild.
Yeah, Essa's really, 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 really good at building a scene with props. She doesn't care about instances, which is her great weakness, but she's really good at that. Essa did Old Gildemir. She did a bunch of that, and then Becky did the other half. Maybe it was like 2/3, 1/3 Becky, but it was those two down there for that. We all do different things.
Lots of support for Essa being awesome at setting scenes in the chat. Everyone's like, hell yeah.
Becky did all of Essa's raid. She built that sky area.
Oh my god, that was an amazing fight. That blew my mind how cool that was.
I did the prime. Everyone else did their own, but Becky did all of Glace Empire, and she did Echo's fight too.
I loved the sewer fight. That was really cool. The defeating primes. That was super interesting because, of course, a lot of fights are outside, above ground, but going through the portal, and we're like, oh yeah, we're going underground. I had no idea what I expected, but it wasn't that. So, oh, we're actually in the sewers, and we've got to dig through while also fighting off. Super cool. Awesome.
that was a test from me for something I want to do in the future.
Ah,
Someday.
stand by. Yeah, that's
It
cool.
worked how I wanted, and now I'm going to run crazy with it.
Oh
in
boy,
another
oh
time.
boy.
I'm glad you liked it. I really enjoyed the pipes.
Yes, that was super cool. I think I
like digging
knew.
through the mud.
Yeah, that was quite cool. I remember I was at the back with, I think, just like an iron banded shield and a flint knife, I think, fighting off the broodlings. And I was seeing them
Yeah.
spawn behind us. I'm like, yo, motherfucker, leave me alone. Go away. Get out of here. I'm doing my best,
I'm glad you
okay?
enjoyed it.
Poor Ollie just frantically screaming and swinging their pick, trying to get through the mud.
Yes.
Talking about, like, I didn't wear my gloves, I forgot my gloves, oh god, this is so unclean.
Oh, dude, and the verbal code to open the back or the final door.
Yeah.
That was trickier for players than I anticipated. I thought I had that set up so guardrailed that it was impossible to be hard, but there was one group of players that took almost 20 minutes to figure out the book situation.
I don't think it was the group that I was in, because we basically brought all the books together and everyone was like, yeah, it's this.
Yeah, one group did it like 5 seconds. Another one took a couple minutes, but then one, they were all just sitting there like, what the hell do we do? What are these books? And they were just saying random parts of it. And I was like, look at the page number. It kills you sometimes.
Silas says group 1 was the group from hell.
Yeah. I think that was the one where there was a guy, they had given him all the books and he erased all the stuff out of the pages.
No.
Randomly in the house. Oh, God. It was a hot mess.
Oh boy.
They did get it eventually.
Well, I'd like to come back to you, Beetle, for this, if you're up for it later on. I saw, Morgan, that you had replied to Xeros, I don't know which player this is, asking about a follow-up on Pipes.
Storybooks up.
Yeah. So,
there was supposed to be a ton more Primus stuff.
okay.
That I couldn't do. I don't even know if I can talk about that. But they brought the Primus back to life, and then I just couldn't do anything after that for reasons.
I see, okay.
There was what other stuff was there really? I was trying to think of it while we were doing the last question out this season.
Morris is Horus for some reason. Did you do a Horus thing? Because I heard very small things about what was going on with Horus.
Yeah, the girl that he had his people kill called him Horus. And he had to, I think at the end I had 5 guys. I had Porvis, Bun, a few others, and they resurrected him, and they were the ones who did the ceremony to kill the girl. The Horus thing came from her.
Okay.
It was him trying to claim an identity for himself instead of just being a sword.
Celeste. Morris's.
Not Celeste.
Not Celeste.
It was why can't I think of her name? Eloise's character.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Do you know about any of the other staff? Because otherwise they can speak for themselves, of course. That you, off the top of your head, you're like, this didn't happen, we wanted this to happen, but other than the Pipes thing, of course, that's obviously, you've covered that.
Cersei was the girl's name. What the other people might say? That's a hard question to answer. And this is a lot of how modular this season was, is that everyone had very strong ideas about their own chapter, but the overarching thing sort of slipped by the side because there was no time to do both. So I would imagine that they all probably have stuff they felt like they didn't get to do or didn't get to pull off the way they wanted. Exactly. I think Steve is probably pretty satisfied. His raid was really good. That also came together really late in production.
Oh, okay.
We had a different idea for Nitwit's raid, but we went with the one we had, and it was so good. That was my favorite of the whole thing.
I was supposed to be there for that, but that was during the stability issues, and we had a crash.
Yes.
And we got rolled back.
Yes, we did.
But at the time,
yes, we did.
I had to go to D&D, so I had to dip out, unfortunately. I was really sad about that, because then I never met Nitwit. Nitwit and Primus I never met. I think I interacted with Glace, and I told him the magical 4 words, and he didn't get to give me a makeover because of it. Yeah. Oh no, it was yeah. I told Glace that, but that was after I told Winter no.
That was one of the Sebastians, right? Winter.
Yeah. Yes. It was right before Twin Crossing was going to be attacked by Glace, and Glace had showed up and be like, "Hey, I really like this place, the Rumor Mill. I claim it. It's mine now." And Phoebe, of course, is Phoebe. Yeah. Yeah, Shaw turned up, and Winter was like, "Yeah, hey, like your hair looks awful," and I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna give you a makeover." "No, you're not." "Daddy, he's not letting me." Oh man, Sebastian and Winter, super fun. Me, the player, loved it. Shaw, the character, hated it. Woof woof, sparkled.
Ask Withers what he thought about the world building the players to this season. I talked about that a little bit. It was definitely interesting. Not what I expected. Very wild to watch happen.
Okay, what? Let's delve into that. What things did you look at and go, why in the hell does this exist?
That's a good question. I was ready for all the mechanical ones. Why in the hell does this exist?
Like, you look at it and you go, players, why did you make this? Why?
That's a great question. I typically have a good answer for that.
Typically?
A lot of times people will go through these insane hoops to solve, like, what we think are, like, 1 + 1 = 2 puzzles. And they'll go just absolutely crazy trying to figure it out and wrap themselves in circles.
JC Damon sees the giant furnace.
Baffled me.
The burner? Morgan, the giant furnace, they say. Although Nightbot got really upset.
Giant furnace?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. If you had an idea... Oh, okay. Yeah, we can go into that. I don't know what that giant furnace is.
What was this?
No,
You mean the swamps?
maybe. It might have been Primus's forge. Valhaven oven?
Yeah.
What? Zariel's furnace.
Cereal. Oh, well, that was an interesting idea. They're talking about during the raid on Fellhaven where Darks' character got killed, his first one. They built a giant... Yes, there's that. Okay, that's a great answer. Thanks for reminding me of that. They built a house made out of fireplaces.
Okay.
To lure Nitwit's plant people in.
Oh, I see.
They locked them in there. We loaded up in the area, and I was looking around, and my instance count spiked to 1 billion, and my FPS dropped to 3. And I was like, what the holy fuck is happening in here? And I flew over, and they had built a rectangle, like a 3-story building out of fireplaces.
Oh my god.
And when you lit them, because Valheim doesn't do light well, your FPS would drop to like 3, 5. It was horrific. And I was like, there's no way we're not going to use this. So I got on voice chat with the admins, and I was like, look, they built a giant fireplace house, so we're going to lock ourselves in there and get killed.
Hell yeah.
Yes,
Oh, I love it.
It's the only thing we can do.
Bless.
They were like, hell yeah. So we did. It was awful. I hate them for building it, but it was genius. And then, half the town died in it. They killed all of their characters.
Including Zariel, I imagine.
Including Zariel.
So that's how she died. Wow.
Yeah, I think she got out of it, and then, like, Nitwit, like, hit her with a rock or something, and it was, like, her last HP, and she just fucking killed herself. We were like, all right.
Death by Hobbit mechanics.
You never kill the people when you think you're going to. You just you hit them with a spear or something, and they're like, it's over, we quit. Bye.
Oh god. Apparently Nathaniel stabbed her, ran her down.
Yeah.
It might have been a rock, might have been
that.
a sword made out of rocks, I don't know.
But they definitely killed all the plant people inside of the oven.
Oh,
that's
great.
Monstrosity. That was an abomination against God, but it was wonderful to fight it. Another thing, Weisenbach built like a tower defense game.
I saw that. I saw that outpost. That was so cool. I love tower defense. As a kid, flash game tower defense games. That was my whole life. So I was really happy when I saw that.
Fuck off, Amber. We loaded up, and we were looking at the front of it, and we didn't see it. And I flew around to the back, and I was like, "Wait, dudes, look at this!" And they had built out. I mean, it was incredible.
It was huge.
I was like, "We're not flying in this one. We're not," because that was my raid. I was like, "We're not doing catapults. We're not flying. We're fighting through this until we get to the core of the space."
I love it.
And then, hell yeah.
And then you used it as part of Ashlands.
Yes, we did.
There was, there was Twin Crossing Fortress, because I realized that, and I think I even said it out loud, they stole my design. Because what Shaw had done before Echo's raid on the Twin Crossing Fortress was, I grabbed as much iron as I had, I think literally all of my iron, and I put up the grates, the iron bars, to reinforce the outer walls. So I saw that in the Ashlands, and I went, "You bastards, you stole my idea." And then it was only afterwards that people were saying, "Oh, it was literally the Twin Crossing Fortress." Yeah. I was like, "Oh, that's so cool."
Yeah, it's jacked it.
Did you? So here's a question: are you guys able to? Did you have to build those fortresses again, piece by piece, or do you guys have a way to copy and paste?
We have a way to copy and paste.
Yeah, because you did that with Weissenbach's Clay Fortress, and what was the third one? Did you steal another design?
Oh, but the ship was stolen.
The ship was stolen. Weissenbach Fortress, Twin Crossing Fortress. Was there another fortress that you used? I can't remember.
The fort that... Okay, this will lead into the guild conversation, which we can have if you want.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a fort... I can't remember who built it. It may have been someone who was banned later, actually.
Oh.
But there was a big fort out in the middle of the meadows that I took from season 11, maybe 12, that they had built. And it was unfinished at the time, and I finished it by hand. But that fort was player created. There was probably a few other things that are stolen.
Reforged? Heap says, was it the Reforged one? May well have been.
I don't know. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Sheep. The one with the brains in the middle.
The one with the brains in the middle? That sounds cool.
They had to defend this whole thing. It was a guild quest. Nitwit's house we built. That was... Nitwit's, his lake house. Well, he built that in season 10, so it kind of does... I don't know. It was moved, but... Many structures we reuse over and over again.
That's super cool.
Here's the thing, we can be economical, and you can go to a place where you see a building that you're like, holy shit, I built that. That's so cool. Yes. Or we can repurpose stuff, or we can spend 600 times longer rebuilding something every single time.
Now that I know that happens, or that has happened, I'm now sitting here going, I want to see my hall again in a future season. It'll make my heart so happy to see that thing again, because I kind of fell in love with the place.
I have a gigantic shared server space that the admins have access to that is literally just categorized builds from each season's
cool. I love it.
This is season 10 houses. This is season 9 stuff. It goes all the way back to 5.
I know
stuff all the way going back to 5.
I know. By the way, props to Ollie, player Bacon. Awesome stuff this season. One of the things that Ollie spotted was, I think, something from season 7. I thought, in the
Twin Crossing was built in their tavern from 11. I don't think he ever picked up on it, but. That tavern, the Twin Crossings, that was their season 11.
Oh, I see. Because I could have sworn that Bacon posted a couple of screenshots of something from previous seasons that their character had built, and it was somewhere in the Ashlands.
Yeah, it makes sense. There was a lot of reused assets out there in Ashlands. Because it's a lot easier to put something down and break it than it is to build something broken.
Oh yeah, definitely. So will...
Oh, the guild thing.
Yes, the guild thing. What is the guild thing? Tell me more.
Oh, I don't know. Did you join a guild this season?
Did. Yeah, I was in a few. I was in Road Warden's, Snack.
So you did a guild quest or two at least.
I didn't get to be part of any because the Road Wardens rushed the shit out of it. So I never got a chance to be part of that. They got it done in like 3 days.
Yeah, they did. This was an idea. We're not doing this again, by the way. It's done. It's over. The guild quest thing where you would form a guild, get a quest, and then you would get access to like this like guild hall area.
Yeah.
This was my stupid ass idea. It was way too much work, especially with we knew lots of people would make guilds just to get a guild quest. That was something we anticipated.
I see.
That was known going in. Like as soon as people find out they're getting these, there's going to be 600 guilds, and there was.
Right.
So the first like 5 or 6 got really personalized, interesting, cool quests that were really built and baked into their the structure of their group. And then the last 490 of them you need to go there and kill 20 bone masses and then bring the heads back.
I saw I scrolled up in Snack and I saw the one that Snack got, and that was cool. Having to find the pieces of that sword. Yeah, that was really cool to watch.
That one was way too long, but it was fun for you guys. But yeah, that is an idea. We had that idea a long time ago, and we were looking for the right place to use it. And we thought, well, you know what? This seems like the best time to try it and to learn that what we already know is true, and it is. So I hope you had fun with it, but we're definitely not going to do that again. Yeah, Cass, that's almost certainly why. I think we stopped doing it around the time you popped up, because that was like guild number 1200 for the season, and we just did not have any more concepts or ideas for something to do. Like the first ones were really ornate and had lots of like complicated moving parts, and then we're 3 months in and we're still getting guilds, and it's like, dude, we can't keep up with this. Which we knew would happen, but it was worth trying.
What do
just to really see if it was true.
This is going to put you on the spot a little bit, I think, because it's going to be asking a yes or no question, asking you to sort of take a hard stance on it, or maybe a maybe. Is that would guild quests for future seasons be a case of y'all make a ticket, and if we can do it, we will?
We won't do guild quests again.
Got it.
For sure.
Okay.
That's done. It was a let's try it, and guild halls may return, but it won't be done the same way. I know how we're planning to do something similar in season 14, which is not a sure thing right now, but I know how we're thinking about doing it, which will make being in a guild very, 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 very good for you. To perhaps
can't talk about that anymore. Perhaps incentivize people to stick with like one guild. Would you consider?
We can't figure guilds out. I'd be honest with you, man. We can't figure guilds out. We take them out, we put them back in. We take them out, we fuck with them more, we put them back in. I don't know what to do with guilds. I don't have the slightest clue. My instinct is to just say we're done with guilds. I don't get it. I don't know. Every guild we have is bad in some way. I don't. They never do anything. They're a waste of time. I don't really know what their point is. For having them OOC, I mean, for doing it in game, do whatever. I just don't know what the hell we're doing with them. We come up with all these ideas. Yeah, they do. And there's an idea to kind of merge those two things, Cass. Towns and guilds, maybe make them together. But I genuinely, we have talked about this for hours and hours and hours and months and for over years. And everyone's had different ideas. And we've tried almost all of them. And none of them, I don't know what to do with guilds. If you have something cool, make a suggestion post. It's probably already been said or tried. Right. But, we'll look at it. I don't know what to do with them. I just don't get them. I don't know what to do.
I wonder if limiting how many you can be in, like, you can be in one.
We did.
That's it.
We've done that.
Oh
We've done
shit!
one.
All right.
Now you can do 3. We've done none. We've tried the one. Yeah, it's the same thing. People put them together. They don't do anything with them. They sit there. They waste space on the Discord, and then they go away.
I see. So do you think it's a case of players just like players treat it like a novelty, where they're like, yeah, I want to be in a guild just to be in a guild?
Yeah. Yes.
I see. Okay.
And so that was the part of the thinking with the quest was that like if we get them started on working together and playing together and doing things together, then they'll build stories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that just didn't happen. Most of the guilds didn't even use their guild halls. They never even went to them, most of them. Or they would have like nothing in there. Maybe a ward. So this is one of the things where like I want to shake the player base sometimes and I'll be like, can you fucking roleplay, please? what the fuck can I make you? What can I tell you to make you do stuff with your character?
Right.
This drives me. This is my pet peeve with VRP. I cannot force these people sometimes to play a character, and it drives me up the fucking wall. And I don't know what to do with them. I'm like, because these guilds on their surface are really cool. You had this one that was the whole purpose was to kill aberrants. That was neat. That's fun. Mm-hmm. That's a cool bit. It's got a strong thesis. There's an actionable presence.
Oh yeah.
Didn't do anything. I know the road wardens kind of fell apart. That's not a roleplay problem. That was just life. But like the guilds that do work are like the ones we do every season where it's like girls wine night guild. We always have one of those. We did in this season.
No way.
Yeah, girls wine night guild. We've had 3 or 4 times. It's always a big fun thing. They always do stuff. But that and like every once in a while the merchants will get together and try to do something, but they don't commit to it. And I don't know how to make them. And I don't know how to make it fun or interesting, so I just don't know what to do with them, man. I don't know what to do with guilds.
Merchants also seem like a problem child of the community.
I love them, but yeah, they do have some problems. So alchemists are going to change bigly.
Bigly.
Merchants, I don't. They do what they're supposed to do, but we have some ideas to change them.
A new follower.
Moving into 14.
Mm-hmm.
The idea, this isn't a secret. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it.
It's up to you.
Maybe I will. Well, one of the things we've bandied about for a long time is that the merchants should have an item that is required to craft almost everything with. So if you want to make a suit of armor, you have to have this thing that merchants have.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you want to cook this food, you need to have something that merchants
like
have.
a ladle.
Yeah, or something like a gem or something that does something. I think the merchant is the best class in the game myself.
Ooh.
So it's tricky for me to see it as the problem child. I know a lot of people do, but I think a lot of it comes down to how people engage with the economy, which is a constant struggle. That we have.
And I guess
people don't want to pay gold for things. Don't like doing it.
Why do you think that
make
is?
Them do it. Here's the thing. Most people who play this game want to have their boxes full of neat things.
Yeah.
They don't. Okay. And I'm not talking about you, and I'm talking about the people listening to this, because the people listening to this are almost universally going to be on team Let's Spin Gold.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, you sons of bitches. Listen up.
The Gen Pop guys fucking hate spending money on shit. Okay, here's a great example. We had a guy join late in Iron Age this season, and he was furious that the only way he could get a pickaxe was to spin gold. He hated it so much. He opened like 10 tickets about this.
Wow.
And it's not just that one guy, right? It's sort of emblematic of like the general population of this server. When it comes to like, they want to go out and make their shit. They want to make a pickaxe. They want to make a backpack. They don't want other people to do it for them. They don't like spending gold on it. They They will eat trash to avoid spending money on food.
They don't want to interact with other players, is what you're saying.
They don't want to play the role. They want to play Valheim.
Yeah.
And this is the trick, is that we've made food worse, and they'll still eat trash. We've made it so that cooked food is way better, and they'll still eat trash. We'll make it so that, the armor you can make as a generalist is garbo, and they still will wear it because they don't want to pay gold, they don't want to pay resources, they don't want to engage in the economics of the world. And so you have these two groups of people. You have the people who are really, really engaged with the economy and will do anything to support it. And then you have all the people who would ostensibly be purchasing goods and services from these people who don't want to because it's not Valheim. And getting those two groups of people together is a problem that has been ongoing since day one here. Mm-hmm. We have done so many things to make spending gold make your life better. You don't have to go get tar. You can just buy it.
Yes.
You don't have to go hunt monsters. You can just buy the stuff. You don't have to go get iron. You can transmute it. There's so many different ways to engage with it. And even the people who run shops sometimes will be like, I'll just take, sticks. But it's tricky because we can easily force you to. We can say, fuck you. You can't get anything if you don't have gold. Fuck you. You can't do it. You can't fucking do it. I hate you, and you can't do shit unless you have gold. But then like half the player base is going to be like, well, I'm just not going to play, because they would rather not play than spend fake gold on fake items. They just won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that the changes we made to Merchant this season were better. They did improve.
It was really cool because Shaw was like a hunter, survivalist guy. And so the fact that I could do that bit, and that's how I made my money. I was a weaponsmith, sure, whatever, but I just didn't have the time to engage in that kind of economy. But the fact that I could be like, hey, Damon or Thyra or whoever, Baragon, I pay a visit, and I love, there's a moment, I wish I'd been recording it, where Damon comes over and I'm like, hey, I've got some work for you, you need, some stuff that you can ship off, right? The RP of, you're not smashing heads, you're shipping them off or doing whatever. And Damon invoice, he opens up the box and he goes, fucking hell, because I just had so many heads, and he was like, where'd you get these? And he's like, I went on a hunting trip. And the fact that I could do that I could be the hunter that brings back valuables and gets those converted, super cool. Loved that. Absolutely loved it.
See, that's for people who want to engage with the world as a character, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
You can do so many different things. You don't have to just do your crafting class. You can be a hunter. You can be a wood guy. You can be a dude who just gets flint. You can be a fish man. You can engage with the world on that level in so many ways, and comes back to me wanting to throttle the other half of the player base and be like, why won't you fucking play a character? What is so hard about this? It drives me absolutely bananas. I'll tell you this. So the thing we're talking about, this is not something that's set in stone. It's not something that's guaranteed to happen. But the idea that we are playing with right now for gold moving forwards is an intermediary currency, okay? So right now, for example, you take your heads to the merchant and he gives you coins for it, okay? The idea is that every player can turn certain items into gold ore, okay? So it's also weightless. So you don't have to bring your coins, whatever. You have this gold ore, and that gold ore would be a component in some crafting recipes. That gold ore would be a component in this and this and this and this and this. But you would take the gold ore to the merchant, and they would actually be able to mint coins out of the gold ore. Those coins would then in turn be useful with other classes. They would be useful for the merchant, or whatever we're calling it now. What do we call it now? The
artisan.
Artisan, yeah. The gold coins would be used for the artisan. They would do different things. So you have this intermediary currency everyone can get their hands on and utilize. But then you also have the coins. That would create, I think putting that layer around it would create more engagement with the gold as a concept, because everybody has, you don't have to bring 700 heads to the merchant, which is a pain in the ass. You can bring your 1 stack of gold ore.
Yes.
It saves inventory, it saves time, it saves everything.
Especially time. Someone said like the artisan life of left click to play or whatever it was.
So the artisan now, instead of going through each and every fucking gem and every skull, you're just going to bring them a stack of ore. Let's say you have 700 ore. They can just craft that into coins with 1 click.
Cool.
They can process it immediately. And then, you have the ore that you use for crafting. You have the ore you use this for, but you have the coins that do other things. The coins buy stuff from people. The coins buy stuff from the artisan. The coins do a bunch of different things. So that's our current theory. That's something we're trying to get together. It remains to be seen if we will do it or if everyone's on board with it. I am very much on board with it. And the in-game economy is like one of my chief interests. I love it. I love the engagement with it.
Yeah.
I love building on it. And my great hope is that when I stop being an admin here, the economy will be in such a good place that it will never get another suggestion about it again. It will just run.
I like the idea of having that economy because one of the chief arguments is, well, I have to deal with my finances in real life. Well, I don't want to have to, and I think that's
fuck
one of
real life, man. Get your fucking spreadsheet and do some coins.
So yeah, I already do a spreadsheet in my full-time job. So my feedback form, one of the core parts of it was expand what classes can do what with gold. One of the things that I put on there was let smiths sell ore. If you give them gold and they can make ore for you.
This is a philosophical problem that we've run into here. So I think we're kind of getting away from this now in terms of the philosophy of item creation. But for a long time, the core tenet has been people shouldn't be able to make base resources.
I see.
Because this undermines people who do get them. We kind of experimented this with tar, okay? Like buying tar is a thing you can do instead of going out to find it. And it didn't break the game. No one cares. And in fact, most people just won't do it anyway because they don't want to spend the coins. They just want to go out and get the tar.
I never used tar for anything anyway, so it didn't affect me at all.
Yeah. A lot of people fucking hate buying it. They won't do it. It doesn't matter if it fits their build or if they want to use it. They just won't do it because of gold. So I think we could probably give
a new follower
bronze and 10 to smiths and you could craft it out of gold, but I still think 90% of players wouldn't do it because they'd be like, well, I'll just go get my pickaxe that I made and I'll go do it. So it's the same problem. Will we try it? Possibly. It's not evil, and I think it could work. It's worth trying. It probably isn't going to happen in 14. But in the future, could it? I think so. It probably could. But it's the same reason we don't let people plant blueberries.
The planters of season 12. Jesus.
Yeah. that wasn't. We didn't know they could do that.
That's funny.
That was an accident, but whatever. But the same philosophy is there. There's people who like going out and foraging and selling that stuff and bringing it to other people, and to allow you to plant it eliminates any possibility of them doing that. It eliminates them having that outlet of not being a farmer and still getting berries and being important. Now, is it enough of a concern not to try it? I mean, in 12 basically we did. It didn't kill anything. Nobody got mad about it. But if you eliminate a possibility of character development or hobby behavior in game, you do close a window at a certain point. Like there was a guy in 6 whose whole thing was he got rocks, right? He was a guy, he went around and he got rocks. You would go to his shop and he would provide you with rocks. That was all he did, was rocks. And if we were like, okay, well, you can buy rocks, his character, you could never play it again. You couldn't do it. You couldn't build that guy. Or you could, but what's the point? You just play a merchant and sell the rocks.
That's right. What else is there?
So when you close that window, you do provide a service to a lot of other players who might not want to go buy rocks, but you're eliminating the character possibility. And it doesn't make it illegal or evil or anything, but you do close the window to it in a certain way. And you have to kind of balance that out with like, okay, well, what's easy versus what's fun? What's good for players versus what's good for everyone? Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of things to consider in that. And you think, well, it's just selling ore. True, it is. But what do you take away when you add it? Do you know what I mean? It's tricky. It's tricky.
There's a lot of stuff happening right now about Rock Boulder, the sentient rock in the mountains. What is this?
Rock Boulder was the guy in season 6.
Oh, I see. Their name was
this
Rock
talking
Boulder.
rock was a random thing I did where I was playing a golem that didn't get built all the way. And I was trying to get these players to do stuff for me, but then they just chopped me up.
No!
At the end of the character.
Oh, what the hell?
I was like, oh, I'll play a golem that he's got to make people go like buy him shit or something.
Apparently Osidia killed him.
To rebuild him. Yes. Well, her and a bunch of other people. I was like, oh, well, story over.
Well, that's... Look, FAFO, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, in this case, we found out that
was
it's
an aberrant.
Boulder.
I respected him for doing that. I did. He was a bad man. He was an aberrant. He was a freak.
Oh.
I mean, he was a human at some point, I guess, but...
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Everyone was trying to figure out what to do, and Osidia just ripped out a pickaxe.
That's true.
Oh, God.
That's exactly what happened.
So here's a question for you. I'm going to be asking everyone this. What, if anything, or it doesn't have to be one thing, would you tell yourself earlier? If you could go back and be like, hey, I'm you from the future. You need to know this for this season. What would you say?
Take away one of the arcs and have that person play Lahale.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Take away. What I would probably do is compress everything down and have Lahale in the Mistlands and have the overarching story be more important than the chapters. It went along thematically with like the episodic 80s adventure thing we were going with, but it didn't work.
Very fun.
In my opinion.
I really liked the Primus video because it had a track in it that I went, I've heard that track. I like this music track.
Terminator.
Yeah.
Dude, I loved making those things.
They're pretty cool. How long would those take you guys to put together?
I did all of them. Most of them they scripted. I think I scripted Essa's. Because Essa wanted to do like or Echo wanted to do like a Hollywood Squares thing.
Oh.
Here's the thing with this admin team. Let me tell you this. This drives me fucking crazy. These guys, they'll RP all day. They're the best in the business. They'll do it 24 hours nonstop. But the second I put a microphone in front of them and tell them to read a line, they can't do it. They won't do it. They just won't do it. I'll write the whole thing. Ozzy wrote a whole script for his trailer. It was a literal whole ass sitcom episode. And I started recording it with these guys, and they couldn't do a line reading to save their lives. I was like, what are you doing? You act all day. You're an actor. And they were like, oh, I feel nervous. I'm like, why?
What do you mean nervous?
You do this all the time.
It's because there's a camera on them now.
It's scary. What are you talking about?
Morgan's
and
crashing
they
out.
couldn't do it. So we fucking scrap all that. And I was like, if you guys want to do Hollywood Squares, you're gonna have to talk. And they were like, well, I don't know about that. So we ended up doing this Goosebumps thing instead. Kills me. I don't know what they're talking about. 24 hours a day they're on this game, acting their asses off. Incredible. Put a piece of paper in front of them with 2 lines on it, and they melt down like babies. Unbelievable. Embarrassing.
Oh, fucking hell. Would you? Well, look. Someone say I would volunteer. Would you guys take volunteers from the community?
We have.
You have?
Yeah. Well, for the general trailers, I usually do a crowd and be like, "Hey, if you want to do this thing, please show up."
Oh hell yeah, that's cool.
I did use the mods for a bunch of them. For the Primus one and Nitwit especially. I'm not opposed because most of the time the way we shoot these things, you have no idea what's happening anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really spoilers. But like Nacho, I know is in here, and I've had him do tons and tons of trailers with us, and he's never been on staff. He's just done tons of everything on video. We did this whole trailer for the hardcore zombie season. It was like a whole ass movie we did that Binary hated, so we didn't even post it. But I shot it over like 3 days. Yeah, you remember that, Nacho, the intro thing there. Yeah, the zombie one. I had this thing with Thriker. He was, oh god almighty, it was a whole thing. But no, they usually take around a day or two, depending on how much time I have.
And
because I do all the editing. And
I was about to ask that. Yeah, you do all of it.
Yeah.
Dang. I love the dedication. I respect it.
I was an editor in another life. I miss it very badly.
In another life. What do you do now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a printer, work in a print shop.
Production
and finishing. That's what I do.
That's super cool.
I used to be in marketing, and I fucking hated it, and I'll never do that shit again.
Okay. You know, is it an insult to say that I can tell that you were in marketing?
Man, that hurts my heart.
My mum and dad were salespeople in their careers. They've retired now.
Listen, dude, I've done sales. Sales is different than marketing. I'm a sales guy.
You
I did sales for 10 years.
You've got the voice and the mannerisms for it, though, and I grew up around that environment, so I recognize this game.
Dude, I'll sell the dress off a old woman, dude. I'll do it. I used to sell I was a photographer, and it was like a sales gig, right? Oh my god, the stuff I would make these people pay for, unbelievable. Bring me shame, but God, it paid the bills.
So we've had you on for like an hour. What the fuck? I think an hour and a half. That's wild. And yeah. I've got a few people who have been kind of poking me for like, hey, I'm keen to talk about this, that, and the other thing. And I know, I think you would say like you want to go make dinner. What time is it for you right now? Oh yeah,
I was gonna 5:30, but I eat like an old person. I was gonna say, we could do. I've written postmortems for every season on my own. That just for me to have. If you wanted to do something like that for 14 coming up, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, man.
To do it with you.
Yep, I'd love to do this again. Like this is what this is all about. Anyone and everyone who wants to come forward and talk about what happened in season 13 with them, player, staff, I don't care. I'm super curious about it because I love. One of the things that I've said to a friend of mine before is, all I want to do is role playing. I love it. It is my favorite thing to do. It is so much fun.
It's good. I kind of miss it once in a while.
Kinda.
Yeah. So, when you start doing this stuff, you don't get to do the fun stuff anymore. Play a character. You don't get. My favorite thing was starting wars. I never get to do that anymore.
Pull some folks into the staff. What kind of? I don't know, because I think I saw at the end of season 12 there was a call for, hey, if you want to be a mod, you can apply.
Yeah.
Is that going to be happening for this season, or are we waiting a couple of weeks before you guys start asking?
We have a pretty full group right now. There might be some people leaving. The mods come and go so fast. It's hard to say. There's always need for technical people. If you can do any kind of coding or modeling at all, fucking apply. Just send a ticket and be like, I can 3D model,
Right.
and then you will be on staff in 30 seconds.
Dang.
As far as like moderators go, it's hard to say. I think we haven't talked about bringing anyone else on, but we probably will, because we always need more mods. Staff wise, on the admin side, it's kind of, it feels good right now. I wouldn't mind having 17 admins. It would probably be wonderful if we did.
Mm-hmm.
But this community's not big enough for that. It also makes planning really difficult.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's right, because eventually it becomes too many hands, right?
Yeah. I mean, we have what? We have me, Steve, Essa, Ozzy, Becky. We have 5. Let me see. Yeah, we have 5 right now, and even that is a struggle to keep straight. Like 10 was really easy because I played every single admin character and scripted every single thing that ever happened. But that was because I was out of work, and it's not sustainable for a human person to do.
Mm-hmm. I see.
But that story was really, really straight and clean. That's because I did all of it for the most part. Like 95%. I didn't play a few of the characters. But once you have like 5 or 6 people, we have this problem all the time, which is like we come up with an idea and everyone has like their version of that idea that they do. Mm-hmm. And then we're like, wait, what's that? What are you doing? And they're like, that's the idea we had. And I'm like, oh shit, it isn't. Oh no. It's tough, but I know we have room and staff.
Okay, well,
I just don't know. I don't know what we're doing right this second. We're on break right now.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are winding down.
Yeah.
Roland volunteers as the voice actor.
Dude, in a dream world, there's people who only play admin characters and don't do tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's like, if we had twice the community size, there's admins, there's game masters, there's characters, but I don't know. We'll get there someday. The way we do things now is way better than the way we used to. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's like earlier on. That's the joy of this community enduring for as long as it has. Is that with every season, with every day, you guys are finding out better ways to do things, different ways to do things,
yes.
And you guys appear to have the capacity to try new shit, which is super important because
that's
otherwise,
our thing, man.
Otherwise you just get stagnant.
I'll leave with this, okay? One of the reasons that this season was so hard to break was because it was a regression for us. We always want to do something we've never done. We always want to do something that's challenging and different, and scary and new. 12 was horrifying to us. We did things in 12 that we had never done, that we were certain people would hate. They didn't. They loved it. And we did stuff like that in 11. We did it in 10. But we want to do new things. Recontextualize the game. Rebuild it. Make it different. Put it in a different era. Do a different thing. That's why doing Viking seasons now, we have to have the best idea we've ever had.
Yeah,
because we've done so many different Viking seasons. That was why 12, we came up with so many different things for it, so many different hats for it to wear. But that was another reason this season was so difficult, was because it was like, let's not do new. Let's not do different. Let's not do strange. Let's not do exciting. Let's do normal. And so it was really tricky to work around that edict, but I think we pulled it off as best we could. But we're ready right now to do the craziest shit you've ever experienced in your life, and if we can do the 14 that we really want to do, it's gonna blow your fucking balls off, man. It is going to be so different and so new. It's going to be a one-of-a-kind experience.
Okay. So what you're telling me is Cyberpunk Season 14?
I wish. My great dream... Someday we'll get there.
I'd love to do... So the thing about Season 13 is I love cosmic horror, sci-fi, weird fiction, all that sort of shit. And
So do I.
that was, man, we're gonna get along well. It's why, like, Stranger Things, I'm a big fan of that because that has literally every trope that I like. It has science fiction, science fantasy, weird fiction, cosmic horror, all that shit. I love it. And season 13 really felt like it had all of that.
Yeah, it did.
Interesting. And that's to say nothing of the meta narrative that's been running through all the seasons since 9, which I know Andy knows about. And someday you're gonna get to have an own mini season, and that shit's all gonna come together. Everything we've done for the last 3 years. It's gonna be so.
I think Andy is about to have an aneurysm in the chat.
Yeah.
I know if you were here for mini season 3, you got a little taste of it. But man, we've got some ideas for this overarching story that's been in the background for all these years.
Someone's saying Fisher. I've seen Fisher mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's about.
All right. Yeah. I've heard whispers about that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So the last question that I always asked people when I did interviews, I always ended with this is, and people heard me saying it in character during this season because that's the kind of character Shaw was. What is something that you wish people asked you but no one ever does?
I don't think I can answer that question.
And maybe that's the point of it. Gets you to start thinking about that sort of thing.
I can answer it, but I don't think I can.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna leave that one. I'm gonna leave that one where it is. You know what? No, ask me later. I'll come up with something.
Oh, all right. Find out. I see. Got it.
Find out in character. Man,
I could literally talk about this community for the rest of my life. I fucking love this place.
I mean, we could make this a regular thing. I don't care. I like doing this sort of stuff. I'm sure
you're a good interviewer.
I'm sure. Thanks. I'm sure the community would kind of like to hear. Personally,
I used to do town halls a lot. We used to do town halls a bunch.
Okay, because personally, I love the internet loves the negatives, but I love hearing about what went right, what went wrong, and what did you learn from that.
Many things.
Oh yes, especially since you've been running since 2021, man. Like there's tons of shit that you guys have probably never had the chance to explore.
The main thing is, I just hope that your character does stuff. That's what we hope every season. Your character does stuff. What can I do to make the season better?
Be mad about things. That's a question I wish people would ask me. What can I do to make the world more interesting? Have your character be mad about stuff, and have your character have limits that they won't cross.
Drama, tension, resolution.
Yes. Be mad about stuff. If somebody's walking around with scales, if you see Vile out there, you should beat the fuck out of Vile whenever you see him. You should hate him. You should hate his guts. You should tell Vile that he must perish and that you will not support his endorsement of genocidal freak monsters. That you should be mad about things in game. And being friends with everyone makes the game worse. That's what I would say. What would you ask me? How can I make VRP better? Get fucking mad sometimes and start a fight for no reason. That will help.
There you go. There it is. Straight from some bug man's mouth.
There you go.
He's made of spiders.
It's a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. This is really cool.
No problem.
You too. See you later. All right. We're going to take a brief little break. And then Andy is a girl ready to be talked about in 5 or so minutes. Are you still here? Fought a war over ducks. Look, everyone fought. We did fight a war over ducks. Hell yeah. All right. I'll see you in about 5-ish minutes. Andy, I'll give you a call and we'll chat about what was going on with a girl. Stand by. All right, who's not dead? Sound off. We're back. What happened? What did I miss? No one's dead? Ollie got stabbed on Vile's behalf? That did happen. Alright. I'm alive? Not yet? Okay, well. I'm absolutely gonna talk to Sai, because I want to talk about the sculptor. That is gonna happen. So, let's pull that down a little bit. Drag that up a little bit. Alright, are we ready? Where are you? Where are you? There you are. I'm just gonna hit the button. I'm just gonna press this button and see what happens. Did it work? Greetings.
Yo.
Oh my god, it's a girl.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good.
Welcome to...
I'm watching the Batman Lego movie right now.
that sounds like a useful... What is going on in this? Look, chat, you gotta relax, man. You've got... Nightbot is gonna murder all of you.
Good.
Silas just got muted. That sounds like Silas behavior.
Good.
So let's talk about Dilara, a girl. Who the hell are you? Who the hell was she? And how did you get in here?
She was a psychopath whose brother got murdered, and then she took it out on Aberrant. And then if you didn't like her, then you would pay for it.
Okay. Because one of the things that I saw crop up often was as soon as a guy took interest in her, she was like, I'm going to make you wish you were never born.
Well, yeah. Because the best way I can describe her is like she's a praying man, or was a praying mantis.
Okay, yeah.
I'm such a fucking nerd. Yeah, but Silas dated her, and then she decapitated him, and then Indus asked her out on a date, and then she crippled him.
I heard she carved something in his chest, right?
Yeah, she carved her fake name.
Which was Madeline?
Yeah, Madeline.
Yeah, that's where I first came across her, was that first Bachelorette event. How recently before that did your character appear in the world?
I don't exactly remember when I applied, but it was, I think, a week into the planes, maybe.
Oh,
like just,
I see. Okay.
As the tensions were rising between Navy and Weisenbach, coincidentally, I joined.
Got it. Okay. Because I was curious about the character. I'd never met you. I'd never spoken to you before. I've heard many positive things spoken about you. What is your history with VRP? Because you're a bit of a veteran here now.
So I joined in season 7, and it was my first experience with both Valheim and roleplay. And I was terrified. And then season 8 happened, and then it didn't. And then season 9 happened, and season 9 was like my true first season because I got to like experience VRP as a whole. Because in season 7, I was part of a group that people didn't like
Okay.
at all.
What group was that?
Yeah, I played Jumbo.
Jumbo.
You know Transylvania?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, them. And then season 10 was like the season where it all happened, like where my spark for PvP kind of appeared, where I played my first character that I was satisfied with, because all my previous characters were like, stock characters. When you play a random game, you choose the human knight warrior. That's basically it.
Oh, sure.
But
Okay.
my season 10 character had some like different things. He had flaws and qualities. Like he was coincidentally also a psychopath, but he didn't lie. Things
Okay.
like this. And then season 8, I played Onar. Not sure if you heard of him.
I don't think so,
And
no.
then I didn't actually play season 11. Season 12, I played Valgrad,
Okay.
a bar, and that was like my first sort of villain.
Okay, because
Because he wasn't like...
Bar with the big
Bar.
PvP folks.
Yeah.
Raiding and raging and making bad things happen to good people.
To farmers.
The farmers. They farm people.
So basically, our entire shtick was like food is such a good resource. If you make it good, and nobody did it good, so we just burned their farms down.
Wow. Okay.
Because
Eventually.
that's what we told people. We just didn't like competition. But we like beat up a lot of people. But I think if people just bought from us, we would leave them alone.
I see. Okay.
Like-
It could have all been solved, folks.
It could have, maybe. We'll never know. And then season 13, I played Momo, which was a homeless genie sort of character.
Momo. I heard that name during season, but I never met them. I don't think I did.
Have you ever saw Barrel by Meridia?
I don't think so.
Well, he lived in a barrel, and then he died, and then I took a break, and a girl joined. And everything after that is history.
How did you know that you were going to be essentially an antagonist when you were going to play a girl, or did that come after you'd made her?
If you ask me honestly, I came in with the intent to fight. Because Momo was my attempt on, okay, I'm not going to PvP. And then I didn't play at all. And then I played my new character and played a lot. But give me a moment.
Sure. So we've got living in a barrel. I never met that sort of character. Mayor of Meridia. Look, man, Meridia seems like it was such a fun time. Why didn't I go there? I see Indus died with the name still carved in his chest. Some things are forever, right? So I have modified Nightbot a little to try and make it a little more lenient on folks. But one of the reasons that I had it so extreme was because whenever I did stream, bots would come in. The clankers Clankers would come in, and fortunately Nightbot is pretty well built, as well as Wisebot is pretty good at getting rid of them.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. All right. So you came in wanting to get in a fight. Did
Yes.
the backstory of brother was killed in Gildemir, presumably? How soon after you joined did that come about? Was it after Madeline was doing the things that she was doing?
So, not really. Her whole brother came into picture kind of by the end of the season, because she didn't, for like the major of me playing her, she did not open up to people. And then she did open up and talk about her brother. And I felt like there wasn't much incentive to start fights by the end of the season, because we're all trying to focus on Gilmere, you know?
Right.
So if any like bad word was said against her brother, she would kill you.
Right.
Like Silas told her, fuck your brother, and she cut his head off.
Oh yeah, watch
Like,
your
it was
mouth.
that bad.
Yeah.
And side bit or whatever the phrase is, that was all on a whim. Silas's death, because we
Okay.
were like talking and arguing, me and Silas, against other people at Roland shop, and then we went away and faked his death.
Oh.
And then we hit him up. I hit him up in DMs, talking to him about it, and asked him, "Hey man, do you want to CK?" And he said, "Okay, Lamau, sure." And then he died.
I didn't know about the fake.
If you asked me 5 minutes earlier, I did not know he would die. Neither did he.
Interesting. But it was when he badmouthed Dalara's brother that sealed the deal. Right.
Like, yeah. The second he said that, head off.
Yeah. And then didn't you like toss his head into the water or something?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was a cool scene. I'm glad. I can't remember who recorded it, but someone recorded it, and I'm really glad that they did, because it was very cool to see. Especially poor Ollie being like, "Look, you said that you didn't want treatment. Thus, I am absolved of any wrongdoing."
Well, Silas was a nut job. I love him, but
Very true. Very much an odd job. What other interactions did you have with, for example, you said that she opened up to someone about her brother. Who was that, or who were those people?
so she opened up the most to Elisa,
Okay.
because if you recall Elisa being kidnapped sometime after the Bachelorette,
Was that by
that was a
Weissenbach?
whole come again?
Was that by Weissenbach? I can't remember who kidnapped her.
I did by Morris Farm.
Ah, you did it. Right.
Yeah. So, have you watched Game of Thrones?
I've watched, God, how many seasons did I watch? I think I watched the first 3.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you got there yet, but a girl was trying to turn Elisa into her, like, not necessarily servant, but help me with this, help me with that. Not much of a gopher, but a general, like, hey, I need you, come here.
Right.
And
I
to do
see.
that, she told her, like, hey, I can teach you how to, like, escape the pain that you're feeling, blah, 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 and essentially tried turning Elisa into a girl.
Oh, right. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Tywin and at Castle Rock. And the, God, what, the faceless guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was basically it. The faceless guy turning
Arya?
What was her? Yeah, Arya into a girl with no name. Like nobody is
Ah.
essentially girl. Yeah, that
That's
was kind
what
of the whole shtick.
I see. That's cool. I never caught on to that.
Yeah.
And so you started opening up. You get the idea. It's interchangeable, as far as I'm concerned. Started opening up to Elisa. What was Elisa's reaction to that?
She felt, fuck, I don't remember. Such a long time. It was like 2 months.
It was. Jesus, it does feel like a long, long time ago.
She like, fuck, what's the word? I'm so Romanian.
I'm so Romanian. That's one way to put it. Was she receptive? Did she accept that and go, "Oh, I understand now"?
She empathized with a girl because they both sort of knew the pain, you know,
I see.
and that made Elisa fall even more into like, I should help her. I should become a girl, you know.
Did that continue, or did Elisa stop going along that path?
She stopped.
Okay. Do you know what the reason was behind that, or did it just kind of not vibe between you and the player?
It did vibe between me and her because I think we played a lot of seasons together. I think at this point 3.
Mm-hmm.
But it was more so me killing Silas, and then after Rhaegar dying, Eliza promised Megan that she would protect Megan and Silas, and you know what happened. And,
Right, I see. It didn't really go that well for them.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I'm in the dark about. Rhaegar died, Megan died. That seems to happen overnight for me. Where I logged on the next day and I heard, oh, they're both dead now. And I missed all of that. How did that come about?
So, after I killed Silas, I got jailed. And Megan and Eliza wanted to kill girl.
Mm-hmm.
So they like told her, "Hey, let's fight a death match," and girl was like, "Okay." And then we fought for like 50 minutes.
Oof.
And yeah, I just yielded because it was just a
Stalemate?
goose chase. Not necessarily a stalemate. If it went longer, they would have won. But she kept shooting me with the arrows, and I couldn't hit her back because Megan was like knocking me with the mace. And then every time I got low, I would like run away and regen. So I just yielded, and I DM'd Raven saying, "Hey, if you want to kill her, kill her. If you want to make her like your slave, do it." And then we went in a 20-minute back and forth saying, "It's your character, you decide. Well, you won the fight, you decide." And we just kept like this for like 20 minutes.
Oh, geez.
And eventually, it ended up me being her servant and making an oath that I would help her and whatever. And then I broke that oath because I made another oath to in this what was bronze, in this bronze and roll, and then they told me that they would kill me because I broke my oath, and then I told them that Lysa forced me, and I lied through my teeth, and they killed her and Megan in a death match.
Sai is saying once the oath was made, Indus was like, Elisa has to die right now. How soon after this was Elisa killed?
It was the same day.
Same day. Dang. Wow. It really happened immediately.
Yeah. All of it happened in the same day. I think both events were like 4 hours apart, maybe.
A girl works fast.
This time she didn't work fast. She just lied a lot.
Mm-hmm. Good lesson for a lot of players in role playing. Remember that other characters can just lie to you.
Yep,
They can just straight up lie. There's nothing stopping them.
exactly. And I encourage people to lie.
Yeah, it makes for super interesting things. That's one of the things that I'm going to get into with it. One of the players that I want to talk to, probably in a part 2 of this, about deception in roleplaying and how much fun it can be. Were there parts of a girl's story that you wanted to explore but didn't get the chance, or didn't have the time, or just didn't really feel like you had to after a while?
Mm, I wouldn't say so, because I didn't plan for her to be an in-depth character,
Okay,
because she was made like almost on the brink of the end of the season.
very true. I think maybe
So
a month before end of season.
yeah, sort of like that. So she was made to like hop in, cause problem, fight, either die or don't. Like that's the entire thing.
You definitely shook things up. I heard many, many times.
A new follower.
Just about every time I logged in, a girl has done this, a girl has done that, and I'm like, Jesus, they are rocking it right now. It seemed like every day you had committed some act that had definitely shaken up the entire map.
So uh, this is one gripe I had with the season.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I didn't feel like much was going on, like at all. Uh, yeah, you could do your own stuff, but in the end, you just waited for events to happen.
Right.
And I wanted to keep that tension up. Um, so like instead of just beating Indus because he asked me on a date, I would torture him. So the people who liked him would try to like get back for him or dislike me or uh, just over exaggerate everything I do, like
Mm.
stabbing you in the chest because you stepped on my toe, sort of thing.
Right, yeah, an over-pronounced reaction to every kind of action.
Exactly, because that gets shit stirred up.
That's the sort of
Like
thing
you
that
go,
that's what Morgan talked
mm,
about, is that players gotta do stuff. Get mad about stuff, shake things up.
yeah, just brother, exaggerate everything you do.
Hey,
Think of what you want to do to that person and do threefold that,
yeah,
maybe tenfold if you want.
has this season where you talk about how nothing seems to be really happening, has that been true for previous seasons to the same degree, a lesser degree, or a greater degree?
Mm, good question. Uh, Season 12, I felt like there was always something going on,
Mm-hmm.
especially that uh, the bars were a thing, so you could like focus on the lore. And if you didn't want to focus on the lore, you'd immediately be pitted into something where you would have to act because it was the mute between the mute against the Visclanders,
Oh,
and
yes.
the other tribes had to participate because say one side would have won, uh, like I don't know how to put this. Every tribe needed to be involved, and if
Mm-hmm.
every tribe needed to be involved, something would always happen.
Right, okay. Whereas,
And mm,
go ahead.
uh, and because the bar would like constantly raid specifically farms, there would be this struggle where we need to do something against these guys. It's not like they're just coming to fight us for fun. No, they're depriving us of food. Like this is
Mm-hmm.
bad.
How many raid tickets
Season 11.
did you say you opened in season 12?
How many what?
How many raid tickets do you reckon you opened in season 12?
No, I didn't handle tickets. I just
Okay.
went there to fight.
Ah,
Grognak, who played Juan this season, did most of the behind the scenes stuff.
I see.
But I helped coordinate the mood war a little bit.
Very nice.
And the other seasons were such a long time ago, I can't recall.
What were some of the things that you did as a girl that were like the highs and lows, the things that you felt went according to plan, things that didn't go the way that you expected them to?
So, for most of my actions that would affect the season as a whole, most of them were either asked for or made on the spot. Like, not necessarily, hey, in 1 week, let's do this. The highest of highs, I'd say, would be just maybe finding that stupid fucking sword after 13 hours.
Oh,
I
the
worked for
Mistwalker
Echo
sword.
Sword for 13 hours straight, man.
Good God. Where did you end up finding it?
In the most stupid of ways possible, after putting Vile through tremendous mental torture to go with me on the trip. You know where Timbrasa was? And they
Yes.
had like a thistle pond?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was at the bottom of that
No
on
way.
a barrel. Yeah. And it was a level 1 Mistwalker. That's it. I had a level 2 at that time.
But since it was Echo's blade, it had to count for something.
Yeah, I got an Ashland sword 1 day earlier.
Oh, okay.
And then after we did that bit, I logged off, and when I logged back in, the recipes were opened.
Ah, I see.
So it was basically this fucking 20-minute interaction that I got, putting a sword into an obliterator and then getting another sword.
Oh, okay. I wonder if
It
that's
was cool.
I wonder if that's one of those things
Mm.
that Morgan was talking about, that they wish they had more time to do that and maybe shaved off some other story to make the recovery of the blade more, I don't know, more impactful maybe.
So, my 2 reasons why I looked for the sword is because I'm a degenerate, and secondly, at the time we didn't really know ways to harm aberrants. Like, whatever we did, we could 20v1 one of Echo's employees and maybe give him a nosebleed.
Right, okay.
So I looked for that sword thinking, hey, this is like Echo's blade, and Echo's quite powerful. Maybe it can harm him. And then I find it, and then nothing happens for 2 weeks, and then something happens, and then the season ends. It wasn't exactly how I thought it would go, but maybe there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that I didn't know, so I don't really want to complain while I don't know the full picture.
I get it, yeah. I remember at Roland and Indus's place, when the employees showed up, you emote cut one of them, and they summoned a bunch of the Ashland's green skeletons.
So I think that happened when they came looking for bones,
Yes.
and then we fought, and then we got knocked down. So I went up to one of them and asked him, "Hey man, can you give me your hand to see if this weapon can hurt them?"
Mm-hmm.
And I caught his palm and he bled.
Yeah, I remember that was the first time that I ever saw your character. That was the first time I'd ever. Well, I mean, we didn't exactly interact. The first thing that Shaw was asking people was, why are we letting her just go around and do the things that she's doing?
Well, she was a wild card.
Oh, yeah.
So a whole lot of, hey, please don't do this, she didn't really like. If she is, fun fact, based on my girlfriend, like it's her name, Dilara is my girlfriend's name,
Mm-hmm.
and I made this character, one, because my girlfriend likes to beat people up, and that's mostly a joke. And secondly, because if you tell her something like to do, let's say, hey, cut it out, or hey, give me that, she will do the complete opposite. And even if she wants to do something and you tell her to do something, she is not going to do it anymore just because you told her to do it. So essentially, with girl, if you told her, hey, can you not stab this guy, she would stab this guy.
So, well, because you said that.
Yeah. How did you like the season, by the way?
I quite liked
Was
it.
this your first?
It was my technically it was my first full season. I came in at the end of season 12. I say at the end, there was still I think a month to go, where it was right before Ashlands opened, where it was that little pre-Ashlands bit. We would go to the islands, and there were the pillars. The first interaction I ever had was in the Amberhelm. I showed up, and I met Gunnar, who's Edric this season. I met a bunch of other people, and they said, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you. We're going on an adventure." And my character is freaking out because the last thing that they saw was the Valley of the Jarls burning, and now they're in a really nice, happy place in Amberhelm. And they're like, "Hey, we're going to go to this island now. Here's some armor. Here's a weapon." And we dove into that, and I had some really cool interactions. This season was, just because of time zones and time and life and all that stuff, it just didn't line up with me being able to have a lot of interaction. The biggest mistake I made, this is the lesson that I've taken from this season, abandoned things that are abandoned. I should have quit the Road Wardens after about a month. The first month of the Road Wardens was really solid. We had bridge building, we had roads being built, we had like a good name, we had a bunch of people. But after about a month, it basically fizzled out because people got busy. Life things happened to our guildmaster that he wasn't able to join for the rest of the season, as well as lots of other factors. But I was still like, this is a really cool idea, guys. I really want this to work, and I just held on to it for far too long. I should have given up on it after about. As soon as I was making posts in the guild chat that weren't getting answered, I should have ditched it and gone somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
But it happens, and you live and learn, and that means that season 14 I'm going to be a little bit better equipped. And that's basically the case with everything. Have you got any kind of style of character that you gravitate towards, or do you make whatever comes to you in the moment?
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I played the same character for 4 seasons now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you had a character in the moot, you had the bar rather, you had a girl, and then
yeah, so season 10, I was this narcissist psychopath that liked beating people up. And then season 12, I played a Russian guy that was maybe a psychopath and liked beating people up. And now I kind of changed it up a bit. I played a girl that's a psychopath that likes beating people up.
Well, that's totally different.
It's so different, man.
But it's fun to have like a type, especially if you enjoy it. Because if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. You like what you like.
Yeah, I'm a big PvP nerd. I don't think there's one person in the server that doesn't know I'm the PvP virgin. Anything that lets me PvP and not care about morals, I'm into. Because if I like play a, let's say, a paladin, yeah, and I'm restricted from beating people up because I'm supposed to like serve a noble cause, I'm not gonna do that. I want to like start the story, not. I want to be like the person that gives people reasons to band up.
Right. You want stuff to happen, and you want people to take action.
Yeah. Yeah, I want people to react.
Uh-huh, okay. You'd be a really good game master for
But
TTRPGs.
I've been trying to be. I want to be an admin so bad. I don't even want to like. I don't even have to do the like important characters, brother. Just throw me in a dungeon and let me fucking fight you. That's it. That's all I want.
I mean, I don't know. Withers is still in the chat. Maybe they've got you on a list. I don't know if it's a good list, but you're probably on some list.
Morgan, if you are seeing this and you're supposed to be a dungeon boss next season and you just don't want to do it, we'll do something. Let's just hit me up. Nobody will know.
There you go. Yeah. Nobody needs to know.
No one's gonna know.
What's for yourself earlier in the season? Would you tell yourself anything in particular, or would you probably stick to how you usually play?
I would stick how I usually play.
Yeah.
Because I try to play someone that's not a PvPer, and I didn't play Momo as much in the 3 months that I had that character alive than I did a girl in 3 days.
Interesting. Okay.
I think in 3 days I played for like 40 to 50 hours maybe.
Whew.
And with Momo, I think I hit like 15 overall. Maybe.
Wow. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, you tried. Had you tried to go away from your own type before, or was this the first time that you tried something new?
It was the first time I tried something new in a long time.
Okay.
Because before season 10, I didn't play PvP goblins. Season 9, I just played like a dumbass that could fight, but he wasn't the best at it. And I liked that for a time, but back then I didn't really know what I like. And then season 10 made it clear, like, hey, I just want to do this. Like, if I'm needed to, I can do other stuff, but I have to be able to PvP.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Like, if I cannot, yeah, that's where I find fun in VRP.
That has to be part of the deal.
Yep.
Okay. Well, here's a question then, because we've got a few PvPers that have that kind of a label that are like, yeah, I like PvP, I like fighting other players in the Valheim combat. For people who don't like PvP, for whatever reason, do you have anything that you'd say to them to maybe kind of get them interested in jumping in and giving it a shot?
Just try it out.
I've
seen a lot of people that, like in previous seasons, didn't PvP and recently tried PvP, and it got them hooked. Like, it's something that, despite how shitty this game is, it can be fun to like PvP. And I think what gets people to like PvP is that seeing you land a stab. Like, landing a stab or hit is very satisfying. At least to me.
Yeah.
And that satisfaction, like, yeah, I stabbed the fuck out of you. Yeah, I think that's what gets, and like landing a parry stab is satisfying, and then it's also the like tensions when it's VRP, like, hey, I'm fighting you because you beat up somebody else, and I'm fighting for my town's honor. Blah blah. The tensions, it's just fun.
And we've got comments here about don't be afraid of losing. Losing is fun. It's okay to get cut and lose.
Losing drives story.
Yes, it does.
Because if I beat you up right now in VRP, you're gonna hate me, and because you hate me, you'll have something to get you to keep playing. Like, man, I want to see this guy fucking lose so bad. I'm gonna try my best to get him to lose.
Because then you'll start interacting with
Because-
other people to try and band together with them to make you lose.
Yeah, like you would go to some person that you like maybe know what a character does into PvP, and you would go to them in character like, hey, of course, not doing any meta, but some of my in character friends told me you can handle yourself in fights. Can you help me take this guy down?
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interaction with someone you didn't think you'd interact with.
Yeah, it can push you to new RP that you wouldn't have otherwise.
The amount of people in season 12 that RP'd with each other just because they hated the bar is a lot.
And instead
Like-
of talking to the bar and going and approaching them and seeing how you can work something out.
Yeah, even
Mm.
if something could have been worked out, nobody wanted to see us win. Everybody wanted, in character, of course, to see us like lose. I think at one point our castle got raided by the entire server.
Dang.
Like all 3 tribes and some of, some of our own people maybe came to our castle to beat us up.
Did they win?
I think I was asleep.
Oh, dang. So they did
Probably
win.
not, but maybe.
Yeah, a lot
But
of
I think-
PvP chatter now. A bunch of people jumping in saying, "Yep, it can be fun." PvP isn't about, especially in RP. PvP RP is also a thing. You can get into a fight and then lose, and that drives your story. Yeah.
And this is a commonly talked, not habit, but topic. How can I antagonize someone without fighting them? Because a lot of people just don't have the time to get good or cannot just mechanically get good, and that's fine. So it bars a lot of like opportunities. Like I cannot just do anything about this guy because he's just out of character better than me. So for anyone who like wants to antagonize without PvP, you can hire goons.
Mm-hmm.
You can just, hey man, I'm gonna pay you to beat this person up. You can silver tongue your way into people not liking that person and more people hating that person. So more people go against that person. But the best way I can answer my own question is just hire people. There's always someone that'll take gold to kill someone
I like that
in
idea.
therapy. Always.
Take that into season 14, everyone. If you're having a problem with a character where the player is good at PvP, go find someone else who's good at PvP and hire them.
You could also just like say it's this try hard person that never loses. No PvPer will win a 1v5 against people who are like a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
Valheim is just not built to sustain like 1v5s because of the stamina system. Because you're always gonna get hit, so you need to dodge. And you'll run out of stamina and then you'll get hit, no matter how good you are.
Mm-hmm.
You can like win a 1v3 or 1v4, but if it's like a 1v5 on even ground, same armor, same food, same weapons, no way anybody's winning a 1v5.
Yeah, I really like that this sparked a bunch of commentary about PvP, whether you like it or not. There are ways around it. I reckon I like the idea of talk to the character who's like raiding you or whatever, and be like, look, how can we sort something out? All right, there is a way out. There's always a way out, and maybe it's a fight, maybe it's getting even.
I think it's the responsibility of an Nantak to offer leeway for those who cannot out of character best them at combat.
Very true.
because if you don't offer leeway and you're just fighting in character because you like fighting, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like this season, if you didn't bother a girl, she wouldn't go after you. If you were an aberrant and you like made an effort to show her that you're against Lahel, she would leave you alone.
I see. Okay. And there's
She
the
wouldn't.
option of either I kill you, or look, I beat you down. You have to do what I say for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, like not every like result of an important fight has to end in death.
Yeah.
Slavery is more fun than death in character,
Mm-hmm.
because in slavery you get RP out of it. You're not just okay dead. You go make another character.
Yeah, and you can do things like plan an uprising.
Exactly.
What better way
Or
to
just hope.
get one
Go
over
ahead.
one PvPer than to rally the entire server against them?
Exactly. Do it. It's fun. And seeing a bad guy like fail and lose, like imagine this notorious PvPer in character and our character lose a fight. Like that's satisfying.
Yes.
I'm thinking that would be satisfying. Like fuck you, you're not God. You can die.
Is that Maria? Cheeger? I think so. Says playing an antag is an option for them because they're not good at PvP. I would argue that you don't have to be good at PvP to be an antag.
Yeah.
One of the players that I'm going to chat to can tell you all about how to do that. Can poke the bear without a weapon. Yep. Be a spy master. Be like someone who manipulates other people, who lies to them, and manipulates folks into doing what you want. Eventually, it's probably going to come crashing down. Keep that in mind. If you're playing an antagonist, be prepared for people to come after you.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't plan on losing, don't play an antag.
Yes. Yeah. Very, very good advice. What?
I would say that this whole spy thing, and like being the one in the shadows manipulating everyone, seems to fail a lot of times
I think.
because of meta.
Yeah, I was about to say, why do you think that is? Like, do you think people metagame, or do you think the person being that kind of character gets too excited out of character and shares too much, and then that leads to metagaming?
I think there's a lot of people using their out character mind when they should use their in character mind. Like if I'm talking to someone who's trying to manipulate me, our character, no, of course, this dude is definitely trying to manipulate me. But my character most times wouldn't know that, so he would fall for a trap.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the things that bugs me, is people using modern morality in their characters,
Yeah.
or using their 2020 now 6 mindset in their 1400 year character,
I
like
see.
in the medieval era. Because maybe I'm biased towards this because kill, death, murder is my motto when I play a character.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if I kill a character that you like, you shouldn't find a way to forgive my character.
Right.
Or see, this is why I appreciate Raven, because I killed Silas and then she came to CK me instantly despite her character liking mine.
Okay.
Like, I did this. You are gonna face consequence. It's not this. So you did it because of this. And I'm an empath, so I can understand. why you did this. So, you know what? I forgive you. Things like this piss me the fuck off. I think there should be a lot more violence in uh what are very violent eras that we're playing,
Right.
especially if it's Viking seasons. I don't think there should be as much kindness as there is violence
Mm,
in Viking seasons, but maybe I'm very biased because this is the roleplay I like.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, like there should be more. Would you be happier if there were more revenge plots?
Yes,
Hmm.
and I don't think Antac should have a redemption arc unless it's really good.
Ah, okay.
Because if I say I kill Shaw
Hmm.
and then I kill Shaw's friend,
Mm-hmm.
and then I tell everyone that, oh, I have these demons that plague my mind. They're making me want to kill people, and then I make a whole ritual with my friends to get rid of those demons. And hey, I'm this regular person now. I'm sorry that I killed your friends. Like, brother, fuck that. You know.
And do you see it as sort of an easy way out to play the either supernatural or mental health angle to say, "Oh, I was going crazy. Something was affecting me."
Hmm.
Do you see it like
You
it's
mean
like
this as in a way to like play a character that did bad things
at,
because of their mental sickness and then after that to not die?
yeah, to get out of it?
I think this is difficult to achieve and needs to do some feats that are hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Say girl was schizophrenic, killed Shaw, and then she was put on trial and her sentence was we're not gonna execute you, but you go up to Pyre and you try to kill her. You either get killed by her or you survive. And then you coordinate out a character with Pyre saying this, and you escape within an inch of your life. And then the people say, okay, we're gonna spare you this time, but you're on very close supervision and you must serve us. And one mistake equals death. Like, I think this could work.
Yeah, I liked one of the things that I'll say because we're going to chat to Roland um, after uh, after Buchan, where as soon as it was found out that Indus was definitely the murderer, Roland was like, okay, well, here's handcuffs, you're coming with me, and executed him immediately. That was really cool. I really liked how very decisive that was.
Well, yeah, the dude killed 9 people.
Yeah.
You'd be dumb to forgive him.
Yep, because I think a couple of people, because at first it was like, all right, we are gonna try and genuinely figure out is it actually him or not. That was the question. It wasn't how to what extent did he do it. It was it actually him? And then as soon as it was found out, he grabs him, drags him out of the prison, and I think Bron said something like, are you going to execute him?" And Roland was like, "Damn right I am." He was just like, "Yep, absolutely I am."
That's good. People in history have been killed for less, a
Yep.
lot less.
Yeah.
You'd have been killed if you said something bad about the king.
Yes, true.
I think that's what people need to realize. Because the consequences that are served for in-character actions are light. Torture, death, and slavery are rare cases.
Mm-hmm.
And people got accommodated to this. I can say whatever I want, and if someone attacks me for it, they're the bad guy. But
Right.
if I serve a king and you talk shit about that king, I'm gonna beat you. I'm not gonna allow disrespect to my liege.
Yeah.
But after I do this, said person is gonna like come back to their town and say, "This kingdom is a dictatorship. They attack anyone on sight." Like things like this, if it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it would definitely make for more interesting things. I mean, you know, we're going to see how season 14 turns out. Yeah, Bacon says it's hard. They struggle with being bad or mean to people. I get that. Yeah, like if out of character, you're a really nice person. Maybe antagging isn't for you. But you can still interact with that sort of stuff with others. Maybe you can advocate for someone, either for them to be killed or not to be killed. You're not the one who does the attacking, you're not the one who is putting them on trial, but you can be part of the mob who's like, justice! We want justice!
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, get involved in the kind of not negative, but the more extreme sides of RP, especially when someone has done something like Indus has killed 11 people. I think he said 11. Yeah, get involved in that stuff. Don't turn away from it. Face it and think, how would my character respond to this? I think it was the first time anyone ever heard Shaw speak more than 2 sentences in public. is when Indus got found out and Shaw stepped forward and started talking to him.
Putting this topic of antagging aside, I wanna like dive into a topic that I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
How familiar are you with the grand narrative of VRP?
Not at all. When Morgan talked about like the mini seasons, I haven't been part of any. I don't know what he was referring to, but a bunch of people got really excited really quickly.
So, let me TLDR this. Because if I'm allowed to talk about the multiverse, I'm not gonna shut up.
Okay.
So what mini season 3 was, it was basically you're allowed to play characters from other seasons.
Okay.
So people got their characters from season 6, season 12, season like 10. Could be a character that they plan to play in the future, this type of thing. And the thing was, you are all in this dream world created by Nightmare, which was a combination of the season 10 Big Bad and the season 11 Big Bad.
Okay.
And there were admin characters from other seasons, like Shark from season 8, Fagras from season 10. It was all just like Infinity War. And basically, how the grand narrative stands out right now is it's a fight between Lucerna and the Fisher. The Fisher indirectly caused the end of the season 9 realm, and Lucerna wants to kill him for it. And it's this two forces of nature going to other seasons and trying to get allies to face each other.
Right.
Have you ever seen an item made by the Fisher, like a fishing rod or a fishing hat?
Yes, Osidia had a fishing hat, I believe, that said that it was made by the Fisher. And she, out of character, Dreamy told me a little bit about how this is this recurring character that shows up each season.
Yes. Basically, Lucerna and Fisher have the power to traverse realms, like seasons in this case. Have you heard of like this blue masked man in this season?
No.
Okay, so for a brief while, Lucerna showed up with an admin character from another season, from season 12. It's this, as I said, one side against the other, and the admins are putting in small clues to hint at what's happening. But as far as I understand, a grand narrative season won't happen for a while because of reasons I'd rather disclose in private than in public.
Okay.
How would you feel about, say, season 20? Let's say you played 6 more characters, people played 6 more characters. How would you feel about, like, a longer season, maybe 5 to 6 months, and where people can play characters from previous seasons, and there's hints from other seasons, like let's say your base from season 15 or this admin character from season 18, and all of it happens like Endgame, like Avengers Endgame.
Right. And they all start coming together.
Yeah. How would you like feel about this?
I
Would
mean,
you play it? Would you like be what would be your emotions, your feelings, your thoughts on this?
I'd play it. I've got a lot of Marvel fatigue. I've got a lot of fatigue about how many franchises now, everything is always connected. There's always some fan theory, or maybe it's actually part of the piece of media. I really like stuff that has a beginning, middle, and an end. And that's it. That something just exists. However, it is fun. The whole, bring characters back from other seasons, because I really like Shaw. I wish that I'd been able to play him longer. I wish that the season went on for another few months, and I'd be able to play him more, because I really like him. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, that settles my multiverse questions. I am piecing together every small hint that I get. I've got a big theory I can like share in DMs or with people who want to see it, but it's too long to talk about it here.
Mega thread in Discord coming soon.
I'm gonna tell you this. Hopefully, none of the admins are watching.
They are.
Oh fuck! Who is it?
I'm pretty sure Steve is. And I think,
Okay, well, Steve is fine.
Morgan is as well. Yeah, there he is.
Okay. I cannot talk about the multiverse in VRP because it will get deleted. I've made one post about the multiverse season and it got closed immediately with no reasoning.
That's funny.
You might be able to guess which lizard, or which admin closed it.
I don't know. I've got a lizard that mods my chat, so it might have been them. They slither all over the place.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it was them. I'm gonna have to talk with that lizard.
It's my Hungarian lizard friend.
Hungarian.
I've got a friend of mine is also a reptile person, and they are. I made the mod of this chat for shits and giggles some years ago.
Noted. As a Romanian, I'm gonna say hello to that Hungarian person.
Yay! That is a reptile version, something or other in here somewhere. I think they might have gone to bed, or they're doing something else. Romania mentioned Ra. Is Silas Romanian, or does he just really like Romania?
I think he's part Romanian, maybe.
Ah, okay. 7 more seasons confirmed. Oh yeah, definitely confirmed. 100% blood Romanian. That's cool. I got shown a really cool Romanian group by my Hungarian buddy. I can't remember their name, but I'll be able to find it. And they have some really cool songs. One of the songs translates to like, "He stole my bicycle," or something like that. It's a really good song. So So, what are you hoping for future seasons? Is there any particular kind of genre or theme or sort of world that you are keen to play in?
I like historical fantasy.
Yeah.
Like, picture a medieval group fucking with forces they shouldn't.
Yeah, I'd like to see
Like,
more
this
like
was
occult
season
stuff.
10, basically.
Oh, okay.
Like, our world was a real place, and then we got to this magical island. Like, real history combined with magical elements.
I like that.
I fuck with that hard. I'm not opposed to Viking, and to be honest, I don't really like this change they did this season with more modern-ish stuff.
Right, like science
'Cause I
fantasy
think
stuff.
this, yeah, I don't think Valheim is a game for science.
Okay. That makes sense. It's why I'm kind of partial to the Viking stuff, because it's very easy to layer onto the Valheim gameplay, and the names of things, that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
But there's only so much you can do with Viking and the Norse mythology stuff. Eventually, you are going to run out of stuff. But if you're going historical fantasy, man, you just take the real world, pick a place, and you've got a million different things you can do there.
exactly. Like, I don't think it can fail that badly.
Let's
Because a Viking season can fatigue people. Like, oh, I'm Bjorn again.
Yeah.
Odin is here again.
Oh, it's Vikings
But-
again. Oh well. Anyway.
Yeah. Historical fantasy, there's a lot of things you can do, like, oh, there's these gods that don't exist anywhere in the real world. They're made up on the spot for the season. Or there's this void creature that tries to kill us. Or there's a lot of possibilities with historical fantasy, I feel.
Let's do 17th century Australia.
That would fit for Valheim, especially if they bring back the spiders.
Oh yeah, that's what was originally going to be in the Mistlands, wasn't it? I think
Maybe,
it was anyway.
but season 8 we had like a mod that added giant crabs and fucking spiders, even spiders that would crawl from the trees and attack you.
Oh, fuck that. No. Alright, I take it back.
Yeah. Yeah. You want Australia season? Valheim is like light Australia. Sure, you got big ass lizards and dragons, but I don't think it's quite comparable to Australia. They got like fucking tarantulas in the toilets.
Yeah, I'm glad that I live where I do, where I am in Australia, a bit to the right.
Is that the same, like, danger?
Nope.
Is that still the hardcore brutal mode?
Nope, not even close. New Zealand is a lovely, peaceful land where the only thing that we have to worry about is gang members on the street. And even then, they're not armed, so they're harmless. And they're mostly hopped up on meth, so they're kind of just wandering around yelling at clouds.
No, so you got the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, we've got zombies that don't try to bite you.
Oh my god.
We do have a few, bugs and things that are kind of dangerous, like whitetail spiders, things like that. But otherwise, nothing compared to Aussie. And I'm very happy to stay down here in Middle Earth.
See, I don't know how you can spawn into Earth and choose Australia to be your spawn point. I don't think. Like, at this point, you're just a tryhard if you choose to be born in Australia.
I don't know, it sounds like the kind of place that you'd like. You could PvP to your heart's content.
Yeah, I cannot PvP a 40-foot spider.
A 40-foot spider!
He opted into stealth a lot and venom. and I cannot craft the sword IRL. So he
true.
would win that fight.
Mm.
I choose Europe because Europe is like very easy mode. I feel like there's not much going on except Russia.
Yeah.
Uh,
And in your everyday life, you're usually just dealing with like a racist fish and chip shop owner.
yeah.
Anyway.
Coming back to the actual VRP stuff and not difficulty settings for IRL.
Yeah, have you got any other kind of like comments or like tips for? Because we had a few newbie players this season. Obviously, there are some every season, but what would your advice be to newbie players?
Keep playing, hang out in voice chat, and like see what people do. If someone's talking about their style and you like it, take it. Fuck it, just steal them. If you want to play an antag, don't play an antag because you like PvP. Play an antag because you want to drive the story. Have your character have flaws. Always.
Yes.
Don't be perfect. I usually just would recommend taking one flaw and then designing the character around it, and then balancing it. Like my character in season 10, he was a psychopath, but he didn't lie. Or you could play like this egregiously evil guy, but he's doing it for his family. Or you play this unbeatable monster of a person, but he is very sensitive in his ears. So you can like craft, other players can make a device that lets out a high pitched scream, or you can just scream into his ear and then you like maybe stun him. Have flaws, just have flaws.
Yeah. And think about why is your character the way that they are.
Yeah.
Not because you decided. Like an actual in-character reason why they act the way that they act.
Yeah. And for people who are like new to RP in general and don't know what character to play, I would just, how when you pick a character and then you choose the class you want to play for that character, do the opposite. Look for what class you want to play and develop that character around it. You could be like, hey, I want to play a laborer. Okay, I can be a strongman, or I can cut trees. Oh, I can cut trees. I'm a lumbersmith, whatever the fuck the name is. Or you play an alchemist. Oh, I'm a healer. Or actually I could like be a magic person. I'm a cook. I can like make a restaurant or be a cannibal. Or
Yeah.
I'm a weaponsmith. I can like do whatever, If you have no ideas, just base your character on the class you want to play.
Yeah, go from there.
You want to play a merchant, you can be a greedy merchant. You could be a war profiteer. You like be a merchant, you want to make a lot of money. You get people to start wars and then you sell everything to them.
True. Yep. That would be an interesting character to come across, a war profiteer. Someone who has caused a war, and they're like, well, if they want to buy from me, they can. It's their choice.
Yeah, I would ask Morgan about Ben Fishings about that if you want to learn more. He likes merchanting and he likes violence, but he is restricted to doing Primus and whatever the fuck he's doing.
It'd be interesting to see what comes out of season 14 once that all kicks off. But Morgan seems pretty confident that it's gonna blow our friggin' minds, so we'll see.
Yeah, I hope it will be better than this season. This season, I feel like was solid 5 out of 10
Right.
at most
Like, it was very
compared to
classic.
other seasons.
Yeah, I get that.
But after last season was so good that anything that would come after it couldn't like match it.
I see. Well,
But yeah,
we know more now, which is good, and hopefully players will take into account, make stuff happen, get involved in stuff, go take Morgan's advice and get angry. Have your character get angry about something.
yeah, just exaggerate everything. I asked for advice on being an antag, and I'm not sure if it was Morgan. Probably he was, but he just told me to exaggerate everything I do.
Okay. Just go over the top.
You step on my foot, I cut your neck. Just exaggerate everything, and that drives story.
That'll get some reaction out of someone.
Yup. Well, thanks for the interview, man. Happy New Year.
You too. Thanks very much for coming in and chatting away. Until next time, we'll see you probably next season, otherwise in the Discord.
Yup. See ya.
Right, have a good one, man. See ya. That was very cool. I hope that someone somewhere got good value out of that talk about PvP, being an antagonist. I know that there are some I don't know if I'd say extreme, certain commentary about PvP and what people think about it. Realism behind it, how effective it is, how necessary it might be, but it's a part of this, whether we like it or not. Valheim is a game about survival and fighting stuff. It would be very hard to take the PvP out of Valheim without stripping away a pretty core part of the game, especially with VRP. Next on our list, if they are still available, Buchan, Ollie, Olivia Belmont, would you like to come in? Goodness, I'm going to give you a call in a few seconds. Three, two, one. Welcome.
All right, give me a sec. Let me make sure you're not going through the speakers.
You got it. Speaker. Boom.
Okay.
Can we get
There
that
we go.
second?
Oh yeah, there. Now you're not gonna get an echo. You'll like that a lot.
Oh,
better.
good. Fantastic.
There we go.
How you doing?
How am I sounding?
You sound great.
Okay, good. All right, yeah. That's the Scarlet's working perfect.
A+, 5 stars. All right.
Yeah, dude, this has been good. I can't believe it's been 3 hours.
Oh my god. I feel like my brain is about to dribble out of my ears.
I mean, if you need a break and reschedule, like I get it.
It's
You. I can always come back later.
We're getting a hashtag best online wifey from chat. Who is this? Odrin.
I have no idea.
It's obviously someone who probably knows you. Because obviously not everyone's using their...
Oh,
their
wait, is that Russell? That might be Russell.
Who was Russell?
That might be Alia.
Oh, I see. Because we've got a bunch of people in here that I recognize, a few that I don't. I know that Armory was in here earlier, might still be here. Yes, it is. It's Alia. All right, let's dive right in because, as you say, we've been here for 3 hours. Oh my Jesus Christ! So, who are you and how did you get in here?
Into VRP?
Yeah.
Oh, good God. Well, we'll go back to the Stone Age.
Oh boy.
I mean,
Which season? Which season did you start with?
I joined the server at the end of season 3.
Okay, so that would have been
And,
21, 22?
Yeah, they had just gotten towards the end. I was a building moderator on a server called Unova.
Okay.
which it isn't really around anymore. And a couple people from VRP, Ari being one of them, they're just vibing or doing whatever, you play on different servers. And that's when I ran into them and they told me about this great castle and role play. And I'm like, I didn't know you could role play in Valheim. So I joined and they had literally closed apps that day before. And so I had to wait till season 4. And that's how I got here.
Ah, okay. And
Yeah, it's
so,
not that great of a story,
well, I mean, it leads into my next question, which is role playing. How long have you done that for?
So started with Dungeons and Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
My parents are both U.S. Army, U.S. veterans.
Okay.
So my dad did 29 years, mom did 24 years, and they would play with their squadron at our house, and so that's how I got into role playing.
I heard that D&D was like not weirdly popular, but kind of popular among the military because it's something that you can just kind of pick up and play and put down whenever you need to.
And you could tuck it in a bag really easily.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take a lot to be able to do it.
What's the sort of thing that, because I would ask this, I once interviewed an editor who made editor their entire career. Was there any particular thing that made you go, this role-playing thing? Yeah, I'm gonna dedicate a significant part of my life to doing this.
The social aspect.
Yeah.
And most of my friend group was really focused around Dungeons and Dragons and building stuff. That's the closest that I ever felt with my parents, was role playing with them, because they opened up and exposed parts of themselves that you would never get to see otherwise.
Interesting.
And it's just been a constant that I could always come back to. You can explore different elements of yourself, different characters, different stories. I love storytelling. And there's nothing that lets you customize a story more than role play.
It's the most fun you can have with your brain.
Yeah.
Is there a particular kind of character? Because I know you were... The only thing I know about your characters is that you played Peanut last season, which I didn't really interact with much, and Ollie this season. They seem like very different characters. Do you tend to play different characters every season, or do you have kind of like a type that you gravitate towards?
Ooh, man. I try to, is the best answer that I can give. I'm naturally a very nice person, almost to the point of annoyance, and I try not to be. I know it's just the nature of the world that I come from and my background. With working with people with mental disabilities and stuff like that. It's a very upbeat environment that you have to be in. And so I try to make most of my characters be different. The way that I do that is I use a character outline. So I write that down on a Word document, and I kind of, I pick my alignment, I pick my core values, and try to have that be my guide. So I don't default to Mr. Nice Guy that's going to gift you everything and just try to be optimistic all the time. Peanut was a very different character than Ollie. So I feel I've gotten a lot better at playing different characters. But if there is a constant thread, is that I really struggle with going mean. That's very hard for me to do because it's just such a different switch for me.
Yeah, I find it hard to be like evil. Morally grey or kind of dubious is about as good as I can get.
Yeah, if there's a character arc that you see continually, like I know Andy had shared that he had like 4 different characters that were kind of all the same. It's the person that ends up being like the town hero to fight the bad guy.
Right.
Like I've had to fight cannibals so many times, or some type of like, okay, these people are attacking our town. Now we're gonna do a Rocky training arc, and now we're gonna rally the people, and now we're gonna fight. And that was one that I really, going into this with Ollie, I did not want to play a character that was gonna get thrusted into that role again, because I've just done it too many times. It's not fun for me anymore.
And unfortunately, it kind of happened anyway.
Kinda, but Ollie never became the women's soldier. She was always a punching bag.
Right.
Even when she learned how to hold a sword without panicking and dropping it all the time, she was never in full plate except really during that last raid. Was when that kind of came out.
Interesting.
And she was really playing off of Roland and their group. They were leading that charge, so she was a support, right?
Yeah, you had to meet them at their level.
Yep.
So let's talk about season 13. Ollie Belmont, without the veneer of vagaries or facades or anything, who was this character? Where did she begin? Who was she back in Gildemere? What the hell happened to her once she got to the island?
So Ollie was a liar and a thief.
Okay.
That is the bare bones who Ollie was. You know, and she her primary face was with the Church of Persecution, and so she believed that spreading sorrow, spreading mischief, lies, those type of things was the way to achieve your goal.
The Church of Persecution. I think I read something
So-
about that in the server lore somewhere.
Morgan developed that lore, and wasn't really many of us that latched to it, but that was one of the things that I integrated into her lore as best as I could. I don't know if I did a really good job of it, but it was still part of the fabric, right? Just like I said, you try to have time for stuff, and then it doesn't really work out that way.
Right.
You know, so she had come from a family of kind of like con artist medicine people. You know, it's like her in her lore, her dad, her uncle, they were all like, we have a cure for this plague. You know, that happened like 10 years ago or something. I had to make a ticket for it to see if they were fine with that, and they were. And then basically they promised a cure, said, if you give us, 10,000 gold, we'll have a cure. You know, if you give us another 5,000 gold, we'll have a cure. The bodies keep adding up. And so eventually they were a noble house that was overthrown around that time. Ollie's, a young girl, young woman. And so around age 16, age 17, she's educated enough at that age to have knowledge and was helping her dad, but innocent enough looking to not be like, you're the problem too. And then her family was exiled to the slums. And that's where she grew up for the last 16 years or so before the fall. She was spent as a slum girl.
Okay.
And just trying to survive in a world that she was not used to. And she had to learn those lessons of, you lie to survive. You do what you have to do to keep people from coming into your house at night. You do whatever you got to do to just get one more night where you can sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what Ollie at her bare bones of who she was.
Did she ever take a life?
Yes. In her lore, she took a life in Gildemere. So off-camera lives, right? Lives that don't really matter.
Yeah.
But they build her character. And it was after the last one that ended up being like a friend of hers, that she took the oath of, I'm not going to do any harm anymore. That's not a line that I'm going to cross anymore.
Okay.
I'm going to commit myself to anyone who's hurt. I'm going to try to save their life. And she actually had a perma condition. If I reached, it was 10. If there's 10 people that like died on Ollie's watch, like CK'd, then she was gonna take her own life.
Dang.
And that's why every person that died was called a defeat. Because if she got 10 defeats, she was gonna take her own life.
I see. Interesting. Okay. So where did the flip to being a real doctor come from?
So that initially started with everyone arrived, and she was definitely the most educated in terms of medical stuff. Like, she was always going to be a medical doctor in some sense, that had enough education to be able to sell or bullshit her way through stuff. I had in her lore, Unholy was a part of some of this lore development where she lived in a burned up library, and stuff. So she had the educational knowledge, but she was actually not really an actual doctor. So that was all a lie. She never went to the College of Gildemere or stuff like that. She just learned stuff from books and from her dad, and then tried stuff on people. There's a room hidden in the clinic that's full of cadavers. That she tried stuff on.
Dang.
So she really just was like a hands-on person.
Okay.
And she ended up I didn't expect out of all the applications to be one of the few actual like medical like focused people. Like, that's the job, was medical.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just dialed into that a lot more, which helped.
So she was part of this belief system of the Church of Persecution. Did she ever drop that? Or has she carried that on? Okay, when did that happen?
So the Loom was getting a lot of traction, and talking about, not making sure that you share your honey and being a mender. And so she was starting to convert to the faith of the Loom. We got Jax and Goyle. They did a very good job of preparing sermons and messages that really I could not ignore, based off of what was going on, and it fit who Ollie had become, which was a mender. And she ended up not doing that after the last one that a lot of us were at. So she did end up dropping that and switched to believe more of the faith of the loom.
Was it fairly early in the season then? Was it maybe in month 1, month 2?
Mid-season.
Mid-season.
I would say.
Okay.
Yeah. Mid-season, about that time. She never officially pledged to it. It was in that process of okay, I've been to the 2 sermons. I'm reading the book. I've talked with Goyle. I've talked with this other person that's a member of the Loom. Okay, this is making sense. Maybe I should commit my life. It was kind of at that stage. And then Goyle was dead.
Is that around the time that the Healers Guild started in earnest? Because I can't remember when the Healers Guild started. Okay, yeah, it was around that same time.
Yep.
Who were the initial people who joined the guild to get it started?
So the Healers Guild really came up from a lot of a natural roleplay. People like Mora, Edna, Haddon Fox. Let's see, who else was there? God, there's so many. I apologize. I don't remember everyone without the list. But there's about 9 people in total that were approaching Ollie saying, I need to learn how to be a medic. There's situations happening where there just wasn't a lot of people to facilitate the need for all the medical role play. And so I talked with some different folks, some people that were doing research, like Wolfram, Liza would patch people up and just said, would you be interested? And then I did a lot of talking with Kalik. He was a part of some of the initial forming for the contract, because we wanted to. It was the Healers Guild was essentially supposed to be a branch of the Road Wardens.
I see.
And so if you look at both the contracts, they're very similar. And I got his permission to do that. And so then the Healers Guild had a process of interview, right? Because I firmly believe that if you're in a town with people, if you're in a guild with people, then you should be actively playing with each other. If you're building stories together, guilds shouldn't be something that I'm a member just because I want to be a member.
Right.
Yes. And so those of us who are doing that founding, that set that up, there's an interview process that had to happen IC, right? If you skipped out of that, then you're not going to be in the guild. There's a questionnaire that has to be done. You have to sign the contract. So there's some people that didn't get invitations to the guild when it was formed because they didn't do those IC steps. Right. And then they'd be like, hey, I saw the Server Lord of the Films. I'm like, right, but you didn't sign the contract. You didn't send that out. You never responded to my Raven about doing an interview with me. You said you were interested, and that was as far as your role play was. And so you have to do the IC steps to get ours. So we made it intentionally harder to join because of how much time you have to facilitate with the Healers Guild.
Yeah, because otherwise, talking about it with Morgan earlier, where some players, not pointing fingers, of course, and if you play like that, you play like that. I'm not trying to judge, but some players want to join a guild just so that they could be like, hey, look, I'm in a guild.
I think so. Everyone's got their own perspective.
Yeah, and that's the juice for them. And then if something happens with the guild, then something happens. Otherwise, well, it's a nice little badge to wear.
Yeah. And the Healers Guild was very heavily attached to the underground stuff that Haven was doing. And so anyone that got access, the Healers Guild's portal was in Haven. Most of the town of Haven did not have access to that place.
Yeah, I remember we talked about...
Only Healers Guild members had access.
Yeah, I think a few days ago, you talked about how, not secluded, sectioned off Haven Home was in terms of ward access.
Yeah. Oh, I'm way too anxious about ward access. There's 3 wards in the town perimeter that I didn't have access to, and because I didn't need it. I didn't need access.
Yeah.
Even as the leader. You
don't have to give everything to everybody.
Yeah.
Because players do get sticky fingers. The first thing that anyone ever does, because I see them do it. As soon as anyone walks into, they have the gamer brain, the adventurer brain, the Legend of Zelda brain. You walk into an empty house and there's chests. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk up to every single one and go rummaging around to see what's inside.
Oh, what's in the box? I want to know what's in the box. I'm a loot goblin too. I want to know what's in the box. doors are the best way to prevent loot goblining.
Yes, they are. Like, nope, that is well secured. You're not allowed. So, over the course of... So we've got Ollie is Church of Persecution back in Gildemere, washes up on the shore with everybody else. Where does she go first?
She ended up with Iron Hearth, ironically, with Indus's group and Alia's group and Sheep and a bunch of them, only because that's where a lot of them washed up. So there was, I don't know if you saw those camps that were along the edge.
I remember them,
in different places, and even Haven Home is used to be one of those camps with the tents and stuff.
Yep.
I spawned in 4 times because of all the DCing that was going on and server breaking, but I kept spawning right next to one, down just south of where Weisenbach was, and it's still intact. When you look at the map, everything's still as it was. And so I just put up a side real quick. I burned some necktails, put up a sign, said Ollie's Clinic, and just started shouting people, hey, come here for healing. And
I remember that.
Yep. That's all I did. And Indus's group just was like washed up on shore, and they're like, where's our sister? Where's this? And I ended up playing guitar for them and just giving them like meat and food. And that's how that started. And then we just kept running into each other, which ironically and lore wise, my character hated the Isabels. They were a mortal enemy. They were suspected of having problems with the Belmont family, and Zariel, who you've heard of, was Ollie's best friend and was scared of them, like to death.
Right.
So like it was joining up with them, like it was not a part of the plan at all.
I think I came across Indus trying to train Ollie at Iron Hearth the first time I went by there, on maybe day 3 of the server being open, because I don't remember exactly who it was, but I remember going in, meeting them, and they introduced themselves, and I immediately forgot who they were, because I was like, these are all new names. I only remember names after the 3rd meeting, and there was someone there, and I think it might have been you, that they were desperately trying to teach how to fight. And this person was like, no, I'm never going to be able to do it. It's terrifying. Why is this happening? How do I swing this? And they're like, no, just aim. And you're like, what do you mean aim? I don't know how to aim.
And I would intentionally drop my weapon.
Oh, no.
because Ollie was not a trained fighter.
Yeah.
The best thing they know how to use was a knife. And so anything else, they just butterfingers it. They just drop it. They have panic attacks, and just a horrible fight.
I love it. The dedication. It's fantastic. It might have been Elisa. I have no idea. I know it was a feminine character. I just don't. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember. It was so long ago now. But yeah, it was. Man, I remember. Yeah, I remember Ironhearth. Remember that place? I remember that place.
Yeah, I had a wagon there. It's still there. Technically, it's mostly blown up, but it's got my name on it.
I think I know the one because I've seen the crates lying around.
Oh yeah, we were there.
Yeah. Oh, you did too. You were like, yeah, this is the little hut that they put me in.
And then after that, I ended up in Fellhaven because I was traveling around all the towns. So at that point, my goal was just to learn the towns and try to see if I can get a bed in everyone's place and kind of eventually start trying to scam people and trying to steal from people was because the goal, but that the RP just didn't lean that way.
Right.
And so it ended up leading into, because when I joined into Failhaven, Mora and all of those folks just took Ollie and just loved on them really hard. And really was like, this is the place that you want to be. And Ollie's like, well, I'm just here for a little while. And eventually a little while became, you're just here permanently.
So who was that? There was Mora, there was Zariel.
Yep.
Who else was Fellhaven?
The original Fellhaven crew, you had Momo, who you just talked to.
Oh, yes.
You had Ronan, so Steve's character. You had Hannah, Amber's character. That was there. And then, let's see, who else was there? Oh, Asidia. So Dreamy was there.
Oh, yes.
As well.
Oh, Marco.
Yep. And you had Marco, and then you had the Biggles were there. Roth was there, and they were a boom town. Like there was just people constantly going in there. Like that was the place to be. And I think that they eventually got to like 20 people, and it just became bigger than what the initial vision was. So eventually, a group of them went and split, made Meridia, and then the rest of us stayed in Valheim.
Yes. Because one of the questions that I asked, both out and in the character, was like, why are you all so far away? Why are you so far up in the corner?
Yeah, there's the group. And Kinro, yeah.
Kinro, I never met that person.
I don't know why they picked that location. It's just a location they were at.
It wasn't the worst location.
It became the worst location. And we had to move. We had to.
I think I visited Fellhaven twice. Ever. When there were people there. I think the first time was I met Oside for the first time, and I was looking for a horse. I'd followed the road because Kalik had said, well, there's like a farmer, go talk to that guy. Yes, I was the beauty pageant judge. And I scored Varl or Varl really badly because Shaw didn't like him, because Varl had gone around, I think, to Rivengard and was posing as a road warden.
That'll do it.
To like get given stuff, and the one thing that Shaw does not tolerate is dishonesty, especially when it comes to something that he believes in. So he was like, all right, well, I don't care how impressive you were. But it was funny because everyone around him said, well, probably because what you just did, like, Shaw probably isn't into guys. And everyone just put it down to that, and Shaw, of course, is the quiet dude. He just goes, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to...
That was such a sweetheart.
Yeah, I did my best with him, but unfortunately I wasn't able to be around very much. I should have just...
You did a great job with Shaw. Your late game was really good.
Oh, man, I'm so happy that I found what I found and who I found at that stage. Because otherwise I wouldn't have fallen in with Weissenbach. I wouldn't have fallen in with Timbrasa, I don't think. Shaw thinks that all of that religious stuff is bunk and it's a load of bull. But yeah, it all started from spending 6,000 gold at the Ranting Raven. That's where it started.
That's a lot of gold.
Because he needed food, and then Osadi does a house call.
Spend your gold.
I spent my gold because I didn't need to really spend my gold because I was playing Shaw like he never understood. We've talked about this before, and this is something that we can chat about in terms of like role playing tips and stuff. Whenever it was, like, what kind of food do you have? And your story's fan-frigging-tastic, because someone's like, do you have better food? And you're like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Yeah, jam is good food.
Jam's good food. There's nothing wrong. What do you mean better food?
You need better. Because out of character, I know they want the 10 HP,
That's right.
85 stamina stuff.
Yep.
But you don't go to a restaurant and they give you something and you go, do you have better food?
Yeah. You didn't specify, and you just said, I want some food. This is the house special. Yeah. I gave you crab. Well, I want the better crab. That makes no sense. So when it's the thing, it became an ongoing joke between Shaw and Osidia, where she comes over and I just opened up the ward because I was like, I've got nothing valuable here anyway. Look at my pantry, and she's like, "Are you still eating like boar meat, cooked boar meat?" And he's like, "Yeah." She's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And he's like, "There's nothing wrong with it. I've been eating this for months." And she goes, "Months?" And he's like, "Well, years." And she's like a real cook, so she's like, "I'm gonna make you better quality shit than that." And he's like, "Well, I put salt on it." And she's like, "No, that's not." Because he doesn't know any better. He's never had anything that's like better than military gruel, really.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that he had...
People will talk about going back to Gildemir. My character would always go, "It's way better here. You can get, there's berries right here.
Yeah.
Like, they're just free.
Yeah,
they're
free.
all over the place.
Like,
why would you want to go back to that tub?"
I never let you live down the cooked chicken comment. I was really proud of that one. I had to think really hard when Maura asked me that, where she said, what's like the hill you'll die on? And he was like, cooked chicken is a perfectly good meal. To have regularly, I think it was. I think that's what the die on a hill part was. He was like, having cooked chicken regularly, there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. And everyone's like, what is wrong with you, dude? But that's who he is. He's not interested in what the best thing is. He's like, does it keep me alive and does it keep me moving? Yes, okay, that's it. That's all I need.
Yeah.
If there is a big threat, though, yes, I will try to meet it at that level. So,
Yeah.
so the era of Valheim,
Yeah.
sort of comes to an end, splits to become Meridia, and then you've got who's left at Valheim once people left from Meridia, if you remember.
There's Roth and Mora were really big ones that were there. Ungold was with us at that time, as well. We still had the Biggles that were there, that were part of that. Edna was a part of that, and I know there's a couple others. I think Kinro was still around at that time, and there's this. Oh, Milo was there. Arn Cannon was there. And so we still had about 10 folks. A lot of them were very new. And yeah, I kind of bust in Haddon and Fox after the decision was made to take over. I had messaged them and said, hey, are you guys planning on joining the season? And they had said, yeah, we'd love to. And I'm like, well, if you want to have a linked lore, let me know. And I think I stole Haddon's lunch or something when I was in the slums. And then me and Fox came up with our bit where we've had a never-ending war.
Oh, like the prank war.
Oh, yes. Yep. And then we were really, really close with Rivengard still, too. Silas and Magnus and that group really helped provide some stability for us while we try to figure out what do we do.
Right, okay.
Next. Especially after the Nitwit fight with the big ass furnace that you guys were talking about 4 hours ago. Zari CK'd right on the spot there.
Dang.
Getting stabbed with the spear. There was no out of communication, so it was very natural. It was a lot of emotion from all of us and the coin remember Fellfire and the Havenborn way and all that started to really drive Zariel in some ways kind of got a goddess status from that random CK, and it created the whole fuel for Haven is where the home is from that moment.
I remember when I was sailing through Meridia, I don't know what I was doing. I'd gotten materials, I think, but I don't know why I was going through Meridia. I think I'd gotten copper from up north, and the route that I had taken took me through Meridia. And on my way back home, I got to the bridge, and there were a bunch of people there, and I was like, oh, cool, there's people here. And all I could hear was, I think, Hannon crying, and I think Marco is trying to comfort her. And I bump into the bridge, and they come and open it, and I'm like, Jesus, what's going on here? And that's where I hear Marco say, like, Zariel's dead. And so that's how Shaw found out that Zariel was dead.
Yeah, and then Zari was their leader too. So that was a big thing. Everyone's first mayor being gone.
Zariel's death led to the initial split between Ungold and Mora that eventually led both of them to join the monks. Interesting. I am curious about that.
So CKs can really do, even just random permas can spark a lot of story.
Oh, yeah.
Because that changed the directory of so much, and I applaud Unholy for that. At the time, I was, I had some out-of-character panic of like, crap, now what the hell do we do? Story-wise, it was so good.
Story-wise, what the hell do we do? Very interesting in character. One of the things that I had for sure, bruh, that only Dreamy has known so far this entire season, is that if Shaw got sent to spawn, he's dead.
Ooh, I had that as a perma condition on Samuel.
Yep, I decided, I don't know why, I don't know what led me to decide this, but at the beginning of the season I was like, if he dies, he dies. Because I knew about the conditions of wounded. You can go down twice, and on the third time you go down, you get sent back to spawn. I just decided if I ever get down to 3, if I ever get sent to spawn, that would be the one condition. Going down 3 times is fine, as long as I'm not sent to spawn. But if I'm ever sent to spawn, ticket opens, Shaw has been killed.
Yep.
Through
I think that's a good condition to have.
Through accident, or getting in over his head, or someone assassinates him, whatever it might be. And yeah, I remember I told Dreamy Osadia that, and she was like, "Really?" I was like, "Yeah." She said, "Why?" And I said, "Why wouldn't I?" She was like, "Jesus, that's an extreme stance to take." Oh, look, it sold the news of Zariel's death to Phoebe for a free drink she gave him too. That is the nicest that Phoebe has ever been.
Yeah, but I think VRP really drives that. When you have that thought process of, if this happens, my character dies, you react differently. It keeps you within the bumpers of what your character's fear should be.
Yes.
You know, so like I had the certain amount of patients dying on my character as one. There was another one as well that I had for Ollie that pertained to her family's secrets that just never went anywhere. So that one kind of became a dud.
Right.
It was tied to a lot of the Eisenwald stuff that was going on there, you know, and that just never played out there. But then the other one is, if there was someone that poked or antagonized Ollie enough, I would be willing to allow that to kill. If we're developing a story, I can fall attached to my characters, but if the story makes sense for my character to die, I will open that door.
Oh yeah.
But there has to be role play, right? I don't want to be just like a target at a shooting range where it's like, oh, there's that one in the back, let's shoot that one real quick. All right, now I'm going to shoot the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I want to have meaning behind it. Let's have a back and forth. And Silas initially started on that process, and then it wasn't until a couple of days later that I was talking to him at VC where I was like, I think you might be able to do it if you want to. You know, and he just kept doing other stuff. But Silas was just fantastic because there was no planning whatsoever when he went after Ollie. He just did it and then checked in with me after.
I like the spontaneous RP. I'm totally open to that sort of stuff. I know the reason it's important to have those stopgaps in place, because especially if you have never roleplayed with someone before and they try to do something that you're sort of taken off guard, or if they're a new player, or if it's something you're not comfortable with and there's no way for them to know without talking to you first. I get it, those protections are in place for a good reason, but I love the spontaneous happenings. So I really respect the Zariel self-kill. Yeah, oh, that's huge. That's because I hear that and I go, yeah, I would do that. That's something I would do. Just because I know what sort of reaction it's going to get out of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I worry a lot more out of character about how something's going to affect someone. So I tend to maybe over check in with my teammates a little bit.
Right.
Just to make sure that they're okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd rather check in too much with someone and for them to be annoyed with me, rather than check in too little and for them to like make a ticket and be like, this person is being horrible and I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're all, at the end of the day, we all want to make a story. We're all adults, right?
Yeah.
We all want to play Valheim and have a good time. And I think just communication in the healthy manner, in the right venue,
yeah, absolutely,
is appropriate, right?
And the question could be, well, how do you do it healthily? Just start a dialogue. That's how you do it.
Ooh,
you just start talking at all.
So, during medical roleplay scenes, for example, I had a kind of a scripted thing that I would just send to folks, hey, we're in a scene with you. How can I think you might even got one. Like, how can I support your story? Right. And that was it. And then it's up to that person to decide, actually want to CK here, or, I want to have a maiming injury, stuff like that. In terms of some other things, right, you have your town chat where you can just, I would do regular check-ins. Hey, how's the town doing? Is everyone doing okay? Does anyone need anything? That type of thing. I try to be the best that I can at not doing anything beyond that. One, with being a mod, we're very heavily watched on what we do. We got to make sure that we're not crossing a line of doing mod work or any type of work like that. Also, our community's had a lot of just not some bad things that have kind of happened.
Yep.
And so I'm aware that I'm very friendly and sometimes that's what some people use to do nefarious things, is use friendliness to be nefarious. So I try to make sure that I don't do that.
Yeah.
Now Mora is a great example. Mora gave me a lot of permission. She said, please check in with me. And there's a couple of times where there's some real stuff going on that she was really appreciative that I did that. So thank you, Mora. I appreciate that shout out there.
Yeah, I sort of just go for the transparent approach where I write long diatribes about why I'm saying what I'm saying, and then I say the thing that I meant to say in the first place. Because being misunderstood is a thing that has plagued me my entire life.
Well, that's unholy. Let's go. Unholy just...
Oh, shoot. What is this? Whoa. Zariel died because we didn't have enough for the Nitwit raid. She sent letters to Timbrasa and Rivengard. She even went down to Rivengard an hour before the raid, but they left before she got there. So in order to lure Nitwit's forces into the furnace, she fought them inside. She was going to RP injured, but after Nitwit was mad his friends died, fisted her down with the claws, and I couldn't realistically see myself live. I respect that so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I remember Azari trying to get Ollie to get out of the furnace. Like, they threw a bow, a fine wood bow that I kept on my character for the rest of the season. Even when it broke, and was like, get out of here. And I jumped onto a little bit of a ledge and shot in while Zari, Armory, and I can't remember who else was in there in that furnace with them, during the fight.
The 3 FPS hell.
Yeah, it was bad.
Maybe Roth.
Might have been Roth.
So,
it's so long ago.
Man, there's so much that's happened. It's just been 4 months, but so much has happened.
Yeah.
So
the server crashed before it, and then it crashed after.
Ooh.
Too. So it made it hard.
So now we are. Zariel's died.
Yep.
Felhaven gets taken over by Ollie. Ollie takes charge.
Yeah, Ollie was pointed at and kind of
voluntold. Right.
Was kind of how that was. And so we kind of end up having an election, but not really. And then out of character, I had some check-ins with some members of the team. It was like, do we want to keep going? Yep, we want to keep going. And I said, I'm willing if there's like 5 people that are like, yeah, we're going to commit to this. Because my rule after season 7, because I ended up becoming the leader of a town that was falling apart and ended up having to rebuild it and do all this stuff. I learned I don't like taking over someone else's vision. Right? I don't like taking over someone else's vision, and so I kind of made it my rule that I'm never going to do that again.
Yep.
And Mora and Roth they just had to have a way with communicating that was like, okay, all right. And Gooby, Burdon as well. And so I was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. We'll see what we can do here. And then the first rule was, okay, let's mourn. Let's have Zari's funeral. Unholy, apparently, having played all these seasons, never had a funeral. So we made sure that we gave them a really good funeral.
I've seen that memorial. I went by it a couple of times.
Yep. And then after that initial grieving period, I started looking for a new home. It's like, we have to move. We have to adjust our lore to be able to be flexible. It was really hard because there were some folks that were really in love with that location. But the Swamp Era release really helped us push that even more.
Oh, I see. To go west.
Yep. We noticed also as well that just traveling east was becoming less and less. More people were migrating more west. And that just became kind of where the story was leaning. And now seeing the map, I am so glad we moved.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Everything was west.
Everything was west. Yep, absolutely right. Twin Crossing was in a really good position at the beginning because it's one of the things we talked about it in character. We were like, we are very centrally located. So people are going to be coming through all the time. But I think Swamp Era changed things more than any of the other eras did. Swamp Era is when people started going south and west and or southwest. Because that's around the time Iron Reach kicked off. For however long that lasted.
They had moved.
Yeah, so
they moved into that area. The Guardians had a location up there. We were really close to Armory, and Armory had been a big supporter of just, true. They had come to our defense a couple times. And so that location more and more, it was near Fort Fellfire, and our friends with Rivengard, we were spending a lot of time there. And so it just made more sense for us to be near that location.
Yeah, Silas mentioned in chat a short time ago on a project with Valhaven. Was that Fort Felfire?
That was Fort Felfire, and that happened when Zari was still alive.
When
the initial agreement happened, them and Magnus were having an alliance or something was going on in there, and it was decided, and we continued to honor that, and because the Biggles were already like heavily into that, and they were having a really good time building with Silas and Megan and all of them down there as well. And so, one of the things when you come into a leadership role, even if it's a role play, you have to do your best you can to honor what's already there. Because if you start gutting up the core of what makes that group, then the group's just going to quit.
Yes,
right.
absolutely.
And so if I had gone and said, we don't care about Fort Farah, we don't care about this, that's days, almost a week or more of time, right, that people have spent in there, and that would be really bad.
I see. One of the things that I found, because I've been to Fort Felfire, I think, twice. I knew that it existed, but I had no idea where it was. And everyone I talked to assumed that I knew where it was, and I didn't, and I don't know why they thought that. And so
it's just how people are, right?
Yeah.
You say something, you assume people know what it means.
Yeah. When I got out there the first time, I saw the I loved the builds where there's like a ballista that isn't actually a ballista, it's just a bunch of wood pieces put together to make it look like one. There's over the river is the mountain. And I was like, dang, what the hell happened here? Because it looked like Pyre had attacked at some point.
Silas and those guys kept, I guess eventually Siege stuff showed up on one side of the river, and they just kept egging on that fight. Kept doing more Siege. Like, that was really a Riven Guard. That was a part of that.
Silas egging other people on? No. It was a Cold War. Is that a mountain pun? Get out of here. I'm kidding. Don't get out of here. I love puns. Pyre appearing to Golden is Ezra. Oh, yeah. I'm curious about Ezra's story. Where I don't think we're going to have time for that today,
You gotta get him on here.
Yeah, we
gotta. Part two.
There's so many people that I want to talk to, and I did not think that the chat with Morgan would go for an hour and a half, but I'm really happy that it happened. It was really cool to see.
If you can get more admins on, I would. Getting that background information is really, really good.
I know that the other day when I was chatting with Essa in the voice chat, they seemed keen to do it if the times lined up. But yeah, like I want to talk to some of the newbies. Like we've got Roland on the list. I want to talk to Mora. I want to talk to Silas. Yeah, I want to talk to all sorts of folks. But there might have to be like a part 3 and part 4, honestly.
Sure.
So
what questions do you have for? Do you have more questions for?
So let's see. What's the because I like filling out the rest of this timeline. So Fort Felfire is this agreement between Felhaven and Rivengard. Rivengard by this time has moved 10 times. And Felhaven has shifted west. You've now got Dr. Ollie's clinic, which I had marked for the longest time because I think when I saw Kalik, he was like, "Hey, yeah, she set up a clinic over this side." So whenever I would go through that location, I'm like, "Hey, look, there's the clinic." And I just remember one day I logged in, and 3 weeks had gone by in game, and suddenly there's a full town. I was like, where'd this come from? What the hell?
Yeah, that clinic location I picked because I was Ollie was supposed. My goal with one of the things that goals with Ollie was to try to join every single town and then stay for a little while and leave, and stay for a little while, leave, and have a clinic in every town. Mm-hmm. And so the one there was the one that was close to Iron Reach because I was their medic and stuff like that, and helping out with that. And so I ended up getting that location. Then eventually I sent a letter to everyone and said, hey, we're just going to have a backpacking trip here. We're going to camp here. And so we set up tents and stuff like that. And that ended up being the location that we picked. And Indus was, at that point, I think I'd saved Indus' life like twice or something, and Edric's like a couple times. So they were like, yeah, you can have that spot. That spot is fine. I know they did not plan for us to expand as much as we did initially, but they also didn't plan on like the town dying either. And so there was all these different things that kind of started to happen to where we were initially going to stay. So Mora's place was going to be the town center. And then the instance count was just so much better, and it gave us more gap between the Guardians and them to go towards where my clinic was initially. And so my clinic became the town center with the river because the instance count was like 3,000. So it was just a much better location.
One of the things that I love, and honestly, the first time I saw it, my initial reaction was, oh, that's cute. I don't know why I had that reaction, but the little signs that you've got, like, cottage plot, see Ollie, where you're like...
the permit.
Yeah, get a permit.
System.
Yeah, the permit system. I love that. That's so cool. It's such a cool idea.
I stole that from Ozzy. So Ozzy had done that a while back, and would talk about it, and I stole that from him. And it's so cool. It also gave it created a good way to police instances.
Yes, absolutely.
Because each sign was where the sign was, I knew I had already pre-measured that it was a safe location for about 2,000 to 3,000 of instances could be added to that location without spiking everyone else around us.
Got it, for render distance.
You can tell the difference between this. Part of this is some of the curse of just having been here so long is when you play seasons like season 8, where you have to wait 10 to 15 minutes for a building to show up, or you go to a market day and the market doesn't show up and you're just waiting there for 10, 15 minutes for the market to show up. That's where some of those like me are so like, nope, you're too close. We got to split this up. Because we don't want the town to not show up for people when they come to visit.
That's right. Get your ass out of here. Go over that hill.
And I probably, now with the server stability that we have, I'm probably over anal about it, honestly. But it's still just something that I always keep in mind with builds is, all right, is there enough instance between to where everyone could be able to create and have fun and build this great thing together that actually renders?
Yeah, that's a really cool way of doing it. By all means, the instance count, I think, is probably the best measurement. Where you can just stand in a location and go, is this 10,000? Then no, you can't build here. Go away. Go somewhere else.
Yep. But when you have a large group, pre-planning it makes it easier, because there's a point where I'd have 3 people show up and say, oh, I want this permit, I want this permit, I want this permit, where can I build?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want them to wait for me to figure that out. And I needed a way that I could, because against rules, we can't translate the UI information. So I had to figure, so we used the pollen sticks with resin covered in them to see how much pollen was in an area. And then we had permits, and we had an official building where you had to submit for the permit, and you were given a certain amount of space and certain size to make sure that it stayed in scale with what we were doing as well.
Yeah. Look, guys, you can do bureaucracy in Valheim. It can be done.
It is a headache. I hated being the bad guy. There was the Biggles built a treehouse that was too close to town, and they had to move it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, and it's never fun when you kind of go to bed and someone builds something because someone else says it's cool, and then you go, yeah, but if you stand right here, the pollen is really bad. Oh yeah, it's 11,000. Yeah, you have to move this entire thing that you just rush build.
Oof, not great.
No, but it's when you have a dozen plus people in one spot.
Yeah.
It's not about my build. It's about what is best for the whole community so that we can all enjoy this space. Because once you overlag an area, it's very hard to undo.
Yes, it becomes horrific. That's what ended up happening with the Road Warden Guild Hall. I had to start just chopping trees down, like a ton of them. I think I spent about 2 hours chopping trees because we were in the middle of the forest, so that didn't help. And then because I got just a little bit more ambitious with like, okay, well, I have more materials now and I need to put them somewhere. And I started using item stands a little bit more liberally, and then eventually I got up to about 10,500. And I was like, oh, okay, that's way more than I thought I ever would. What happened to the nice little 8,000 that we had? Because for a full build that we were like, not a town, but a full hall for ourselves, 8,000 seemed about right. Because we had the forge and we had the hall. But yeah, when I got up to 10,500, I was like, shit, okay, what do I do about this? And I think Vile was over, and I think Osidia was as well. And Vile was like, I need some stuff worked on. Like, what do I owe you? And I just turned and I was like, help me chop trees, and I will do that for you. And so So we just blasted our way through like 3 rows of trees in about 10 minutes.
And one of the good tips, depending on where you're at, right? If you're in the meadows like we are, cut all the little trees first. Leave the big ones. Cut the little ones. We had a big debate on that because our instance was getting close to 9,000. And I went and I cut all the little trees within the radius, and it dropped the instance by 2,000.
Interesting.
Just from cutting the little trees that were all the way out in render distance, because there was so many of them.
I see. Okay. Yeah. And also
Yeah,
cut
and
your
then
stumps, people.
Well, and you don't ruin the aesthetic, right? Because
Yeah.
what a lot of people do is they clear everything, and then you just end up with this big, ugly, open field,
Yep.
like you see next in between Varian and Mora's place, which that was not supposed to happen at all, but someone just did it. But then you end up with just an ugly, square-cut field that's just there, right? And so if you can get rid of the littler stuff first and be strategic, you chop every other tree, chop every other stone, then you still keep the environment looking like somewhere you want to play.
Okay, that's cool. I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about the small trees. They blend in so well.
They are so beautiful, but man, there's a lot of them.
So, let's see, where are we? We're in Valheim now. Also known as West Haven, also known as
Haven Home,
Mora Haven.
Yeah, we just end up going with the Haven.
The Haven, yep. And let's talk about, for the people who don't know, or who just weren't there, or who are wondering, because I'm wondering this, how did the aberrant Ollie start? How did that happen?
That was accidental.
Accidental?
That was accidental when Ollie became an aberrant. Because I was role-playing that my character has to study those things and do genetic research and da-da-da-da-da in order to find out that something is inside of it, right? And so, the different foods from the Mistlands, different drinks that maybe were offered to her. So it was through exposure, right? Pyra's food had some Aether in it. You go to the Glace's place or this place, and there's Aether food there. And she was a nibbler, so she would always like, ooh, I want to sniff this, I want to taste this. And so then it became, okay, after this many nibbles, now she's got an addiction of some kind to this substance that we don't want her to be addicted to.
It was the mage caps, I believe. That's what I heard.
Mage caps are what tipped it. Now, of course, out of character, Bacon knows that there's Aether in it, and right, but in character, Ollie probably could have figured it out, but didn't, right? And
they're so tasty.
I used, for my research, I used dice rolls.
Okay.
So I got a 1 on researching it, so she's like, no, it tastes good.
Yeah.
It's probably safe. It's just a mushroom. And so that played into that story developing. And already you've got different people who had forced Eikthyr down their throats. At that time, we were really split on Vile joining us. That almost split the town. Vile being considered as a member of the group was a really hot issue because it was putting a big target on our back.
True.
It sparked a lot of social issues that were really created a lot of friction. It was really good role play. It was great role play. Defining who's a person. Right? Who is a person? Who's actually a person? When is someone no longer a person? And how does this bounce against their roles? People threw the Healers Guild contract in front of Ollie's face and dressed her down when she was like, well, they're aberrants, they're a part of the genocide, and blah, 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 blah. And she's like, this contract says this,
Yep.
And so, and Ollie was already skirting that line of doing no harm, right? So if someone showed up, didn't matter if they were aberrant or not, she was going to heal them. So that was already a stance that was being taken. And so that's kind of where it made sense for that to happen as well, even just through sheer exposure, right? Ollie was putting herself in a lot of dangerous situations, and from a medical standpoint of interacting with stuff and testing stuff, that I think accidental exposure just made sense.
I like doing it like that instead of just, all right, I'm going to drink this potion. It's like you smell it, you go, oh yeah, this is all right. You nibble, like you say, nibble on it a little bit. Oh yeah, try this mage cap. It's all for science, right? Until eventually, because the information that I got told at one point was, in character, of course, was don't let Ollie see the mushrooms. And she was like, why? It's like, because she will spear tackle you to the ground and take them from you, because she is addicted to them.
Yep. There was a point where, so I love creating scenes. And so I would break into people's houses in Havenholm or in the area. And then I would use item stands and create a scene that was like the pantry appears to be ravaged.
Oh, yeah.
8 mushroom caps just laying out. You've got blood and vomit on the ground, and there's a sign saying this is what you see.
Oh yeah.
Flipped over, and so it became and that was purely to drive internal Haven story, right? Was why making those scenes, and so there's 3 of those that ended up happening, and then eventually the town said they took personal chests, took every missed mushroom period, and locked them up. There's one in Ollie's house still. I don't have access to the Mish mushrooms. Edna has a whole bunch hidden somewhere, and Mora has a whole bunch hidden somewhere that I can't access.
Can confirm, someone in chat says.
Yeah, they just locked them up. Because I reached a point where I couldn't stop. And then there was other people that I was doing role play with, and this was the nice thing about having all the medical records that I had, was trying to keep medical consistency, because that's something that I have 16 years as a CNA.
That was going to be my next question. Do you have real-life medical experience? Because it certainly seems like you do.
Yeah, and so, that certain things always in a medical sense react the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if I'm treating someone for ichthyer, muscular dystrophy, fatigue, whatever, right? The symptoms should be the same across the board if it's a medical condition.
I see.
And so I had to pull from, these are patients I've been treating for this, so I don't have to force their role play onto my character, but it would make sense for my character also to be experiencing this. So these 2 people became feral and became very addicted, and their body reacted this way to not having it. So then my character is going to do the same. And that's where that came from as well. And then because Eichster starts to change the body, we had to open tickets for this. And I am so worried about doing stuff the wrong way that I open a lot of tickets to ask questions, especially during the aberrant change stuff. Like Withers already shared that wasn't even supposed to happen.
Yep.
And so I was like, okay, I want to pursue this now with this story. How does this look? And I was given a very clear parameters of like minor changes. You can have some plumage on your neck, your eyes can change, that type of thing. Nothing drastic was allowed. And so that's where the diet change happened. And so I tried to leave a lot of little hints that Ollie was doing stuff with Ike there and hoping that it would trigger some more targeting. Was the goal, like the thing with the trees, with the worms being left out, feathers being left out in signs, those type of things. One of the things I didn't know was that people in the town were coming up and seeing the scenes, and then they were like, shit, they're going to come after Ollie. We need to cover this up. And so do it. And then they make up some BS reason for why it was there, and then pull my character aside later. It'd be like, all right, hey, listen, get a grip. And I was like, oh.
That's really cool. I like that. Was so sus of Ollie. Yeah.
You should have been. We had giant Eichthyer 3s sprout out of our town. If there isn't any more proof that we were studying Eichthyer than that.
Oh yeah, it kind of just. Oh yeah, no, those have always been there. Don't worry about it. They're glowing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's paint. That's fluorescent paint that we put on them. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, because I had the poster answer, and I would give that, and some people would buy it, and then other people would be like, I don't know.
Interesting. What was the poster answer?
Well, there's something wrong with the ground.
Of course, yeah.
And so we're just doing some field studies while there's 10 signs saying experiment 1. And Ollie would reference things like, oh yeah, I used compound 00835 in it. And it's like, that sounds very mad scientisty, doesn't it?
What do you mean 835? How many times have you done this?
Yeah.
Armory was torn but needed Ollie's help? Oh, tell me more. What's that about?
Armory was a very big shield for Ollie.
Yeah?
I don't know how much of Armory's story I want to give away, but I can tell that Armory was one of the few that knew everything that was kind of going on with Ollie. But there was different, so Ollie was very, all right, I'm going to use this word, and it's not meant to be in a dirty way. It's just, she's very much a submissive. Right. And that, she's going to bow to someone who has a very strong personality or does things in a very, nope, this is how it is way. Right. And so I don't know if you're ever around for any of the panic attacks, but people that were able to successfully snap around those panic attacks ended up getting buffs to persuasion towards what Ollie would do.
I see. Is that why she didn't think that Shaw liked her?
In a sense. We didn't get a lot of time together.
True, that as well.
Ollie always would kind of get less playful or more quiet around Ollie, and so she wasn't sure. Out of character, I knew we're good. right? Like, but Ollie as a character, I keep a social board is what I do. So I met this person, and we had a positive star, we had a negative, you get a minus. And so then that helps me to react to like, oh, Ollie would open up to this person because they've got 5 stars. This person has 2 negatives. She's sus.
Right.
She's not going to trust this person. And that's how I try to keep myself from being bacon about it, where I go, oh, I know who this person is. They're always sneaky, right? It's like, well, that's better, right? I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it was, again, by all rights, Shaw and Ollie should have like gotten along and had a lot of time together, but we just didn't, which is a shame.
Yep.
Because
so Side makes a really good point in chat here. I'm sorry to cut you off, but Dennis knew pretty early on, but he owed his life, and that ended up being my defense for Ollie, was the lives that she saved. That was really like because any fight that Ollie was in, she died. She just got taken out like first shot. Silas took her out really quick. I got robbed a couple times by people in hoods, always like one shot or just down. So I really banked on, if anything keeps Ollie alive, it's going to be the fact that basically the entire map owes their life to her in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And that ended up working.
I was able to avoid being struck down myself by the Navy by quoting the Road Warden neutrality when they came charging into the monastery, where they captured Eliana.
Okay.
And then held her for like 20 minutes and then treated her like a house guest. Which was
I'm so glad, Roland.
Which was really confusing behavior. Is that so many people relied on it? Yeah. Yep. They came charging in and cut down like 3 people immediately. They just went for it without any kind of like mercy. And 3 people were standing in front of me. One of them was aiming a bow at me, and 2 people had their swords out and shields out, pointing at me, standing less than a meter away. And I just said, I'm with the Road Wardens. I'm not part of this. I don't care what the hell you people are doing. And nothing bad happened. It was great. It was the first time that I was able to use that, to my advantage. And then I took a hurried commission from Mora to follow them to see where they went. Because technically I wouldn't be breaking the Road Warden code by doing that.
Yeah.
That was quite fun.
So I do have some juice that some people might not know now that the season's over.
Well, that's what this is for. What's the juice?
So, one, Ollie was true neutral and in all things, right? So she would work all the sides that would keep her alive. That was one of the things. So she did have cordial, friendly dealings with Raven Queen.
Yep.
And in some ways a banter with Pyra, because any aberrants that would come in, she would take care of them, and then any people that were changed, she would feed them. So she had a supply of Ike there to make sure that they didn't go feral.
Mm-hmm.
And so Ollie was kind of like the mother or the caretaker of all of these ones that were there. And then Ollie also, they were protecting what was called the Shroud.
Oh, yes.
I know, Roland!
Roland having a freak out right now.
The Shroud is something that Havenborn people will know internally, especially the core council that knew Ollie was, that declared Ollie as queen and all of that. That actual hidden government in the Haven. Uh-huh. The Shroud was the appearance that we are neutral, the appearance that we accept everybody, uh-huh, and that we don't have an official stance on stuff. And all of that was a bullshit. We knew we had internal spy networks. There's people feeding us information. We knew who was spying on us for the most part, because we'd have people sitting outside people's taverns and stuff like that, listening in on what's going on. Or we'd have friends that owe their life to us, and they'd be like, "How can I pay you?" I'm like, "If you hear anything about us, give me that information, mm-hmm, and I will ensure that you get what you need, and we'll continue to take care of you." Right? And so Ollie leveraged a lot of her life saving to get information. In order, and she didn't use it to go hunt people, right? It was just I want to make sure that the Haven is safe, right? So if someone knew that they were going to come after the Haven, I'd find out sometimes, and we'd change things a little bit just to keep ourselves safe. The samples that were taken by Raven Queen, They were given a tip on where to find all the samples, and then the siege was a ploy in order to get access to those things so that Ollie's cover would be protected.
Right. God damn. You guys really were psyoping the whole map.
Yeah. So that was what was going on, because Ollie was a research addict, right? She didn't hate Eikthyr, but she also didn't like it, right? She believed that the average person should not have access to Eikthyr. They're not smart enough. They're not as intelligent. They don't deserve to have access to this great power. Someone that knows how to use it should either have it contained in a vault. So so if you go into my clinic, there's a big vault with all the different relics that she's found over the years that are locked up, and it's the only ward that no one else, even Alia, has access to. There's a ward that only Ollie has access to, because she doesn't want anyone else to have access to this genocidal possible stuff.
Right.
But she trusts herself to be able to look at it, to be able to study it and understand it. And what fueled that more and more was people changing, was people breaking the pipes, was people finding all of these things and then people getting hurt as a result of it, or the aberrants attacking all the different towns. And she's going, well, if I, as a medical professional, have to learn how to heal this or deal with this, or as a researcher have to come up with a counter, I need to understand how it works first. And so that was her logic of why she wasn't against outright destroying the stuff. And then there's also the added part of not wanting to lose anyone, right? So Eikthyr provided an opportunity for healing that was beyond her capability. And so that was an underlying research of, can I find a way to make this well?
How did that factor into patient confidentiality, Sai asks.
Like Eikthyr usage?
I think so. Either usage or like keeping it secret from
So
things.
Ollie did not spread information about patients as best as I could. She kept to that oath really well.
Right.
Someone would even and she got roughed up for a couple times for not being willing to release that information, or we had internal frustrations about it. Where people got really just there were several times where that neutrality stance really created a problem. And as I've said before, neutrality is a stance, right? So yes, even among the internal organization of Haven. So most of the Haven, if you weren't in the medical guild, you didn't get access to any of the medical records, period. And if you were a direct patient of Ollie's, that information was even more kept confidential, right? Like, and Mora's patients were the same way. Ollie didn't get any of the information that Mora had from her patients.
Yep, Mora supports that in chat at the same time that you said it. Not a word
those were
between them.
just like our wards, our patients were treated that way in the same way. We're very firm. We don't compromise that standard. And that was part of Ollie being true neutral, is she had to stick to that moral code. Which, will she dance around that code as much as she can without breaking it? Absolutely. Yeah, she will be vague, and she'll answer things in a way that's not a lie, but also isn't the truth, right?
Yep, people do that in the real world all the goddamn time.
Yeah, big HIPAA. Yep. And having to be an expert with HIPAA, right? I know how that works. And
yeah.
I again, I have 16 years with the field of developmental disabilities and a CNA, and so I know how to have conversations about a patient in front of a group of people without having a conversation about the patient. Right? DH is got this problem, and this is what we're dealing with DH, and you know how their skin gets this way, and DH is this. You don't know who DH is. You don't know what I'm referencing about their skin, just that there's something about their skin. Yeah. And I can have that whole conversation, and you wouldn't be able to take that information and compromise any of my patients or clients whatsoever.
Roland, when you say same, do you also have medical experience in your background?
I love Roland.
I can't wait to talk to Roland about stuff. I don't think we'll be able to do it this stream. I think I need to take a break after we're done talking. But yes, Roland was friend. Dude, law enforcement at a hospital. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So yeah, and the more I get to know Roland, the more I love Roland. He's a family man. Like, we have very similar backgrounds. Like, it's great. He's an awesome guy.
Hell yeah, I love it. So,
yeah, and I love the tension that we had, and he was really good with check-ins with me as well.
Oh, good.
Really good with character check-ins, because there was a point where I was certain eventually we were going to have a war ticket or something like that. Close. And I think if we had more season, it might have happened.
Yeah, if Hall Monitor Energy.
All that
if-
energy.
If that had happened, I think Shaw may have finally picked a side.
Yep.
I think he may have finally openly picked a side. He had already picked a side much earlier, and that was after Silas's attack. He was very clear about that to both Ollie and Mora, about whose side he was on. But explicitly, I did my level best to play Shaw consistently, like you're talking about being very firm on the hipper stuff between Ollie and Mora. I was doing my level best to play him very consistently as he's just the quiet dude in the corner. You don't really know what he's thinking. You don't really know what he's gonna do next.
So, are you ready for another big drop?
Oh, absolutely. This is the time for big drops.
So, the raid that Armory did, Ollie was present for that raid. I followed behind them.
Oh, is this the one at
and
the Aberrant hangout?
The Aberrant hangout raid.
Uh-huh.
Ollie was present for that. I was under Shroud during that, had my marker off.
Yep.
They went in, and at one point they are winning, and then they weren't winning, and I backed away from a cliff, and I just kind of held there. Then when they were in cages, I went under my Aberrant alias and was just walking around, and every so often I'd try to break a cage and let someone out, or I'd take a drink from the bar, or then I would leave when they would like start threatening everyone. So I was present for that event as well, and I kept my mouth shut, and Mora and Vile kept that secret because of how much flack they were getting. They didn't want Ollie to get exposed to that and have their cover as the Crow or Little Bird or Little Crow or Traveler or any of that. Yeah, I was standing right behind you, and I was trying to find a way to break in this out. But then I realized they were just taking your blood samples, and like that's whatever. You're not killing you. They're just taking your blood. You'll be fine.
It's for science. It's all for science.
Innocent's blood is spread all over the place. If they wanted it, they could get it.
Mora did take secrets very seriously. Yep. I can't wait until I talk to Mora. Mainly to say very nice things to her about how fucking amazing she is as a role player. And
so I was present for that. The armor that Ollie had was made by Echo, because Echo wanted to protect her during the battle.
Oh, okay.
So she had that. So I had like this level 4 wolf armor and a helmet. That was all made by Echo.
Cool.
Pyra had made Ollie's civilized clothes, because Pyra wanted Ollie to look presentable for Pyra every time she showed up after the initial note checking stuff. And that's if you saw interactions with Ollie and Pyra, Ollie would always get very quiet, and like if Pyra said sit, Ollie would sit. Because those were there was 2 admin characters and 3 player characters that ended up getting that much social authority to where if they actually gave Ollie like a command, she would follow it. Armory was one of those that was like, it could shake her out of something or say, you need to do this. And Ollie would be like, okay, he wants me to do this. Kalik had that as well. Was that strong energy to just be like, you're going to kind of do this. Which is why Ollie gave up a lot of her personal Eikthyr stash to Armory, because Armory said, I want all of this stuff.
Dang.
And she's like, I gotta make Armory happy.
We're gonna get Armory on. I'm gonna try and get Armory on here to talk about his experience this season as well, because Armory is another character. Drago, you're another character that I very much wanted to hang out with more, because I think Shaw and Armory got along pretty well. I got the feeling that both were holding each other at arm's length and kind of sizing each other up, but I don't know why I feel that way, and I don't know if you feel the same.
Armory was really good.
Oh yeah,
Character.
I love the dedication to, not to the bit, because it wasn't a bit, it was dedication to the character. Anyway, so Ollie becomes an aberrant, bird aberrant, feathers, medical research. Jesus, what happened after that? We had the saplings. The mother tree is destroyed.
Yep. And I didn't know that storyline was going to come up. So that played really well into the research storyline with the trees. Because out of character, I just wanted cool trees, because the Haven was looking kind of boring, And so since the Haven was looking kind of boring, I opened a research ticket and I was like, hey, I've read in these documents that Eikthyr creates an explosive reaction in trees. And there's a lot of these bigger trees and there's twisted trees and stuff like that. Could we role play out this stuff? Was kind of how that was. And that was the origin of how that goes. And then it was another, and then it became this is also a good way to give the community, everyone that's visiting, a tip that there is Eikthyr research happening here. Right. Even though Ollie, because I think sometimes people hear the role play and they transpose that onto the player, right? Ollie says, oh, please don't hurt me. Oh, I'm not doing this, I'm really scared that you're going to come and attack me. And they go, Bacon says he doesn't want to be attacked. No, Ollie says that.
Yeah.
Bacon wants people to know all the cool crap that I'm building down in our secret, not secret clinic, and want to get caught and expose this lore that I've been building. And so that was so it became that, as maybe that'll attract some more attention to, let's be suspicious of this person as well.
Yeah.
God, where was I leading with that?
I wanted to see the inside of the portal so bad.
I've got some others that I still need to release, Silas. The secret rooms.
Oh, bless Armory. Yeah, a lot more respect after the wedding. Yeah, I think the wedding was a really cool denouement on the season. I think.
Yeah.
At least for me, I really liked that. Should have come to therapy. Yeah, Silas, you needed therapy.
Like, we would let people into the clinic. Like, that wasn't a problem. What became a problem is when people showed up in armor, or groups of 7 or 8 showed up and said, we would like to come inside. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Why would we let you come inside? Sorry, it's closed right now, or I don't have keys. Which was an excuse that some people could use because not everyone had keys. Right? So there was some people where we were in a scene and then I think it was Weisenbach or someone had shown up. There was a group of people that had shown up that wanted to get in. And of course I've got keys, but 2 other people didn't. So they would touch the door and she's like, see, we can't get in. It's like, yeah, I don't have keys to this district. Yep. And then we diverted them with something else and they never went down there. But if someone came and was like, hey, I've got a medical condition, we're like, yeah, come on down here. We'll get you into the rooms. Not a problem. We'll take you a look. And then eventually we got more strategic with hiding some of the stuff that we didn't want people to see. Just because, so there, all right, here's a big thing. I know there was rumor going around that there was Eikthyr refineries down there. Never had them. Never had Eikthyr refineries at all down there. There isn't a single one.
As far as I saw, there were never any other.
There's a lot of research and fabricate. The most shady thing that you'll find down there's 2 really shady things you'll find down there. Is a copy and paste of all of Cutie Pie's research.
Oh yeah.
Which was dissected and utilized to create a non blood sacrifice version of the cure, right? So that was accurate research. But in order to create something, right, you have to dissect the original. Right. That's to continue the research. So that made sense. I was doing research on how do you research cures for medication. Yeah, Ollie was always there to treat people. Even Silas. It didn't matter who it was. She would always treat someone.
That's right. Even Silas, you rotten little.
And so, even though she hated Cutie Pie's research, she knew that. Yeah, that happened a lot. Whether or not Ollie proved it or not, but it whatever, it happened, right? Ollie was friends with Raven Queen in a sense, had cordial relationships, but sometimes with those characters, you don't have a choice, right? They're there and they can cut you down, so you grovel and you yield to them, or you try to stab them. But if you stab them right away, then you don't get story with them.
Yeah,
too, right? You gotta,
exactly.
If your auto response is there's an aberrant, I'm gonna kill them. That might be the right response, but then you also can't go, I didn't get any interaction with that person. It's like, well, yeah, because you stabbed them every time they showed up while they were typing. They couldn't get a word out.
Yeah, that's right.
And so that's the hard balance between what would my character do and how can we build story.
Yeah, because playing a zealous character is very fun. I've done it before in D&D. I've played a zealous character over and over again, but zealous doesn't mean stupid.
Yeah.
Just like how people say, lawful good doesn't mean lawful stupid. Chaotic neutral doesn't mean chaotic stupid. You've still got a
And if
working
you-
brain.
And if you're with a text RPer, you need to slow down.
Yes.
You have to slow down for someone who's text RPing, and especially the admins are doing an amazing job at everything that they're doing. And I know they're trying really hard to keep up with everyone, especially if they've got 13 people around them. But there's also that side of they might be not only typing, they might also be having to consult with others going, am I allowed to say this at this stage of the story?
Yeah, like they're in a
Check my storyboard notes. Like, I don't know.
They're in a voice call with the other admins.
I don't know. But I would imagine that if I'm playing a character that's tied to a deeper story, I might have to check some notes.
Yeah.
And go, okay, I can't tell them that. Let me delete that. So I want to make sure that I, as a player, give enough time for that person to get that information out, because it might be the information that maybe we're not finding something in the map, and they're trying to give us a hint to that with this interaction, and instead we stab them, and then we don't get to unlock that quest. We don't get to find that information.
Yeah.
And that just comes from me being on the server so long, is knowing that, oh, okay, my character missed opportunity because I stabbed this character this season ago, so now I'm going to slow down, now that I know that, to let that RP happen.
Yeah, my favorite interactions with text RPers is when it's me and just them. That's when I've had it the best, because then there's no outside people running in and throwing things off.
Yeah.
And I do it too. I've done, when you want to whisper, obviously, I love the whisper functionality. Love it.
It's a great feature.
Fan-bloody-tastic. Although for some reason, every now and then I do /S for some reason, and so I end up screaming something.
So that was also one of the nice things about the design of Havenholm. It's obviously a slummy town. There's and I would say it in character all the time. If you want to have a private conversation, don't do it here. Right? I would say that all the time, because the design wasn't intentional. It was just a free thrown design, but it allowed a lot of opportunities for people to spy and learn information and overshare information, which sparks story.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You've probably heard this from Osidia, because it's not fun to keep a secret, in terms of storytelling, right? Eventually the information needs to get leaked out. And so that was a good way for information to get leaked out about what we're kind of doing. Is we'd have hoods hiding places all the time.
Yeah, the one thing that eventually I think it was when I finally just shifted my entire sleeping schedule so that I could actually play on the server. Whenever I would log in, can't see anyone. No one's around. There's just all map markers turned off, and I'm like, but there's 20 people logged in. Why okay, well, I guess I don't get to roleplay with anybody.
Well, and especially when Silas and other people were like, when things were really like heating up and people were starting to CK and get stabbed all the time, especially after I was stabbed, we had our markers off all the time.
Yeah.
We're like, that's fine. If you want to hunt us, let's play hunt. I'll play hunt.
Let's play hide and seek. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty. If you don't know where I hang out by now, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. And I get it that, like, it totally makes sense that you're doing that. The way that I always did it is that, when I remembered to, at least, if I was on a road, I had my map marker on, but I would actively turn my marker off if I left the road, because Shaw would instinctively cover his tracks, and that's how I justified, like, my marker is turned off. It's because Shaw is a hunter, he's a survivalist, he's a ranger, he knows how to cover his tracks. Those would be the only times that I'd turn it off. I never turned my... not never. A couple of times I did turn it off because I'm like, leave me alone. I'm having a private conversation. But it would tend to always be in places that were off the beaten track.
That was the other reason too that I would keep it off, is to get time alone with just different players that I wanted to have meaningful conversation with.
Yep. Because
Haven was such a hot spot. If you had markers on, you get 8 people show up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it was honestly, I would watch sometimes where I would log in and I'm at the hall, and if I have my marker on, the way that I describe it is you can see the smoke from the forge. So if people like assure home, and I would just respond with, you can see the fire is burning. So okay, cool. And then I would scroll across the map and I'd see like one marker, like Alia in Havenholm, and I'd check that 5 minutes later, and there's like 4 people sprinting towards Haven Home.
That happened anytime I logged on and my marker was on. People would beeline it out of the map. Like I could pull the map up and just see the marker going to Ollie.
They would hoof it.
And that's not counting the people that had the markers off. So
Yeah.
if there was 4, usually you would double that.
Yep.
There's probably 8, 10 that are just sitting there.
Oh, that's interesting. Going back to Nitwit's place with the people from the monastery, they turned their markers off. Some of the admins turned their markers off. Ah, with mine on and Aussie admin appearing behind me. Yeah. Sometimes you got to turn your marker off. By default, I try to keep mine on all the time because I'm here to roleplay with people. Because there's something to be said for, if you know where I hang out. But I'm like, well, how do I know that you're there? I don't want to spend 20 minutes running to where I think you are. Only to
Raven.
But even then, does your bird have perfect tracking of where that person is?
We'll see.
Wolf, bird, whatever it may be. And so I always looked at it like, Christ, all right, well, I'm gonna spend half an hour and see if anything happens, and if not, I'm gonna log off.
One of the things that I found is if you're in a leadership role or you're playing a character that just for whatever reason has main character energy, sometimes you just have to have your map marker off in order to get peace. Because you're getting constant ravens, you're getting constant interactions, and it's like a revolving door of stuff. And I had the added of I'm one of the only doctors, and I'm a town leader. And so I if it wasn't medical RP, a line for 3-4 people that are all wounded, because no one's communicating, right? No, there isn't a channel where people are going, hey, are you doing wounded RP right now? Right? So you get, I just got hurt. I want to have a wounded scene, and I'd end up with 5 people all wounded. None of them know that I've already spent 3 hours in surgery, basically, and I need a break. Yeah. See, Roland even tested.
Roland,
so
yeah.
Then either I had a line of patients or I had a line of town political issues. Hey, we overheard Roland saying this. Hey, we overheard Weisenbach saying this. Hey, Ollie, so-and-so built too close to this. Oh, we're running low on this resource. We need to deal with this. And there's a constant line of that. And so as a leader, you have to go, all right, I'm turning my marker off so that I can deal with those that are immediately near here.
Yeah.
And if people find me, they find me. If they don't, then I actually get some peace and maybe can have a conversation with the person that I'm like doing a romance arc with or having a big scene with.
I remember one of the things that you'd said to me when we were talking about, I think it was after the fight in the sky, the Cutie Pie event thing. Maybe it was something. No, I think it was something else. I don't think it was that. Where I had been wounded in some way, and I was like, did you want to, do... Oh, it was after he exploded. That's what it was. It was after he exploded. And I was like, did you want to be called in or whatever? And you were like, I've just finished 3 hours of medical RP. And I was like, and you were like, yeah, 3 hours, just non-stop. I was like, oh, okay, you need to go to bed.
Yeah, there were some times where I had to do that. Because, I'm a family man. I've got 3 kids, right? I run my own business. I've got my wife. We have a daycare that's in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I log a lot of hours, but a lot of those hours are very parallel, where I'm doing my accounting work, I'm doing my bookkeeping, I'm doing my payroll, I'm setting up jobs, I'm on sales calls. So I have that luxury in my life where I can log a lot of hours. And because I'm the boss, I'm the 100% owner, I can just go, yeah, I'm going to have Valheim on. Right. And no one can stop me, and I can text RP and I can do what I want as long as I get my work done. But there are those moments where it's like, this is cutting into family time. From this time to this time, this is family time. I don't have time to do another 3-hour role play scene.
Yeah.
I have to go. Yeah. And that's the most important thing. And Mrs. Bacon will get firm with me. I can overdo it, and I do overdo it.
Mm-hmm.
But she's a gamer too. So sometimes our chairs are right next to each other. Like I can touch her chair right now. So a lot of times we're in the same room.
So Roland says, I remember messaging in Discord asking how many ravens I had gotten recently, and it was an astonishing number. So are we talking like 10 or like 40?
It depends on how active your town is.
Right.
There was some times where I would have 10 ravens waiting for me to be answered. And then I really, and then you get some people that DM you as well, and I know it frustrates some people, but I'll go send me a Raven, 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 and part of that is just Bacon being Bacon, right? That's the approved VRP communication style is Ravens through the VRP server, and so as a mod and as a veteran who likes that what that role play generates, I enforce that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Another thing, is too, is I have to be careful about my DMs. And so I don't want to meta in my DMs. I don't want to unintentionally say something that is taken as being an official response from a staff member, which it's not, in that context as well. So I try to avoid DMs as much as I can. And sometimes I still don't do the greatest job of that. And I have to do better.
Roland saying, once becoming king, I had upwards of 20 plus ravens for the next 3 days.
Yep, sounds about right.
What?
And he merged a bunch of dead towns
into
a big active group.
Well,
yep, I believe that 100%.
Good lord! Wow, that's wild. Okay.
Yeah, and I had to be very careful during. So one of the roles that we do as mods is we do Discord checks, but we also are supposed to kind of sometimes pop our head into Ravens, make sure people are doing them in the right structure.
Yeah, that's right.
And context. And if there's a problem, then we report it to an admin team.
Yes,
is what we do. And so sometimes I have to be very careful about whose Ravens I'm reading and checking as well on that. And so or if I'm doing like a big narrative arc, I just know I'm not going to check this person's.
Yeah.
And then I'll just check these people that aren't a part of my thing too. And so it's just part of just making sure that I'm guarded, right, and making sure that I'm accountable.
Folks in chat, if you've got questions for Bacon about what was going on with Ollie or stuff that you want to know, ask it, and I'm sure that they may oblige. But Bacon, what?
Yeah, season's over.
What? Yeah, season's over. That's it. What do you want to know? What are some things that you were doing as Ollie that you thought people would grab onto more than they did?
The music and the poetry. I was a little bit disappointed that element of Ollie wasn't as received. She really seemed to be drawn to the big things that people seem to always come to her for the medical and for the leader type stuff, that type of thing. And it was never really, hey, I know you play music. Would you be interested in playing music at my tavern opening or this, right? The poems, yeah. So Mora got a lot of those poems, because Ollie found that poems got Mora to be happy, and so that's why Mora got a lot of them. And Mora did poems. We did poem exchanges, but those were those things. Was that creative side of who she was. I didn't get to tap into that as much as I would have wanted to. Like I didn't get to play the drum, I didn't get to play a guitar much after it came that Ollie is just the medical professional.
Right.
And so I was a little bit disappointed that I mourned the fact for a while. I mourned the fact that I lost the traveling doctor element because that's who I wanted her to be, was that character.
Right.
Was that traveling healer. And becoming a leader means you can't leave your group.
True.
You can't. The longer a leader is away from their group, that's the longer that they're not leading their group. A group in a 24-hour constant game, 2 days is like a leader being gone for a week.
Yeah, it's the one thing that I have. There's nothing we can do about it. That I've lamented about Valheim, because I log in after a couple of days, and people are like, "Oh, hey, yeah, you've been missing. You've been gone for a month. What have you been doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, right, the in-game time thing, where
it's been at least 24 days."
Yep, it's ridiculous, and I do not like it. But I don't know what the fix would be. That would be suitable, because obviously the obvious fix, but probably the wrong fix, is to extend the amount of time that day and night lasts for.
Yeah.
But say differentiating between old time, new time, whatever, which I think is kind of, it's one of those things where it works, but it's just a personal preference. I don't like it. Like how people say pollen count. I'm like, this is just it's like Baldur's Gate 3. It's one of the many reasons that I don't like Baldur's Gate 3. Where every now and then you're playing this dope-ass game and you're doing this really immersive shit, and then the dice shows up to remind you that you're playing a game. Headaches? Oh, I hate the term headaches. Stop it. This is one of those things that Withers was talking about earlier. This is what I'm angry about. Stop saying, oh, headache, out of nowhere. Because I know that what you want to say is, I'm lagging. And it really pulls me out of it whenever I hear any people, especially if it's a group of them, all at once say, oh, whoa, headache. I'm like, oh, just shush. You don't have to say anything about it. You don't have to respond to everything that happens. That's my pet peeve. But it's one of those things that I'm not fond of, because it reminds me, oh, right, none of this is real. You're just playing a game. None of this really matters in the long run. And I'm like, I don't want to think that way.
I know, but it is, right? It is. We're playing a $20 silly fantasy game that limits us. And we want it to be as immersive and into it, especially those of us who are way too addicted and know life the game. We want to keep our immersion and keep the flow going. And there's some, this is, I've role played on Conan. I role play a lot on V Rising. I've role played in so many different games, and there are some places that have specific term rules that you have to use. This is the terminology book that you have to learn.
Yeah.
And you have to use these terms, or you get pulled into a ticket. And I am not recommending that for our server, because it is a headache.
Yes.
We're pulling you into a ticket because you said headaches instead of our made up phrase.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Yep.
Right? That's horrible.
And
that's even worse.
Yeah. Again, it's just one of those things that whenever I hear it, I roll my eyes.
Yeah.
Every single time I roll my eyes, I'm like, oh crap! You could have just said nothing. Just don't say anything. One of the phrases that I use for, hey, there's a lot of lag in a fight. Whenever there's a single other player nearby and you're in a fight, there's lag. The phrase I use is, like, in the chaos of a battle, it's hard to keep track of things.
Yeah.
That's the phrase that I always use, especially as an archer.
You referencing a fight also brings me to another thing, because you talked about it a lot with Andy. I'm on the other side of the coin, where I'm a PvE player first.
I love PvE.
And that's just my preference.
Yep.
For it. And I believe PvP is purposeful. It is necessary for conflict, for interesting story. But out of character, Valheim is not a PvP game, and it really makes it hard for me to enjoy that. It just isn't. And the devs have made that very clear. Is there a solution to that? No, I don't have a solution. The solution is let's keep hitting each other with virtual sticks and doing our things in Valheim. But I have to police my bias a lot.
Yeah.
Because I just I don't get the same thrill from it as I do, say, learning PvP in V Rising, which is a game that's designed for countering every single thing possible. Right? It's a game that they're constantly balancing it. It's not being balanced.
Yeah, I agree that. I agree with basically both of you. Like, Valheim is not. This is the reason that I have the opinions I do about TTRPGs. Some games are not designed for certain things. The way that I think PvP can, I'm by no means a central authority on this. Nobody is. PvP, I think, can be best utilized in a surgical manner. Not as a bludgeon, but as a scalpel. Use it to punctuate your RP, not to direct your RP.
And I think our server has developed a really good rule set that makes it work.
Yes.
I like our rule set, and you can have fun moments. Like, I would be lying if I said that I didn't have any fun moments playing PvP. I absolutely have here. It's just not my preference. Right? But I'm the player that will spend 8 hours sitting in my tavern talking to my friends.
Yeah.
And then go, man, this was a great story.
Yep.
While there's other players that they need to go out and hack, and they need to kill stuff, and they need to do stuff, and they need to find stuff. And if they can't, once they do that, then they have to go and do something else.
Yeah.
Right. And I can just be like, oh, I haven't killed stuff in 3 days. I guess I could go on a raid, maybe, or we just sit here and keep having tea.
Yeah. I don't. PvP isn't my preference either, but I love the fighting in Valheim. I really like it. It's one of the pieces of gameplay that I like, but that's who I have people like Thyra for. Hey, do you want to go on an adventure? Do you want to go out, like, killing monsters and stuff? Hell yeah, let's roll. That's the kind of fighting that I liked doing in Valheim. And
that's good.
I never got into a single fight with another character, except for the one time that Mora was able to browbeat Shaw into beating her in a 1v1. And I don't say fighting her because, easy. I'm kidding.
Looks like we have a question. Bacon, how close was the count to CK?
Oh, of defeats, yeah.
So there was only 4 people that actually died on Ollie's watch. So that's why it never really came up. It could have been. I had expected it to be more. I really did. But thankfully, it just the way that it panned out. A lot of people died off camera when I wasn't on, and so I wasn't passed. So, but I mean, 10 people, I thought it could be more. I think Psy doing the serial killer thing also helped with some of those because the serial killers ended up scooping up a lot of those players that just want to kill their character. So my character didn't become the one that, hey, I'm going to kill myself in this medical scene. It swapped. And I liked that because then it really made each defeat that I had more purposeful, more meaningful. Yeah. Like I think Lorenz was the last one. Well, no, it was 5. Silas was number 5.
Oh, of course. Well, he did refuse treatment.
He did refuse treatment. That's true. It's a gray area.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of active player deaths.
That's true.
I wonder how many deaths there really were. Because I only know of 2.
Yeah. Well, and there's so many categories in death as well, right? Is it I'm bored with my character death? Is this I am legitimately taking consequences for my actions death? Is this I'm a bad guy that's been around it? Like there's so many categories for death that sometimes out of character you go, that one doesn't really count as much as this one.
I'm interested in straight up CK tickets, no matter what they were. I wonder how many there actually were.
I have no idea. That you'd have to ask the admins on it.
Dried out midway.
I've only ever submitted one CK ticket, and that was against Morgan's character in season 7.
Oh.
Yeah, and I failed, and then they tried to assassinate me.
I wonder how many attempted CK tickets against Vile there were. Because there were a lot of them.
I just know what I heard in VC and different things like that.
Oh, yeah.
There's quite a few.
Constant flow. 35 Drago says this season.
I was surprised that their character made it as long the whole season. I thought for sure they were going to get offed.
Yep.
Poor Vile. So for Haven, we had an entry process. Just like with the Heroes Guild, we didn't just accept anyone.
That's right. Let's talk about that because I was a level 1 citizen.
Yep. And it took almost, I think it was 3 weeks IRL for us to finally give Vile level 1 citizenship under the condition that they could not live in the Haven area, that our actual territory, which the Haven's territory formally was all the way down to Iron Reach because Indus had to drop all of his titles during a Weizenbach thing, a ritual. Edric disowned their titles, so Alia became the heir. And then Edric and Indus had given that territory to the Haven. So where Roland's house is and all of that, technically it's all like Haven-born territory that was given to us to populate and use. And then all the stuff by the river and everything to the north and all the Guardians, most of the active Guardians joined us. And so all the Guardians territory was technically ours too.
Holy shit.
If we're playing a map of like how big the Haven actually was, it was all that. But we're not a military group, and Ollie didn't care about land.
You really got like the inheritance of a parcel of land, didn't you?
It was a lot, but we didn't care about that. We also didn't have military strength. We're not a military town.
Yeah.
So playing Empire and defending territory was never something that we were going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then as the lake, this is out of character, as the lake became a hotspot and the activity level came down, we had to become less stringent on what territory we're going to claim because more people want to role play in this area. We want to role play with more people, and so it just wasn't worth it to even attempt it. And so, that's what it was. But yeah. Technically, New Gilderbeer annexed that territory, which was funny. Like Indus is showing up and like, hey, this is ours. It's like, well, sure, whatever.
Yeah, man, I have questions for all of the people. Like, armory and rolling stuff, but I'm going to wait to interview those people.
They're really good.
And
Yeah,
just thought he got
they're-
17 souls, half of the CKs this year. If 35 is accurate, yes. But I would be
Yeah.
curious to hear from one of the admins if they can do a count for us, or if they just know off the top of their
Ozzy,
head.
I would tap Ozzy.
Yeah.
Ozzy is really good with the stats. He loves to go over the stats. Like, yeah, I would make a ticket or to tap Ozzy and say, hey, anyone interested in doing something and going over some stats? You know. The worst thing that they say is no, right? The worst thing that they say is no.
Yeah. All right. I'll make a ticket for Aussie and see if they want to come on and talk about, because in an ideal world, I want to talk to all of the staff to get all of their perspective, because player perspective is one thing, but we're missing a whole 50% of the experience of season 13, and that's of the people who made the freaking thing.
The admin team and game masters are very, very good at keeping the shroud between moderators and game masters intact.
Okay.
So we don't get a lot of information behind the curtain at all, if any. There's every so often we might get a hey, what are your thoughts on this? And it's very vague. It's very vague, and that's it. We're really very compartmentalized in that area. So if you really want to get that information, definitely get the admins in, because they know stuff that none of us on the other half of the staff don't even know.
I know, because Morgan seemed like super hyped to be able to talk about the season. I really love talking to him.
You can have him back on.
I fully intend to flick him a DM probably for the next week or so and be like, when you free to really dig into the nuts and bolts of VRP, because I don't know about other players, but I find it fascinating as a GM who does TTRPGs. I find it fascinating how it works from behind the scenes and how it's all put together.
I am curious. Let me tell you, I run a regional LARP that's here, so I GM in real time. A group of about 50 to 100 people show up for that event. And so I'm always really interested in man, what's it like on this side of the curtain? But there's always stuff going on. Do you have? I know we're just kind of chit chatting now. Is there any other questions that anyone has, or anything that you have while you've got me here?
I think
because we're going on 5 hours for you.
Oh yeah, I do.
And me, I've been here since the start. I guess.
Yeah. Highs and lows. What things happened that you're super happy that happened with Ollie? Or let's start with the bad first, so we can bring ourselves back up. What are some things that happened with Ollie that you look at and you go, oh, that could have gone better?
There were a couple of medical scenes that I wasn't very happy with.
Right.
Just maybe some of the content or something like that, but that all got resolved pretty well.
Here's a question for you then. As someone who has literally done medical things in real life and did medical RP this season, what from the other side of the medical RP makes it high quality for you? With you as the doctor
as a
or
good
whatever.
Patient?
What makes a good RP patient?
Communication.
Okay.
And what I mean by that is there would be some people that I would send my initial OC communication to, and they would say, yep, here's my, this is a description of what's going on. Or they text RP it in game, which is best, right?
Okay.
This is what's going on. Then I do a thing. Okay, Ollie inspects the area, presses down here. There's a loud groaning sound and blood splurts out. Okay, all right, now I know what to do. Okay, there's something here. The worst patients are the ones that are just I'm just hurt.
Oh.
I'm just hurt.
Okay.
And you'll note, and you might not notice this, but I know Mora and Edna, who spent a lot of time in medical scenes with me, some people that if you give as much as you get from bacon. Yeah. Right? So if you give me a one-liner, you're probably going to get a one-liner or not much back from me. If you don't want to actually role play a scene, that's fine. Right? I'll respect your time. I'm going to respect my time. But if you give me sheets of information, which is why I feel bad that I didn't get to do as much on yours, but we just started so much later.
Yes. We ran out of time.
But you've gotta give back to the scene. It's not fair to me to type out 3-4 paragraphs of med RP and I get the person groans. Like, come on.
Yeah.
What? Tell me whether the wound has done or something. And so there were some people that also would do dice rolls. Like, want to do dice rolls? Like, yeah, I'll dice roll against you to see how well we do this. Not a problem. And so do a high-low who wins. So I think the best patients are ones that give detailed information about, okay, this is what's wrong, and then gives feedback on whether or not you're being successful in that or not, right? Because if you don't RP anything, then you're either giving me permission to just kind of decide for you, which some people did that when in an OC check-in. I said, hey, what is that you would like? And they'd go, they've got this broken, I don't want to kill my character, so just, you have permission to do whatever. And it's like, okay, all right then. Then I just say, Ollie does blank, blank, blankety blank, 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 and boom, all right, you're good. And they're like, perfect, I'm good.
I think that's what I did.
It might be.
After the cutie pie thing, where Shaw was just beat to hell, I'd gone down like 5 separate times in between wound timers, and he'd basically been running on pure adrenaline and downing lingering stamina potions, either potions to keep his engine chugging along. And I think I just said to you, look, you're the medical expert, you can do whatever the hell you want. Here's what's wrong, take your pick. Dealer's choice.
Yeah, and I think we slowed your heart rate down, we stabilized you, and stuff like that. That was the nice thing about having a medical background, is I can rely on that and go, okay, what are the steps? There were some things where I had to look up what the surgery steps are. Like for Ceridan's eye. I don't know how to replace an eye or do an eye surgery. Right?
Why would you?
So I Googled it on my phone. Hey, what are the steps for an eye surgery, like a removal of an eye? And then I role played that out. I made it custom in my thing, and I would just look down the steps and go, okay, it says that you're supposed to sever this tendon or whatever. It's like, I don't know where that is, but it's okay.
I don't know where that is, but Ollie does.
Yep. And that's how I would do some of those, so that they fit in with what should happen there. So that's the best way. I think communication is good.
There you go.
I don't right. Anyway, yeah. That's how I did it.
That's
and the medications. There were some people that got to use the experimental medications and had to roll on a D20 chart.
Oh.
Really fun. We have side effects.
I love potion charts. Potion miscability table is probably one of my favorite ones from D&D.
Yeah, and all the different potions, especially the early experimental ones, had separate charts.
Oh, wow.
So if you're taking multiple medications, you'd have to roll on 3 different things for the different medications, and use it. And some people really loved it.
Can you post those somewhere in the Discord?
Maybe. I might post one as an example. Some of that I reuse for stuff.
Maybe throw it in your character lore. Because I don't know where else it will go. Or maybe
I'll
other stuff or chat or whatever.
I'll probably throw one on my character lore. I can do that.
That's really cool. So what are some things, however many things that you experience as Ollie, where you were like punching the air and like, hell yeah, it's awesome, that went exactly how I wanted, or that went better than I wanted?
The raids. Us not getting absolutely stomped in the raids was huge. There were moments where, when we finally pivoted from being Fellhaven to being the Haven, that was huge. When we became a cohesive town and the leadership was being done well.
Right.
That was good. I had an itch to lead again. I didn't plan to do it this season. Season 14 was kind of when I was thinking of, hey, maybe I'll try to lead a group again. And this scratched every itch of that desire to lead. And it was all due to every single person that joined the Haven, to our allies, people that worked with us like Eliza and Roland, and Ezra, and and different town leaders that really worked into playing that role and being good participants of the whole thing. Was huge. Like, if I have to look back and go, what was the biggest win? It was being able to lead Haven successfully from start to finish.
It's so cool. I love that. The arc of Ollie is so, I mean, the way that it should be, a roller coaster for any character. Is twists and turns, things that you thought were going to happen but didn't happen, things that you didn't think would happen the way that you thought they would.
And what was great about it is it was natural. There was no pre-group. There was no, hey, let's come together and let's be a group, or, oh, I think this is a cool idea, let's become this. It was all, this is what's going on in game.
It's a thing that happened organically.
Yep. I didn't have any deep attachments coming in because before this, the last 4 seasons, I've always come in with a family group, or, oh, I've got 7 guys and these are my people that are following me around. And this time it's just, I'm just Ollie. And I've got these little threads with a couple people that's like, oh, we saw each other on the street and that's it. Or my dad worked for you at one point and that's it. And there was nothing else that was like, we are connected because of this.
Right.
It all had to be built naturally.
Yes.
And so that makes it more fun. Because that was a lot like my season 7 experience, which was the first time that I got to lead a big nation. It wasn't planned, it just happened. And so this being able to mirror that made this, for me, this was one of my favorite seasons.
Excellent, I'm glad. On from that, what advice would you give yourself earlier in the season?
See, that's a hard one because if I didn't do the steps that I did, I wouldn't have gotten the story that I had. Right? Like, because if knowing that the town that I was going to join was going to have a split and blow up eventually, would I have spent time with them? Knowing that eventually Iron Reach might have dissolved, would I have spent time with them? Right? All that foreknowledge stuff, it changes what you would do. So there really isn't anything, I think. If I had known that the pipe storyline would have gotten kind of just done, I wouldn't have invested as much resource time into that, I think.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, look at that.
Ezra would have died on Gildemere if it wasn't for Ollie.
Oh.
Split end of preseason. Oh, okay. I was meant to have a connection with Vinciel. Not a very big one, but I never got to beat him, sadly, even though he lived so closely.
Yeah.
What is... I've got this in my list, but I miss it on some people because sometimes interview comes to a more natural close. Admin appreciation. Are there any particular standout staff members that you're like, holy shit, you knocked it out of the park?
I hate playing favorites, but Essa.
I imagine that would probably be your answer.
Absolutely freaking fantastic. Every single admin in their role, I know there's stuff that I don't even see, right? And they all do their job. They do it amazing. But I know that that's just someone that I know stand it out in Ski with the whole cutie pie bit.
Oh, yeah.
At least for my character, if I have to go which admin characters or interactions built the most story and created the most story for the people that I role played around, it was those 2 characters.
Right, yeah.
It was Cutie Pie and the Raven Queen, and then Pyra, and then Primus. Like those 4 really like had threads that continued through the whole season in the circle that I RP'd with, right? So Essa and Ski would be the top 2 in there. But again, it's a team effort, right? It takes every single one of them to pull it off. Primus developed, it was a very pivotal character in Ollie early on because Primus would say that her fear disgusted her and really encouraged her to stop being the little chicken that the sky has fallen. And that fear of Primus coming to get me, of Primus not approving of me, the strong figure, that created a thread, right? And then you get another interaction and another interaction with someone else, and it all builds on top of each other.
I like it says a lot about basically all of the community that whenever this question is asked, and I'm going to continue to ask it because I think it's worth putting people on a pedestal for at least a moment to recognize something standout that they do. Everyone I've talked to so far, out of off stream, on stream, has been like, the whole team is awesome, we love the team, all of the admins are cool. Even being asked to spotlight one, everyone's just like, nah dog, the whole team is awesome.
Well, and you don't want to make anyone feel unappreciated,
of course,
right? And my role, just me as Bacon, I see is I need to be a good player, I need to be a good pillar in a positive in our community. I shouldn't be someone that's hindering the community. And so if Bacon's playing favorites, then I'm hurting our community.
Right.
And that's not acceptable to me. Right. And so that's part of that hesitancy too.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm sure we are all adults and we're all smart enough to understand.
Yeah.
But I get where you're coming from, where you've got that integrity inside you that you want to maintain.
And I probably hold to it too high, but that's just who I am, and I'm not going to change who I am. It's about the life that I have.
I admire conviction. And last question, of course, what do you wish that someone would ask you, but no one ever does?
Oh boy.
This is why I asked this question. I
knew this question was coming too, and I did not prepare.
I've gotten some real interesting answers out of this. I interviewed my old English teacher on the radio show that I used to do for good reason. She had an incredibly fascinating past, and I had a very good relationship with her as a student. And her answer was, "Do you want a sandwich?" When I asked her that question, she was like, "No one ever asked me, like, hey, do you want a sandwich?" And I was like, you know what? That's a very fair answer.
It's not a bad question. Mrs. Bacon isn't listening for that.
Maybe you just never get asked if you want something to eat.
There's not a whole lot of. I think I've got a good network of friends around me that are good. I think the question that I appreciate the most is being asked if I'm doing okay. Is the big one. I've lived a life where the person that is trying to be the life of the party sometimes is the one that's hurting the most.
Right.
And thankfully that's not me at this season in life. But it's one of the reasons why I do check in with the people that I play with, is because we had someone that was in one of our towns last year, and they are a friend of mine that I invited to the server, and they're no longer with us. And I was playing with them late at night, and so you just don't know when someone's going through something to where they make a decision that takes them away from you. And so that's kind of a big reason why I do that, and why I appreciate that question above all questions is, how are you doing? Because sometimes that's the door that helps, so.
How are you doing?
Anyway, Bacon is doing really good.
Excellent.
I am in one of the greatest spots in life. I'm mentally healthy. I'm happy. I'm glad that we have a break, and that all of us who role play together are able to come back together out of character. We can drop the act, we can drop the role play nonsense and the worry about meta, and we can just be friends and be people again, or just be cordial with each other. We don't all have to like each other, right? But we do have to treat everyone with dignity and respect.
Yeah, that's the way. On that gorgeous note, fuck, I love this community. On that gorgeous note, we are going to end, at least for now. In a few hours, about 3 hours, another player, Osidia, Dreamy.
Let's go!
I'm gonna have her on. This is gonna be voted.
I'm gonna sleep.
This is all gonna be published. You can watch it later.
No, I'm gonna probably be on for it because I'm stupid.
but if anyone is on in about 3 hours, I'm gonna have Dreamy on to talk about Osidia, and we're gonna primarily, the theme is gonna be being an antagonist without PvP combat. Because
she did a good job at that. I'm eager to hear that.
Because that is what she did. A lot of people apparently didn't believe her, but we're going to find out exactly how she did it. As well as, of course, anyone else who wants to come on. We have, as you see on the list, Roland, Indus, Armory. If you happen to be around, it's okay. If not, we can always do this another day. We have all the time in the world. We'll have you on to chat about my liege, the murderer, and, of course, the Armory. Until then,
I'm excited to hear from Roland.
Oh yeah, me too. Being a new player, we've got Mora and Ungold. We're going to have both of them on at the same time. We're going to have a double threat. And also, happy birthday to Ungold player. I don't remember what their player name is, but it is their birthday today.
Right, I forgot to do the thing.
So happy birthday to them. But until then, imagine people complexly. Everyone that you see on the street, that person who cut you off on the freeway, they're going through a bunch of shit that you don't know about, that no one is ever going to tell you about. Try to cut them some slack. Do your best. The second thing, of course, is life is uncertain. Eat your dessert first. Till next time, folks. Thanks for tuning in.